Chapter 121. Who else is not convinced? Hearing the words of the few superpowered people, a smile appeared on Red Bean's face. She said coldly to them, "With your strength, you dare to say such things? In this Qinglong base, the only one who is a little stronger than me is Bald Dragon. Unfortunately, Bald Dragon has already died at the hands of Liu Yang. How dare you be so arrogant? What? Brother Long was killed? Impossible. Brother Long is so strong, how could he be killed by this kid? This kid doesn't even look 20 years old, and he hasn't even grown his hair yet, right? Could it be that you found a pretty boy and said he was strong on purpose, so that we would give up the base?" The others obviously didn't believe what Red Bean said. In their eyes, Brother Long was very strong and invincible. Although Liu Yang is handsome, tall and muscular, he is not strong enough to survive in the end times. This is the age of superheroes. Only those who have awakened their superpowers are the strongest. They didn't believe that this young man could take down Brother Long. You people really don't know what you're missing. Since you don't believe in evil, there's nothing to say, so I'll just beat you into submission. Red Bean said this, and his face changed, and a hint of murderous intent appeared. Then he wanted to rush towards the three supernormal abilities. But at this moment, a large hand held her shoulder. Liu Yang shook his head at her and said, "It's okay, I'll take care of it from here. You don't need to get involved." Hearing Liu Yang say this, Hongdo respectfully nodded. He said, "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." The three superpowered people originally saw that Hongdo was about to act, and they all showed a look of fear on their faces. After all, Hongdo was the acknowledged second in command in the base. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to beat Hongdo. But now, Liu Yang has stopped the strongest person they thought, Red Bean, and is going to do it himself. Ha. It seems that this little white face is still very proud and eager to prove himself. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. We are afraid of red beans, but not of you, little white face. The three superheroes rushed towards Liu Yang in an instant. They drew their weapons from their waists and slashed at Liu Yang. They were all first-level supernormal individuals, with twice the physical strength of ordinary people. The three of them were even more powerful when they worked together. They didn't take Liu Yang seriously at all. However, they did not expect it. The next second, Liu Yang's figure had instantly disappeared from the spot. At a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, he came directly to their side. Liu Yang lifted his foot and kicked them one by one. Bang, bang, bang. Three loud noises came from the three supernormal people, who were instantly thrown out like cannonballs, flying more than 10 meters and crashing into the house behind them before crashing to the ground. After landing, all three of them let out a puff of air and spat out a mouthful of blood. They covered their chests and could not get up again. Their faces were all expressions of pain, and the way they looked at Liu Yang had changed from initial contempt and disdain to fear and shock. He's so strong. This pretty boy is not only handsome, but also so strong. Even Brother Long couldn't kill all three of us so quickly. How did this guy do it? And he only lightly kicked each of us once, he didn't even use his superpower. His basic attributes are already several times better than mine. Could he be a high-level psychic? Level 2 or even higher? If we look at it this way, does that mean that Brother Long has really been killed by him? The three ninja faces were filled with despair at the thought of this. Long had always been their support and their trump card. Now that they realized that Long had been killed, what ability did they have to resist? It's over, it's really over. The more than 1,000 ordinary people in the base were also dumbfounded when they saw Liu Yang instantly kill the three high-level supernaturals in their base. This is a fight between immortals. The speed and power of his movements were beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans, and it was not an exaggeration to call him a god. At this point, Liu Yang had already walked step by step towards the three supernormal individuals. As Liu Yang approached them, everyone felt as if they were watching a death god descending. When Liu Yang walked up to them, Liu Yang stepped on the head of one of the supernormal people. His face was deformed and twisted, and blood began to flow from his mouth. Liu Yang looked down on them and said, "Now, who else is not convinced?" The three supernormal people hurriedly said, "We are convinced, brother. Please let us go. As long as you spare our lives, we are willing to do whatever you want us to do in the future." They struggled to get up. They kept bowing to Liu Yang and apologizing. Bang bang bang. Lord Lu Yang, we know we were wrong, so please forgive us this time. From now on, we will definitely listen to you, and you are the boss of this base. Even the ordinary survivors who saw this scene couldn't help but kneel down and said the same thing to Lu Yang. Lord Lu Yang, you will be our leader from now on. Seeing this, Lu Yang was very satisfied. The end of the world. It's all about strength. If I don't show some strength and let Hongdo defeat them, I'm afraid they'll never respect me. But now it's different. Look at their eyes now, how clear they are. The one with the biggest fist has the right to speak. This is the end of the world. So Lu Yang began to say to Red Bean, next, I will first formulate some rules for this base, and at the same time provide you with food and seeds for planting. Red Bean, from today on, you will be the person in charge of this base, managing the entire base. In the future, this base will be my Lu Yang's number 2 base. After saying that, Lu Yang directly began to release food from the space. Seeing Lu Yang take out so much food, everyone in the base was dumbfounded. How did Lord Lu Yang do it? He clearly had no backpack or any storage bag, so how did he suddenly pull out a large pile of food? It was as if he had conjured it out of thin air. Lu Yang's power was already great, and they thought that Lu Yang was a god of war. But now they saw that Lu Yang could even conjure up so much food out of thin air, and they were even more convinced that Lu Yang was no ordinary person, but a god. With such a powerful figure, becoming the boss of this base will definitely develop better and better in the future. Everyone became confident. As for Long? Who cares about his life or death? Chapter 122, A Chat with Red Bean. Red Bean reference image. After setting new rules for the base and giving them food, Lu Yang said to Red Bean, next, it's time to have a good chat with you. Where is your room? I'm going to visit. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Hongdo's face suddenly turned red. She knew what he meant. When a man goes to a woman's room to visit, what is he visiting? He would have to look inside and out, up and down, all over the place. It's embarrassing just thinking about it. Red Bean had never had a boyfriend before, and now that she thought about being with Lu Yang, she was caught in a state of anticipation, excitement, and shyness. She said to Lu Yang, come on, Mr. Lu Yang, my room is here. She pointed to the single-family villa. This Qinglong base is in a luxury residential area. There are dozens of high-rise residential buildings and dozens of detached villas. As a high-level member of the supernatural community, everyone is entitled to a villa. As for other civilians, those with resources can live in residential buildings. Those who cannot find resources and are relatively weak can only build shelters on vacant land and live in shantytowns. Lu Yang followed Hongdo into his villa. The 3 male supernormal beings looked at Hongdo and Lu Yang as they entered the room, and all of them had a knowing expression on their faces. Then they began to discuss in whispers. One of the male supernaturals said, I didn't expect that Sister Red Bean would be taken by the new boss on the first day. At the beginning, Brother Long wanted to get Sister Red Bean, but it took him more than a month to succeed. Another male psychic said, don't you talk nonsense? How big is the difference between the strength of Bald Dragon and Red Bean? He can't even take Red Bean in a one-on-one fight. Red Bean being able to be the second in command at this base has already increased the strength of our Qinglong base a lot. Bald Dragon begged people to stay, and it wasn't even enough time, and he still dared to use force? The third male superpower said, isn't that right? Compared to Red Bean, the strength of Bald Dragon is not much different. But Lord Lu Yang is different. His strength is completely overwhelming. Not to mention one Red Bean, even if he fights 100 Red Beans, he can easily kill them all and leave not a single piece of armor behind. Are you serious about going in and out 7 times without leaving a single piece of armor? Ha 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 ha. All 3 of them had a mischievous smile on their faces. In the room, however, it was a different story. As soon as Lu Yang entered Hongdo's room, he was immediately attracted by the decorations inside. He widened his eyes, as if he had discovered some new treasure. I never expected that this beautiful woman, who is cold on the surface, actually has such a gentle and lovely side hidden inside. Every detail in the room reveals her soft and girlish heart. The entire room is decorated in a soft, girlish color scheme, from the curtains to the bed sheets to the pillows. Lu Yang couldn't help but exclaim, this is a dreamy princess room. Looking at the room full of pink bubbles, Lu Yang felt her girlish heart overflowing. Who says only girls like pink? In fact, pink is often jokingly called manly pink, because the more powerful and mighty the man, the more he tends to have a soft spot for this sweet color. However, some people think that men are more suited to black, as black better reflects the stability and depth of masculinity. But Lu Yan doesn't think so. He thinks this is wrong. Even a strong man has a girlish heart. Otherwise, why do men of all ages love 18-year-old girls with their rosy cheeks? At this time, Lu Yan looked at her with a blushing face, and her face was full of shy expressions. Lu Yan also looked at the other person. Her face was so rosy and cute that one couldn't help but want to pinch her. But Red Bean already said to Lu Yang respectfully, "Lu Yang, sir." Lu Yang said, "Don't call me your honor anymore. Just call me husband. And from today on, you're my woman, not my dog. Don't be so formal." Hearing Lu Yang say this, Hong Do's face showed a surprised expression. Originally, she was an enemy of Lu Yang, but Lu Yang's strength was so powerful that she was lucky to be able to stay alive. After being captured by Lu Yang, it was already a luxury to be able to be Lu Yang's dog. She never thought that she would not only not have to be a dog, but could even be Lu Yang's woman. At this moment, Red Bean felt moved to tears. "I never thought that Lord Lu Yang would be so nice." Her eyes were moist, and she called out to Lu Yang, "Husband." As soon as she said husband, Lu Yang immediately received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the other party has surrendered to the host, and the rescue of the beautiful girl has been successful. You have received a system reward, and your mental control ability has been upgraded by 1 level. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Very good, very good. Lu Yang said, "Hongdo, you will be in charge of this base from now on. I will come and visit from time to time, and I will leave a level 3 zombie to guard the door. I have the vision and hearing of this level 3 zombie, so if you need anything, you can talk to the level 3 zombie directly." After hearing Lu Yang's words, Hongdo's face showed a hint of reluctance. She said, "Honey, why don't I go with you and let them manage the base?" In addition to Hongdo, there are 3 other male superhumans left in the base. Hongdo doesn't want to stay here, she wants to stay by Lu Yang's side. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "The strength of this base is not as good as before. The 3 of them combined probably aren't a match for you alone. We still need a powerful psychic to stay here. You are the strongest here, but after you get to my safe zone, your strength will not be enough, because I have many S-level female supernaturals by my side. So you can only play the biggest role by staying here." Although she was reluctant to hear what Lu Yang said, Hongdo nodded. She said, "Okay, husband, I will definitely help you manage the space." "Well, then I'm relieved." After saying that, Lu Yang went straight out the door. Chapter 123, Bringing Back the Girl. After going out, the 3 male superpowered men were still outside the door and did not dare to leave. At the same time, their injuries had already been treated. Compared to ordinary people, the recovery ability of supernormal people is very strong. Lu Yang kicked each of them, but only used less than half of his strength. So they have now recovered almost completely. As soon as the 3 saw Lu Yang coming out, they all showed a flattering expression and hurriedly surrounded him. They said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, you have finally finished. You are worthy of the title of Lord Lu Yang. Isn't that right? Lord Lu Yang is really too strong. Lu Yang is awesome." They all gave Lu Yang a thumbs up. They all looked at Lu Yang with admiration. This kind of worship is heartfelt, not flattery. After all, men's innate worship of reproduction is innate. Even on online forums, when people ask questions, they always ask, "Does anyone with a big dick know which big dick brother can answer this?" and other questions. Before asking someone a question, you always have to praise them for being hung. At the same time, 18 centimeters in length, 180 centimeters in height, a monthly salary of 18,000 yuan, and a house of 180 square meters have become the standard for successful men on the internet. This shows that the worship of reproduction has taken root in the hearts of the people. Lu Yang smiled and said, "This is just a normal state for me. Okay, from now on, this base will be led by Hongdo. You should listen to her and help me manage the space. If you have any questions, you can report to the zombie guard. He will pass on the message to me." "Yes, Your Excellency Lu Yang," the 3 supernaturals said respectfully. Then Lu Yang saw the ordinary survivors in the base. He said to them, "Women between the ages of 18 and 28 who have never had a boyfriend, stand over here. I'm going to start picking people. Those I pick will be able to join my base with me." This remark caused a huge uproar among the survivors. What? Become a member of Lord Liu Yang's base? Liu Yang's people are like gods. They can easily produce dozens of tons of food and are very strong. If you can become his woman, you won't have to worry about food or drink, and you won't even have to be afraid of your boss. That's true. But unfortunately, I already have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I would definitely sign up. Don't block me, don't block me. I have to get over there. Finally the time has come to change my fate. If I can just get on the good side of Lord Liu Yang, I won't just be able to eat and drink well, I'll be able to reach the pinnacle of life and become a beautiful rich woman that everyone looks up to. I'm leaving, even if I have to be Liu Yang's dog, I'm leaving. I want to go too, I just happen to fit the bill. How old are you? You're not even 18 yet. I just turned 18 yesterday. What do you know? Get out of my way. The college girls all ran to the spot designated by Liu Yang. They were afraid that if they were slow, they wouldn't get a chance. Liu Yang had already demonstrated his strength and resources. There is no doubt that each of them is top-notch. Following such a man, not only can you eat well and wear warm clothes, you will never be left alone. You will definitely be satisfied in that area. You don't have to look at it. Sister Hongdo, as a superhuman, has just begged for mercy. Not to mention the ordinary girls. Soon, more than 100 girls were standing in the position Liu Yang had designated. Their faces were all filled with anticipation. They tried to straighten their bodies and hold their chests high. They wanted to look healthier, more plump, and more suitable for giving birth. Liu Yang's gaze swept past. Every day, the sight of a young girl's face would make her whole body tremble, her thighs clench involuntarily. It's so exciting. This is a moment that will determine your fate. It is even more exciting than the college entrance exam in peacetime. Once you are chosen by Lord Liu Yang, you will be able to reach the pinnacle of life and live a life of wealth. But if you are not chosen, you will have to stay in this base and remain at the bottom. One side is heaven, the other side is hell, all in the mind of Lord Liu Yang. So each of them hoped that Liu Yang would take them with him. At this time, Liu Yang was confronted by a young girl. Looking at her, he said, "Very good, you have beautiful eyes, big and round, long eyelashes, and very fair skin. Although you are a little short, the child you give birth to will definitely be very cute." That's great. That's really great. I'm so moved. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, for choosing me. The girl was so moved that she burst into tears. She jumped 2 meters straight up in the air. She was already the lowest ranking person in the base. She is already 18 years old, but as a girl, she is not strong and has no strength. She has no advantage when it comes to finding supplies, and it is only with the help of her father that she has been able to survive in the end times. She also had to be on constant guard against other survivors who coveted her body. If it weren't for the fact that her father was a veteran in peacetime and was relatively strong, she would have been taken advantage of long ago because of her appearance. This time, her father was the first to push her out, hoping that she would be chosen by Lord Liu Yang, so that she could eat well and drink well in the future. Now that she has really been chosen, her old father is also moved to tears. He said while wiping his tears, "That's great. I'm so relieved to see my daughter find a perfect husband." Liu Yang had already moved on to the next beautiful girl. After 10 minutes, Liu Yang had already selected 25 beautiful girls. Among the more than 100 eligible beauties, only 25 had the right body and appearance to satisfy Liu Yang's aesthetic standards. Among these 100-plus beauties, a few had had boyfriends, but they tried to deceive Liu Yang by saying they had never had a boyfriend. However, Liu Yang's scanning system immediately saw through them. "Do you really think you're a virgin and can't tell the difference?" Liu Yang just looked at them coldly as she walked past them. They were so scared that they trembled. They volunteered to tell the truth about how they had lied to Liu Yang because they wanted to be chosen by her so badly. Liu Yang did not punish them, but simply asked them to leave the team of young girls. Chapter 124, Bringing the Zombies Back. In the end, Liu Yang took the 25 beautiful girls back to her own safe zone. The 25 beautiful girls, each of them looked at Liu Yang with eyes full of admiration and love. The most powerful, handsome, resourceful man is simply the golden son-in-law in the end times. Being able to follow him. There will be no more worries in the future. Eat well, drink well, reach the pinnacle of life, and live a life of wealth and beauty. It's today. They all thought that being chosen by Yu Yan was the greatest happiness of their lives. Lu Yang waved at them. A thin layer of metal armor began to wrap around each young woman's body. Seeing themselves wrapped in the shiny armor, the women's faces all showed excitement. This armor is so cool. I don't know what Master Lu Yang is going to do with the armor, but everyone around him has armor, and so do we. This means that people with armor are the same as Master Lu Yang's people. Maybe. This is Master Lu Yang's mark. So they all took pride in being able to wear Lu Yang's armor. The other women who were not chosen by Lu Yang had disappointed and lost expressions on their faces. Now that they saw those who were chosen wearing such handsome armor, they were even more envious. A beautiful young woman with a perfect figure said, "Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm just as good looking and have the same body as those women, but because I had a relationship in peacetime, I was tricked by a young man into a hotel room. Who would have thought that because of my lack of self-love, I would have lost the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of my life? Oh, I'm crying." Another beautiful woman also said, "Of course, who would have thought that this would happen today? I was also tricked by a little yellow-haired boy into going into the woods. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone with him. Oh, me too. When it was fun, who would have thought it would end up like this?" The girl's eyes were filled with regret. How many women in peacetime were like this? They never took virginity seriously, and in a small hotel room for 20 yuan, they had a great time with the yellow-haired guys. They thought it was cool to sit in the back seat of a hot rod and act like a fender. They never thought that one day they would be rejected because of their virginity and unable to enter the coveted safe zone. They were filled with regret, and their hearts were filled with regret. They looked at the young girls with envy, and then they followed Lu Yang into the air. Then they flew past the speed of sound and headed towards Lu Yang's safe zone. In a few seconds, they disappeared from their field of vision. I envy them so much for being able to fly away with Lu Yang. If I could fly with Lu Yang, I would give up 10 years of my life. If I had known that, I would have had my eyelids fixed. Ha, Lu Yang is the golden-eyed ninja. Do you think you can get away with just one patch? A few minutes later, Lu Yang had returned to his own safe zone with 25 beautiful girls, 2 zombies, 1 level 3, and 1 level 4. As soon as he landed, Chen Zi, Li Mengyao, Li Mingda, and others came out to greet him. Seeing that Lu Yang had brought back 25 more sisters, they all showed some surprised expressions. They were even more surprised when they saw the 2 zombies. Because when they looked at them up close, they could clearly see that the level 4 zombies were different from the level 3 zombies. Their skin was paler, without any blood, and even their lips were a bit pale. Their pupils were also white. Of course, apart from these small details, the other techniques are no different from humans. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to tell they're zombies. Li Mengyao asked Lu Yang directly, "Honey, why did you bring 2 zombies back? From their appearance, they must be zombies. Although they look very human, their temperament, skin and eyes are definitely those of a zombie." Li Menga also said, "Yes, you can tell they are zombies at a close distance. The key is that these 2 bosses are also men, not women." Lu Yang, what did you bring them back for? Do you still want to do it with a male zombie? Chen Ting and Chen Zi also had a wicked look on their faces, and they laughed. "Hee hee, it seems that my husband's tastes are getting more and more extreme, even zombies and men are not spared." Lu Yang's face also showed an embarrassed expression as he listened to the women. These women, as long as they bring them back, no matter what kind of creature they think they are used to spreading their branches? Lu Yang pointed to Chen Zi's smooth, white and beautiful forehead and said, "You guys, you only have this kind of dirty thoughts in your heads. How can you think of that kind of thing about every person I bring back? Don't you want to think of something serious? Am I the kind of person who only thinks about sex all day long? Yes. Absolutely. Completely." The women all said in unison. Lu Yang showed a speechless expression. It seems that my image is not very good in the hearts of these women. I'm a god of the apocalypse, and you treat me like a pig? Men cannot think with their lower bodies, and they cannot think only in that way. They must focus more on their careers. So these 2 zombies are not for Lu Yang to use to spread his seed, but to improve his own strength. In front of all the women, he ordered the 2 zombies, "From today on, you 2 zombies, the 4th level zombies must bring me 1,000 ordinary zombies every day, and the 3rd level zombies must bring me 500 every day. As long as you can complete the task, I will provide you with 10 caddies of meat every day. Let you fill your stomachs and upgrade faster." After listening to Liu Yang's words, the 2 zombies both showed an excited expression on their faces. They quickly and respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Liu Yang, we promise to complete the task. For these high-level zombies, as long as they give the order, the ordinary zombies will have to listen. It's easy to bring back 1,000 zombies every day. In exchange for 10 caddies of meat, they can completely fill their stomachs. There is no need to lead the zombies to attack the survivors' base. Attacking the survivors' base will encounter strong resistance from the survivors. There are even supernaturals in the base, which pose a threat to level 3 and even level 4 zombies. So attacking the base to eat people is a very dangerous thing. But it's different with Lord Liu Yang. As long as you bring back the zombies every day, you can exchange them for meat. You won't have to worry about food, and you'll level up faster." It was these 2 zombies that Liu Yang sent out of the school. The women finally realized that Liu Yang was using these 2 zombies to catch other zombies. Chapter 125. Gu Yunhan came to see me. Seeing that the 2 zombies were sent out of the campus, Li Mengyao and the other girls finally relaxed, thinking that Liu Yan was really going to attack the male zombie. It was really scary, I was so scared. Now that they see that Liu Yang is only using the zombies to gather other ordinary zombies, they are relieved. 1 zombie leads 1,000 zombies, isn't that equal to an army of 1,000 zombies? In that case, Liu Yang's strength will be even stronger, and he will be able to protect the safe zone even better in the future. As Liu Yang's women, they can also feel more at ease. Only at this moment did they understand Liu Yang's intentions. It is true that, as Liu Yang said, we have thought too evil of him. He was clearly thinking about the safety zone, but we were thinking that he was thinking with his lower body. I am guilty, I deserve to die. Tonight, I must kneel before Liu Yang's husband and serve him well to make up for the fact that I wronged him. At this time, Li Mengyao directly took the hands of the new sisters. She said enthusiastically to them, "Dear sisters, welcome to our big family. From now on, we must get along well with each other. You don't need to be nervous. We are all very easy to get along with. We are all Liu Yang's wife. From now on, we must help and take care of each other. Let's go. It's time for dinner. Let me show you our cooking skills." Chen Ting said, "That's right, from now on we're all family, so don't be polite with us. Let's go to dinner together." Mature and full-bosomed flight attendant Lin Yuyu said, "Yes, from now on, we are all family, so don't be polite with us. If you need any help, just let us know." The young girls who came from the base of reality could not imagine that their predecessors would be so enthusiastic, so easy to get along with, and so hospitable. They all had a look of confusion on their faces. Liu Yang said to them, "It's okay, just get used to it. We're all very easy to get along with." Hearing Liu Yang say this, the girls were even more at ease. They all nodded with a blush. They said, "Yes, Master Liu Yang. We understand." Then they went directly with Li Mengyao and the others into the teacher's dormitory. Looking at the backs of the girls as they entered, they were all graceful and charming. Their waists were thin and their hips were high. Liu Yang couldn't help but praise himself. In the end times, he was able to collect so many beautiful women. I'm afraid that there is only one person in the whole world who can do it. At the same time, Liu Yang also discovered a problem. Although the school is very large, there are many recreational facilities. But the only places suitable for living are the teachers' dormitories and the student dormitories. And the facilities in the dormitories are not complete. Although it is possible to live there, it is not possible to live well and improve the quality of life. Even the Qinglong base is just a villa area. Using a teacher's dormitory as a place to live for oneself and the women around oneself is a bit too reserved, isn't it? If you want to live, you have to live in the most luxurious villa with the most complete facilities. Liu Yang made up his mind and decided to find a new villa tomorrow, clear out the villa area, and use it as his own safe zone, so that his women could also live in a large villa. The best would be a villa with a golf course right outside the door, a living room that takes an hour to walk to the bedroom, and a toilet that you have to drive to. Then I can try out the sofa with the women, try out the windows, try out the kitchen, try out the swimming pool, try out the roof, try out the garage, and try out chatting on the road. After making a plan for tomorrow, Lu Yang also went into the teacher's dormitory. At this time, the women had already finished dinner and were waiting for Lu Yang to come in. The girls who had been brought back from the new base also ate steaming hot rice, and they were all moved to tears, unable to hold back their tears. When they were at the Qinglong base, they never had such hot meals. They were already very happy to have a noodle to fill their stomachs, let alone 8 dishes in a soup like this. It was like they had come to heaven. At the same time, they were very grateful that they had kept their virginity in the peaceful times before, and had not lost their virginity to those little yellow hairs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chosen by Lu Yang. They feel very lucky and are very grateful to their parents for their upbringing. Otherwise, in the end times, if you want to eat such hot meals, you're still dreaming. Seeing that they were all crying, Li Mengyao and the others quickly comforted them. Good sisters, what are you crying about? Is the food not good? The beautiful girls from the new base here quickly shook their heads. They said, no, it's not that it's not delicious, it's just that it's too delicious. Since the apocalypse, we haven't eaten such delicious food. For us, this is the most delicious thing we've ever eaten in our lives. We are so moved. Yes, it's been a long time since we had a decent meal. It's already good enough that we don't starve to death in the end times, and we can't even think about eating such good food, let alone dream of doing it. But now that it's really happening, we feel very dreamy and very touched. Thank you, sisters, for letting us experience the most delicious food in life and the happiest moment. Li Mengyao and the others said, this is not the happiest moment. Hey, wait until you get to Lu Yang's room, then you'll know what the happiest moment is. Li Meng also agreed, yes, yes, yes. You will know how lucky you are as a woman. Lu Yang's husband will let you experience the joy of being a woman, hee hee. Seeing that this person was so enthusiastic, the young girls, although they had not experienced the matter of men and women, could also hear the meaning behind their words. Their faces instantly turned red. Is Lu Yang really that amazing? Can he make women experience the happiest moment? Just thinking about it makes you feel excited, shy, and looking forward to it. They couldn't help but want to go into Lu Yang's room and experience it for themselves. After dinner, Lu Yang looked at these beauties and thought about whose turn it was to be picked today. In the end, Lu Yang fixed his gaze on Gu Yunhan. This S-class female superpower brought back from the end of the World Biological Management Bureau is very strong, very beautiful, and has a perfect body. It's time to have a good chat with her. Lu Yang stood up and said to Gu Yunhan, I'll go back to my room first. Wait until you take a shower and come to my room to find me. We'll have a good chat. Ah. Gu Yunhan opened his mouth, not expecting happiness to come so quickly. He immediately had a look of joy on his face. He immediately nodded and said, okay, honey, I'll be right there to find you. Chapter 126, that's great. At this time, Gu Yunhan's heart could be described as cheering and jumping. After arriving in this safe zone, he realized that there were countless women around Lu Yang, and the opportunity to enter Lu Yang's room was very rare. Some people had been waiting for a month without being able to get in. Now Lu Yang has even taken the initiative to ask him to come to him, which is simply his own great fortune. After dinner, Gu Yunhan hurried back to her room and took a shower. She used the fragrant shower gel that Lu Yang had given her, which she had collected from the supermarket. After taking a shower and blow-drying her hair, she deliberately sprayed herself with a little perfume that was especially made for men. She changed into a sexy silk nightgown. After doing all this, she carefully looked at her body in the mirror. After seeing the fragrant, beautiful, and sexy beauty in the mirror, she nodded with relief. Looking at her slender, white feet, you can't help but want to touch and pinch them. Which man can resist? Look at her proud, plump breasts, paired with a waist that's barely even worth holding on to. It's a real eye-catcher. Which man can resist not looking? Look again at these plump buttocks. In the words of the older generation, they can bear sons. Lu Yang always talks about having children, doesn't he? Can he resist? Oomph, I'll show him tonight. Gu Yunhan went out directly and confidently. Unexpectedly, the hallway was already packed with people. As soon as he walked out, he was faced with the envious stares of the women. Gu Yunhan felt even more superior when they looked at him like that. Hey, I didn't climb into Lu Yang's husband's bed on my own. It was Lu Yang's husband who picked me. Do you understand the value of being picked by your husband? Unlike some people, they can't even get into Lu Yang's husband's room. So in the face of their envious eyes, Gu Yunhan straightened his lips. It became the shape of a Nike. The sisters of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau all sent their sincere blessings to Gu Yunhan. Yunhan, you have to work hard. If you can serve Lu Yang's husband well today, then maybe he'll order from us again next time. The happiness of our sisters depends on you. Bai Qingqing said, Sister Qing, Sister Mo, and Yunhan, you have all received your husband's favor, but I and you as Whelan are the only ones left. We too have to hurry up too. Yuezalin nodded and said, yes, I can't wait to have a deep chat with my husband. And the new 25 girls were surprised to see that Gu Yunhan was able to enter Lu Yang's room and chat with him, and they received so much envy from their predecessors. Although they looked puzzled, they also showed an expression of envy. It seems that Lu Yang's room is not so easy to get into. Otherwise, why would the seniors pay so much attention to it? It seems that we should also listen carefully to the scene of their conversation tonight. We should be prepared for the future. Strive to be able to enter Lu Yang's room as soon as possible, get along well with Lu Yang, and serve Lu Yang well. Gu Yunhan heard the words and blessings of her sisters. She said with a smile, Don't worry, sisters. Today I will definitely let Lord Lu Yang see the beauty of the women in our end of the World Biological Management Bureau. Let him love it, let him have endless aftertastes, and let him linger. By then, every time we order, it will be someone from our Biological Management Bureau. Good. With Yunhan as our sister, we can rest assured. Go for it. You must make Lu Yang's husband linger. Go ahead, today it's all about your performance. So, in the eyes of everyone's anticipation, Gu Yunhan knocked on Lu Yang's door. Knock. The door was knocked on. At this time, Lu Yang was thinking about which villa area he should go to tomorrow, so he opened his phone and looked at the map of the nearby area. He found that there was indeed a very luxurious villa area 15 kilometers away. The villa area is beautiful, with mountains and rivers, and a river runs directly through the villa area. When you have time, you can even go fishing by the river. The villa area is also well equipped. In peacetime, villas there cost 100,000 yuan per square meter, and a single villa can cost tens of millions of yuan. At that time, Lu Yang could not even dream of it. He was just an ordinary student of physical education. His initial plan was to become a physical education teacher after graduation, earn a salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan per month, buy a BMW as a means of transportation, buy a 200 square meter house, and then find a wife who was also a teacher but as beautiful as Louis Fei. After that, he would live an ordinary life. Who could have imagined that the end of the world would come and that he would be able to live in a luxurious villa? Okay, this is it. Lu Yang made up his mind in his heart. I'll go to this villa area tomorrow, empty it of the zombies and take it over. Then I'll turn it into the safest base. After hearing the knock on the door, Lu Yang put this thought in his mind. Now is not the time to discuss tomorrow's plan, but to prepare for tonight's battle plan. Gu Yunhan is a girl in the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau and an S-class superpower. She is very strong. She also has great stamina. I'll have to chat with her for a good few hours tonight. He said to the door, Come in. Soon the door was pushed open and a beautiful figure with a fragrant breeze walked straight in. Seeing that the other person was wearing a silk nightgown that fit snugly, it outlined the lines of her body and was very seductive. Lu Yang couldn't help but take a few more looks. She was really beautiful. With the white silk pajamas, she looked like a fairy from heaven. Lu Yang couldn't help but scan the other person with the system. Name, Gu Yunhan. Age, 18. Height, 1.67 meters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Body score, 95 points. Appearance score, 96 points. She is the goddess of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, and her figure and appearance scores are both over 95. This face, these breasts, this waist, these legs, and this butt are all perfect. The proportions are perfect too. This appearance is definitely better than any first-tier female star in peacetime. Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. In the past, girls like this would probably have been scolded by the other person for looking at them too much. But now she's completely on the offensive, pushing open her own door. She wanted to climb into his bed. This feeling is really fantastic and very fulfilling. Chapter 127, Chatting. Lu Yang was beginning to feel impatient. He said to Gu Yunhan, "Come sit next to me. Let's have a good chat." Gu Yunhan nodded shyly after hearing Lu Yang's words. Although she had already expected the consequences of entering Lu Yang's room, she still couldn't help but feel a little shy. Who told her that she had never had a boyfriend before? She had never been so close to a man, nor had she ever chatted with a man at such close range. She didn't know what it was like to be intimate with a man. She sat next to Lu Yang with a nervous feeling, and her whole body began to tremble slightly. Feeling the strong masculine scent of Lu Yang, Gu Yunhan felt her heart start to beat faster. Lu Yang's warm hand rested on the other person's white and delicate shoulder. He also wore a relaxed smile on his face and comforted the other person. "Don't be nervous, I'm just having a nice chat with you, I promise I won't do anything. You have to trust me. I understand. It's just that this is the first time I've been in close contact with Lu Yang's husband, and I find that he is even more handsome, stronger, and full of masculine charm than I imagined. It's inevitable that people will be nervous." Gu Yunhan, blushing, whispered. Lu Yang's face lit up with a smile as she listened to her words. Okay. You are indeed a girl from the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. You are really good at chatting and you love telling the truth. I like women who are beautiful and tell the truth." So the two of them chatted in the room. Outside the door, the hallway of the teacher's dormitory was packed with people. After they saw Gu Yunhan enter Lu Yang's room, they all leaned against the door and began to listen to the sounds inside. Now they heard the two of them chatting inside. Each of them had an evil expression on their faces. They looked at each other and smiled darkly. Li Mengyao said, "It's no wonder that the S-class superpower in the Doomsday Biological Administration is so awesome. She's so good at chatting that she's praising Lu Yang's husband to no end. Haven't you ever seen such a handsome and powerful man? Ouch, she's so shameless to say that, I'm embarrassed to even listen to it." Li Mange said, "Of course. These goddesses of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau are indeed all cold and aloof, but as soon as they enter Lu Yang's room, they transform into little fans and little licking dogs, and they can say anything, even kneeling and licking." Chen Ting said, "Listen. This cold goddess has completely turned into a fangirl and a dog licker for Lu Yang's husband." Chen Zi said, "Wow. This is really exciting." Chen Lixia said, "This cold goddess is too contrasting, isn't she? Is this the S-class superpower? Lu Yang's husband is embarrassed to be praised like this. Our male protagonist didn't dare to praise him so directly." Yes. The women were all impressed by Gu Yunhan's eloquence and her shameless personality. She praised Lu Yang to the skies in front of him. No wonder Lu Yang was so happy to chat with her. The next day, Lu Yang got up feeling refreshed. After breakfast, he was going to follow his plan from the previous day and take a good look at the villa area 15 kilometers away. By then, the villa area will be empty, and he can move in with the women. After Lu Yang finished washing up, he went out directly to prepare to go next door to Li Mingyao's place for breakfast. But when he opened the door, he saw that the women in the hallway were already waiting. Seeing them all in the hallway, Lu Yang was a little surprised and asked, "What's going on? You haven't been waiting here all night, have you?" Li Mengyao said, "No, we just waited here this morning to see what time you got up. By the way, we bet on whether Gu Yunhan would get up for breakfast. Sure enough, he didn't get up. Looks like I won." "What do you mean you won? Everyone won, right? No one thought she would get up. Haha, it seems that Lu Yang is still playing steadily every day. Let's go to breakfast. Lu Yang's hot breakfast is ready." They took Lu Yang directly to the next room. Facing the enthusiasm of the women, Lu Yang was also in a good mood. Seeing the fresh breakfast, he also ate a lot. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, it was time to go to the villa area and take a look. So Lu Yang was ready to go out directly. The women who saw Lu Yang getting ready to leave all gave him a concerned look. Chen Ting directly said to Lu Yang, "Honey, where are you going to take risks today? Don't you think we have enough food? You don't have to go out and take risks every day." Why don't you take a break for 2 days and play with us in the safe zone? You see how boring it is for us sisters to stay here every day. Chen Zi also agreed, yes, yes. Don't we have enough resources? You can always pull out a bunch of supplies from your body, and I don't know where you hide them, but I think you can definitely eat for a year. Why don't we take a break and chat about life and ideals in the safe zone? So many of our sisters haven't had a chance to chat with you yet. You can take a day or two to chat with all the sisters about the past. Yes, yes, we think that's a great idea. Lu Yang, don't go out today. Just stay in this safe zone, and we can also make you feel challenged. That's right, all of us are challenging you. The other girls also suggested that Lu Yang not leave. However, in the face of the girls' proposal, Lu Yang shook his head and said, as a man, of course, I must put my career first. How could I be content with enjoying myself? Do I look like that kind of person? I tell you, today I'm not going to collect resources, but to establish a new safe zone, to provide better living conditions for everyone and improve the quality of life. Okay, you don't have to stop me, just wait for my good news. After saying that, Lu Yang went straight out the door. He looked like a domineering CEO. The women were stunned. They couldn't help but exclaim, handsome. He's so handsome. He's our husband. Isn't that right? He's so manly. Improve our quality of life? Open up new safe zones? I never thought that my husband would think of us at any time, it's so touching. At this time, Xia Baiwa also followed Lu Yang's buttocks. But Lu Yang said to the little white tiger, you stay here. I won't let you go today. You wait here for my good news too. Oh, the little white tiger showed a look of being a bit aggrieved, but still stopped. Lu Yang, however, flew straight up and left the safety zone. Chapter 128 Exploring the Villa Area. As for the villa area that was checked on the phone yesterday, is only a dozen kilometers away from Lu Yang. With his current speed, it will take him less than half a minute to get there. After Lu Yang landed in this villa area, the huge commotion instantly attracted a lot of zombies to gather around. The villa area is sparsely populated, and the number of zombies is not that high. Lu Yang flew out a steel needle, which killed more than a dozen zombies. He then began searching the entire villa area. He was going to find and kill all the zombies. Lu Yang had already checked online that this villa area was very luxurious, and now that he had come to see it, it was even more out of his imagination. Even Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. Damn! In the old days of peace, did those rich people know how to enjoy themselves? Each villa covers thousands of square meters. There is a large courtyard with an open-air swimming pool, and Lu Yang even saw 3 Ferrari sports cars parked in the garage of one villa. Each of these cars cost more than 5 million. In peacetime, it is estimated that ordinary people will struggle for a lifetime and still be unable to reach this level. It is often said that people like this, who were born without luxury cars, probably will never own one in their lifetime. But now, they are parked in the garages of the villas, covered in dust and grime. This sight makes people sigh. A middle-aged zombie with a pot belly in that villa found Lu Yang and rushed towards him, shouting directly. It is estimated that the owner of this villa has turned into a zombie. Lu Yang finished him off with a dry needle to the head, ending his miserable life. That person was probably a rich man. If the apocalypse had not occurred, he would probably have continued to enjoy his life. Unfortunately, everyone is equal in the face of the virus. Even if you are rich, you have a very high probability of becoming a zombie. It is estimated that he still has tens of millions in his bank card that he has not used yet. Who knows that he will never be able to use it again? The end of the world is the time to reshuffle the cards. Lu Yang walked into the villa and found 2 female zombies inside. They were probably the daughter and wife of the rich man. Lu Yang didn't waste any time and shot them in the head. In this way, the villa was completely cleaned up. Lu Yang continued to walk. He discovered that in the middle of the villa area is a huge golf course for the rich to play golf on. Lu Yang couldn't help but complain. Damn, a golf course, almost as big as our school. These rich people, they really deserve to die. But fortunately, all of this will be mine in the future. Continue walking. Lu Yang found a supermarket in the middle of the villa area. The supermarket is not too big or too small, it is a medium-sized supermarket. But after the outbreak of the apocalypse, there are probably a lot of supplies. So Lu Yang decided to go inside and take a good look. It's better to take a little bit than nothing. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. And the goods in the supermarket in the luxury villa area should also be high-end goods, right? So Lu Yang walked up to the supermarket entrance and pushed open the glass door to go inside. After entering, he discovered that there were 2 zombie corpses inside the supermarket, which had already decayed and emitted a strong stench. At the same time, there were white maggots like rice grains, wriggling non-stop. Lu Yang felt a little nauseous. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the top of the corpse had been broken open by a large hole, apparently made by an axe. Lu Yang reacted. He thought to himself, it seems that there are survivors in this villa area. Maybe they have already entered the supermarket to look for supplies and killed the 2 zombies in the supermarket. It is even possible that these survivors are still alive. At this thought, Lu Yang's face revealed a hint of vigilance. There are still survivors in this villa area. His plan to clear out the villa area would probably be thwarted, because it was already a refuge for others. However, whoever dares to obstruct will be killed. If there are any women, it's fine, I can take them. If a man dares to obstruct me, I'll blow his head off with a steel needle. Of course. If the opponent is a superhuman, although he is very strong, there is still a slight risk of making a mistake. After all, superhumans have all kinds of superpowers. Lu Yang thought he was invincible in a head-on battle, but he couldn't resist someone sneaking up behind him. He didn't want to be ambushed and then fall into the gutter. So Lu Yang's mind moved slightly, and a thin layer of metal armor appeared on his body. Even his head was covered. He looked like a silver Iron Man. Lu Yang was very confident in the hardness of his metal armor. Now, even if he were hit by a missile, he would be completely unharmed. After wrapping himself up like Iron Man, Lu Yang began to check out the supplies in the supermarket. He found that there was still a lot of supplies in the supermarket. It was clear that although those people had come to collect supplies, they did not dare to take them all away, because they would encounter other zombies along the way. If you carry too much stuff, you won't be able to run fast, and you might even be chased down and killed by other zombies. So Lu Yang didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and put all the supplies into his storage space. Then he walked out of the supermarket and continued to leisurely clean up the zombies in the supermarket villa area. Along the way, as long as the zombies appeared in his field of vision, they would be shot in the head the next second. At the same time, every time he passed by a villa, he would go in and take a look to see if there are any zombies or survivors inside. If there are any zombies, Lu Yang will kill them. If there are survivors, the pretty girls will be left behind, and the men will be killed outright. Lu Yang will not allow anything that threatens himself or those around him to exist in this villa area. But so far, he hasn't found any living people. He's only found zombies in the villas. Lu Yang continued to move forward in the villa area. Finally, he found a problem in one of the villas. The gate outside this villa was tightly shut. And inside the courtyard of the gate, there were some voices. Although the voice was not loud, Lu Yang's keen hearing still heard it. He suddenly looked serious. It seems that there are living people in this villa. I don't know if it's a powerful psychic or a normal survivor who was barely hanging on. Lu Yang came to the front door of the villa. He waved his hand. The luxurious iron gate made of steel and iron opened naturally. The 3 burly men inside were startled when they saw Lu Yang enter. The villa door was clearly locked, so why could he open it? Who is this guy? Chapter 129, Who are you? The 3 burly men were shocked when they saw Lu Yang. Pointing at Lu Yang, they shouted. Who are you? What do you want? How did you open the door? At this time, Lu Yang was dressed like Iron Man, which would make anyone who saw him freeze in shock. He was completely covered in iron armor, and even his face was hidden, so no one knew what he looked like. Who wouldn't panic? Lu Yang, seeing the axe in the other person's hand, covered in black blood, was sure that these guys had killed a lot of zombies in this villa area, and probably collected the supplies in the supermarket. And judging from their appearance, they were all tall and well-built, and they had a good image. It was very likely that they were the security guards in this villa area. After all, the security guards in high-end villas have requirements. They must be at least 1.8 meters tall, have a well-proportioned body, and be good-looking. They are usually responsible for guarding the image. They even require that the soldiers be retired and have a certain level of combat effectiveness. So if these three people are the security guards in the villa area, it's not difficult to survive with weapons like an axe. After all, there are not many people in the villa area, and there won't be too many zombies. But seeing the panic on their faces, Liu Yang was sure that none of the three were supernaturals. Just as Liu Yang was thinking, the leader of the three men, a burly man, pointed his axe at Liu Yang and said impatiently, "Who the hell are you? Are you a human or a machine?" After calming down, the three burly men showed a fierce expression on their faces. This guy is clearly not a friend, fully armed and wearing armor. They are not prepared to sit back and wait to die. If he really wants to be an enemy, there are many of us, 3 against 1, the advantage is on my side. And he had an axe in his hand. In the ancient era of cold weapons, axes were used to break armor. Can this thin armor withstand my fire axe? Even if I can't break through your armor, the shock will turn your brain into mush. At this time, Liu Yang also saw clearly what they were doing. It was obvious that these people were not from the villa. They had climbed over the wall, which was why the door was shut so tightly. And after they came in, they started attacking the villa's front door like crazy. Fortunately, the gates of this high-end villa area are strong enough, and they are covered with axe marks, but they have not been cut open. These people actually forced their way in. They even had to break down the door. What was so important in this villa that they would do this? Even Liu Yang began to wonder. So he asked the 3 strong men, "What are you doing here? Is there something in this villa that is worth doing this?" The leader of the 3 strong men said, "Cut the crap, you haven't answered our question, and you're asking us? Who the hell are you? Are you a human or a robot?" Another strong man also looked at Liu Yang with an axe in his hands and said angrily, "No matter who you are, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The third strong man also said, "We are not to be trifled with. I have been trained. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to leave." These 3 men were clearly panicking, but the words they spoke were fierce. It was as if they were trying to bolster their own courage. Liu Yang was laughing. He thought to himself, the metal armor on his face disappeared, revealing his handsome and determined face. After seeing Liu Yang's appearance, the 3 burly men instantly changed their faces. It turns out that he is not a robot, but just a young kid who looks no older than 20? Then why are we afraid? Their originally nervous faces suddenly turned arrogant. They pointed their axes at Liu Yang and said, "You little brat. We thought you were some kind of holy man, but you're just a little brat. How dare you act so cocky in front of us? You don't know where you got that metal armor, but you think you're invincible, don't you? This metal armor can indeed prevent zombies from biting, and it can move freely among the zombies, but it is completely vulnerable in front of our axes. Kneel down and beg your grandfather to spare your life. Maybe your grandfather can take you as a younger brother." Another man said, "That's right. He thought he was a big shot with his shiny silver armor, but he's just a little kid. He probably hasn't even grown his hair yet. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, has he? How dare you confront us like this? You're asking for it. Kneel down and beg for mercy. We'll spare your life, and you'll be our little brother, running errands for us. And take off that armor. You little brat don't deserve to wear that armor. Take it off and give it to our boss." Seeing the 3 men's fierce expressions, Liu Yang's face revealed a sneer, and then he waved his hand. Bang bang bang. 3 light sounds came. The knees of the 3 men instantly exploded into a bloody mist. They bent their knees. They fell to the ground. At the same time, blood began to gush out of their knees. Aha! The 3 burly men let out a deafening scream. They never imagined that this guy could just wave his hand and break their legs. How on earth did he do that? Their faces began to show fear and shock. And they were even more frightened and shocked than when they first saw Liu Yang. Now Liu Yang looked like a god of death in their eyes. Then they saw Liu Yang wave his hand. The 3 axes in their hands were like being pulled away by a strange force. They flew out of their hands in an instant. Then, in midair, the blade hovered directly above their heads, slashing down at them. Aha! The 3 of them let out a scream again, closing their eyes in fear and not daring to look. Finally, the distance was corrected, and they stopped at the last millimeter of their scalp. They opened their eyes. They looked at the sharp blade of the axe. The three strong men felt a warm current pass under their crotch, and they were scared to death. Big brother. We were just a little loud, so please don't blame us. As long as you let us live, we'll do whatever you want. That's right, we'll be your little brothers from now on. You tell us to go east, we'll go east, and if you tell us to go west, we'll go west. Big brother, please forgive us this time. We didn't know you were so awesome. From now on, you're our boss. Liu Yang said coldly. Didn't you guys seem pretty tough just now? Why are you all wilting now? I'll ask you again. Why are you attacking the door of this villa? What good things are inside? Chapter 130, Let Me In. Faced with Liu Yang's questioning, the three men were instantly dumbfounded. Although this young man didn't look very old, he had a look that made their knees explode. Now they could only kneel on the ground and couldn't move. This kind of fear made people think that he was a god who could do anything. Even if Liu Yang were to shoot their knees off with a gun, it would not be able to make them so scared. After all, guns are visible weapons, but Liu Yang's eyes can do it. This kind of unknown is the most frightening. So the three men scrambled to say to Liu Yang, Sir, you are such a great man. We were originally security guards in a villa area. After the end of the world, the three of us happened to be in the security room. We didn't turn into zombies. So we have been living in this villa area for a month. During this period, we kept collecting supplies and survivors. We found a lot of women. Those female owners used to give us orders in peacetime, but now that the end of the world has broken out, we have found them and naturally want to ravage them. I have to say that the women living in this villa area are really very good. Some are the mistresses of big bosses, some are beautiful anchors, and some are 18-line starlets. They are all very beautiful. They have great figures, and as long as they are men, they will be drained of their energy. During this period, my brothers and I also played with many beautiful women. In the end, we set our sights on this villa. Villa number 52. In peacetime, this villa belongs to a female CEO, who is only in her 30s and is already the CEO of a publicly traded company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And she is very beautiful and has a good figure. Usually she always looks arrogant and seems to be asexual, so we thought about getting her to serve us well and see how much contrast there is between this $100 billion female CEO. Who knew that after arriving here, we discovered that the villa of this female CEO had a specially enhanced security system. Not only had many surveillance systems been added, but the doors of this villa were also specially customized to be extremely sturdy. We tried for a few days, but we couldn't get in. Today is only the third day, and you're here. After hearing these people's words, Liu Yang frowned. These three old sixes are the security guards of this villa area. No wonder they all look tall. Looking at the villa area, this high-end place has high security requirements. Liu Yang continued to ask, during this period, did you not find any men? The three security guards hurriedly said, of course we have found them. But the three of us have all trained before. This villa area has high security requirements, and there are physical fitness tests every month, so our strength is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary people. When we encounter male owners, we usually just kill them. The female owners naturally have to stay and have fun, and work as our maids. If they serve us well, they will get food. If they don't serve us well, they will be hungry for 3 or 4 days. They will naturally be obedient like dogs. Those little anchors used to lick dogs a lot. They also played boxing online every day. At first, we were found by my brothers and they called us smelly security guards, and toadstools wanting to eat swan meat. Who knows that after we starved them for a few days, they couldn't wait to climb into my bed every day. Liu Yang continued to ask, so basically all the women in this villa complex have been ravaged by you, and the only one left is the CEO of a billion-dollar company whose door can't be opened, right? The three security guards said, not yet. There are still some places we haven't explored. There are a total of 108 villas in this villa area. We've only explored a little over half of them. After all, there are usually zombies in the villas, and there is not much food. The chances of finding survivors are not great. The brothers don't want to take any risks. Liu Yang nodded and said coldly, okay, since I already know everything I want to know, you can go on your way. As soon as they heard this, the three security guards immediately showed a look of fear. They kept bowing to Liu Yang and begging for mercy. Please spare us, Your Honor. We have told you everything you asked. Please spare our lives and let us go. If you spare our lives, we will be your little brothers and we can be your security guards. Liu Yang said with a sneer. Ha, you killed the male owner and played with the female owner. Do you want to kill me and play with my woman one day? It's the end of the world, so don't think about it. No one is a fool. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. After saying this, Liu Yang waved his hand and fired a steel needle, which instantly flew towards the three men. Bang bang bang. 3 crisp sounds came, and the heads of the 3 security guards were instantly skewered by Liu Yang. The 3 bodies then fell heavily to the ground. A graceful figure in the basement of the villa saw everything that happened on Liu Yang's side through the surveillance screen, and a look of horror instantly appeared on her beautiful face. The sexy body could not help but tremble. That man is so strong. The 3 vicious security guards were instantly decapitated by the captain, and they didn't even kneel down and beg for mercy. If I fell into the hands of this guy, I'm afraid it would be even more terrifying than falling into the hands of those 3 guards. This sexy woman took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Then she picked up the microphone at hand and said in a calm voice, "Please leave my villa immediately. My villa is equipped with the most advanced security system in the world. No one can open this door. And even if you are lucky enough to open the door, once you enter the villa, the defense machine gun I installed will shoot you to pieces." After hearing this, Liu Yang showed a somewhat surprised expression, then looked up at the camera. She immediately realized that it was the hostess of the villa who was shouting at her through the camera. But did this 30-year-old female CEO think she was a fool? The automatic defense machine gun will blow me to pieces? How could there be automatic defense cannons in the Dragon Kingdom? Do you think you are in the White Eagle country where there is a gunfight every day? Liu Yang's face revealed a sneer, and then she looked up at the camera and said, "Open the door and let me in. I'll be gentle, otherwise, when I use force myself, no one will pay attention to you even if you scream your lungs out when you get in." Hearing this voice, the female CEO behind the camera shuddered and was instantly scared by Liu Yang. Chapter 131, Entering the Villa. This guy's voice is so scary, looking at the other person's evil expression. The female CEO even imagined the scene of herself being mercilessly ravaged by Liu Yang. Although this guy is only one person, he was able to take out 3 security guards, which shows that he is very strong. And judging from his age, he is even younger than the 3 security guards. I am most afraid of young men in their teens and 20s. It can be said that they are at the most fierce age for men. At this age, a man can be so fierce that he can keep you up all night. The female CEO instantly entered a pretend death mode and dared not shout through the camera again. She really didn't have a defense machine gun, and she was just bluffing because she thought the other person was young. However, she was very confident in the strength of the villa's gate. Even if it is peaceful, it is not easy to break in. Not to mention the lack of tools in the end times. The door, made of solid steel, was designed by Doug, a famous security design expert from the Kingdom of White Eagle. It is made of the hardest steel available. It is the same material as the vault doors of Swiss banks. Even a cutting machine cannot cut it. Not to mention that in the end times, there are no cutting machines for you to use. At this thought, the female CEO by Yuding's face revealed a somewhat relaxed expression. She took a sip of milk tea. The corners of her mouth curved into a pleasant arc. She glanced at the refrigerator, which was full of supplies, and the warehouse, which was full of canned food. Bye. Yuding was even more relieved. Fortunately, before the end of the world, she liked to read forums like Survival Man, always on the lookout for the end of the world, trapped in this basement. Therefore, he not only further strengthened and modified the security system of his villa, but also stocked up a lot of food in his basement. There are dozens of bags of rice alone. In addition, there are canned meats, freeze-dried fruits, dehydrated vegetables, various daily emergency medicines, and various vitamins. She even prepared the ingredients for making milk tea. Even if the end of the world comes, she can still drink her favorite milk tea. She took another sip of milk tea and chewed on the chewy tapioca pearls. Bai Yuding felt that this kind of life was no different from that in peacetime. If it weren't for the 3 security guards who had been bothering her for the past 2 days, breaking the peace of her life, Bai Yuding even felt that after the apocalypse, she was more superior than before the apocalypse. After all, before the apocalypse, although she was the president of a company that was easily listed, she felt that her life had reached its peak and there were no challenges. Compared to ordinary people, her sense of superiority had also become more and more bland. After the apocalypse, she felt an unknown excitement. She was originally a survivalist and a strong woman. She had hoarded so many supplies, and often imagined the moment when the end of the world would come. Now that it has really come, it naturally makes her feel a little excited. Especially when she looked out through the camera. She saw many people being chased and bitten by zombies. She saw many people being attacked by zombies while they were looking for food. She was hiding in this safe basement shelter. She really felt superior. Even when 3 security guards came looking for trouble, she felt very satisfied when they couldn't do anything about her door and just yelled at her. The security door, which cost tens of millions to install, really came in handy. Bai Yuding didn't know how to describe this feeling. It's like the recent craze on the internet. When the rain suddenly comes down, the owners of those cars that have bought the U8 can finally show off. After the car of others stalled in the flood, the car of Yu Wang could still glide through the water like a boat. At that time, the driver's mentality was probably similar to Bai Yuding's. But Bai Yuding was not able to enjoy her moment of triumph for long, as the voice of Lu Yan could be heard at the door again. "Woman! It's been 30 whole seconds, and you still haven't answered me. It seems you're not going to take the compliment, so don't blame me for being rude." According to the 3 security guards, the beautiful female CEO who lives there is 30 years old. I'm 18 years old. The other party is just 12 years older than me, so she could be my aunt. Lu Yan thought to herself, in the past, I had no choice, so I only saved 18-year-old girls. But now, I want to try saving a 30-year-old aunt. It is said that when a woman reaches the age of 30, she is just like a tiger. And a man's 18 years old is also the most fierce age. Isn't this the most powerful you I've met at the most powerful age? Tonight, let me see if this 30-year-old Anne is better or if my 18-year-old black-skinned 8-pack abs athlete is better. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Bai Yuding took a sip of milk tea, but a smile appeared on her face. She then said into the microphone, "Good brother, don't bluff. If you really can get this door, do you still need to say anything? This door cost tens of millions of dollars and was designed by top experts. There is no key, and even a missile can't blow it open. Just, ah-ha." Before Bai Yuding could finish her sentence, she suddenly let out an unbelieving scream. Because she saw through the surveillance camera that Lu Yang had placed his hand on the iron door that he had spent a lot of money on, and then gently pushed it, and the iron door was actually pushed open. This is simply impossible. It's like someone opening the vault door of a Swiss bank in front of you. After Lu Yang pushed open the door, she smiled at the camera and said, "Auntie, I'm coming in." Ah! Bai Yuding was shocked. Through the surveillance cameras in the entire villa, she saw Lu Yang's burly figure. He had already stepped into her villa. He was walking in step by step. Every step made Bai Yuding feel a chill in her heart. Lu Yang, who had just entered the villa, could not help but sigh at the villa's luxury. He had already explored several villas before entering this one, but none of them were as luxurious as this one. It is no wonder that she is the CEO of a company with a market capitalization of 100 billion. Every piece of furniture and every light fixture in the villa exudes a unique sense of luxury, and it can be seen that the female CEO's aesthetic sense is also very online. The entire villa gives off a warm and elegant atmosphere. I really want to try it with this female CEO. The feeling of chatting in the lobby, windowsill, sofa, kitchen, bathroom, and pool of this villa. Lu Yan then searched for the female CEO Bai Yuding in the villa. He searched all the rooms, but didn't see her. In the end, Lu Yang set his sights on the basement. I think the female CEO should be hiding in the basement. After all, the basement is the easiest place to convert into a shelter. Chapter 132, He's Shameless. Soon Lu Yang arrived at the basement entrance of this villa. Through the surveillance camera, she saw that Lu Yang was already standing outside her door. Bai Yuding suddenly panicked again. But then she thought about it, and realized that the door to her basement refuge was also a very secure, specially made anti-theft door. Even if the door to her villa is inoperable, the door to this safe haven will not be inoperable. Because the door to this shelter is even thicker and can withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. She had spent a lot of money to have this basement shelter built to nuclear disaster standards. Even if a nuclear bomb exploded above the villa and reduced it to rubble, the shelter would still be standing strong underground. So she didn't think Lu Yan could open the door. At this time, Lu Yang also looked up and saw the surveillance camera above his head. He knew that the other party was checking the situation on his side through the surveillance camera, so he smiled and said to the camera, "I'm giving you one last chance to open the door, otherwise I'll break in and I won't be gentle." Hearing this, Bai Yuting's heart trembled. Just now at the entrance to the villa area, this young man also said the same thing, and after he said it, he broke the gate to his villa area. Now he is at the entrance to this safe haven, and he is saying the same thing. Does he think he can break the door to my safe haven after he finishes talking? She had to admit that Bai Yuting was really a little panicked at this moment, because she didn't know how powerful Lu Yang's ability to break down doors was. He also didn't know whether the door to his villa was broken because of a malfunction or because this guy really had the strength to force open a 1-meter thick iron door. At this moment, Bai Yuting was very scared and suddenly dared not speak. Lu Yang waited for a few seconds, and when he found that the camera was not sending any sound, he said with a light laugh, "Fine, if you don't drink the toast, you won't cry until you see the coffin." After that, he placed his hand on the other side of the huge iron door, which was more than a meter thick. This huge security door was made with a lot of money. It is waterproof and fireproof, and can even withstand nuclear radiation. Unfortunately, the moment Lu Yang's hand touched the door, kaka kaka kaka, the inside of the door made a clattering sound, and then the door was slowly opened by Lu Yang. Seeing this, Bai Yuting was really dumbfounded. Lu Yang walked into the shelter and finally saw the people inside. When she saw Bai Yuting's appearance, Lu Yang was shocked. Is this the legendary 30-year-old cold female CEO? She looked to be in her early 20s, with skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate, as bouncy as a baby's. She looked perfect. There was indeed a hint of coldness in her delicate facial features. She is definitely a mature and sexy beauty. And in her beautiful eyes, in addition to panic, there is also a little aura of keep away from strangers. She looked a little cold and aloof. I wonder if the contrast will be big when this cold-hearted president is conquered by me later. And this refuge is also fully equipped. It is no wonder that the president spent a lot of money to build this safe house. In addition to the kitchen, bathroom, refrigerator, washing machine and other facilities, there is even a water purification system, a toxic gas filtration ventilation system, and a plant cultivation system. I have to say, her safe house is really safe. If I hadn't discovered it, I'm afraid she could have lived here for years without a problem. Seeing Lu Yang walk in, Bai Yuting asked Lu Yang in a panic, "Who are you? How did you open my 2 doors? My 2 doors cost more than 100 million in total. Even a nuclear bomb couldn't open them. How did you get in?" Bai Yuting really couldn't figure it out. He originally thought that with these 2 doors, he could rest assured in the end times. But he never imagined that the moment this young man arrived, all of his defenses were breached. It was like being an Iron Maiden for 8 lifetimes, and on the first day she met a man, she was tricked into losing her virginity. The sense of disparity was really too great. And when Lu Yang really came in front of her, she felt the powerful sense of oppression from Lu Yang. Although he looked like a young man, his aura was even higher than that of a 30-year-old female CEO. It gives one the feeling of not daring to look directly at her, but only daring to look up at her. After listening to the other person's question, Lu Yang smiled with a hint of smugness on her face and replied, "I have 2 characteristics. The first is that I am good at understanding people, and the second is that I am good at opening doors. If you don't open the door when I tell you to, then I'll just have to force my way in, and there's nothing you can do about it." After saying this, Lu Yang walked towards the other party with a wicked smile on his face. Bai Yuting looked at Lu Yang and thought to herself, "This is not good." She began to panic and kept backing away. However, her refuge was not very large, only about 20 to 30 square meters, and there were so many supplies inside. In the end, her back of the head hit the wall. There was no way to retreat. She said to Lu Yang in a panic, What do you want? Don't come any closer. I'll give you whatever you want. Do you want money? I have lots of money. Oh, right. It's the end of the world, money is useless. But I have supplies. Supplies are the most important thing right now. As long as you don't hurt me, you can take anything in this villa. I'll also give you all the supplies in my basement shelter. I can share these things with you. As long as you don't hurt me. Lu Yang laughed. You have a lot of nerve, woman, to share my things with me. Don't you know that the moment I came in, everything in this shelter already belonged to me? Not only are all the supplies here mine, but even you, a 30-year-old mature woman, are mine. Ah! You are really unreasonable. This safe zone was originally mine, and you barged in. I was willing to accept you and share these supplies with you, but I didn't expect you to want to eat both the people and the supplies. Lu Yang's most shameless words. Bai Yuting suddenly felt angry and wanted to cry. Shameless. Shameless. Are all men so greedy? Chapter 133, You'll be happy later. Bai Yuting reference figure. Watching Lu Yang step by step towards herself. Looking at the evil smile on the other person's face, Bai Yuting was really scared at this moment. If this falls into the hands of this young man, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of it. After all, 18-year-olds are the age when even so shake their heads. When Lu Yang saw that Bai Yuting finally showed a frightened expression on her face, the arrogant color on her face had also disappeared without a trace, and there was no longer a trace of the cold and aloof female CEO. He nodded in satisfaction. It's already like this now. If she sees his own big wind, won't she be scared silly? So Lu Yang continued to smile, approaching the other person step by step. At this moment, Bai Yuting suddenly took something out of her pocket and held it in her hand. Then she said to Lu Yang, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll detonate the bomb in this shelter. At that time, everything in here will be reduced to ashes, and you won't get anything. Even you will be killed. You don't want to die here for a little bit of resources and a woman, do you? So I suggest you accept my offer. You can take half of the supplies in this shelter. If you don't want to leave, we can live in peace, but if you do anything to me, I'll blow up the bomb." Lu Yang was stunned by what she had heard. She had not only stocked the shelter with so many supplies, but also installed various survival systems and even a bomb. Did she think that when she created this shelter, she would one day be discovered and encounter an intruder? It seems that the female CEO is really capable. This foresight is unimaginable to many people. For example, Lu Yang was a college student before, and he was able to think of the sudden outbreak of the end of the world, but he could never have imagined that after the outbreak of the end of the world, 80 to 90% of the people would become zombies. He would never have thought of creating a refuge. But this female CEO will. Perhaps the thinking of the rich is already on a different level from that of ordinary people. Facing the threat from the other side, Lu Yang's face did not show any signs of panic. Bai Yuting, however, was holding the trigger tightly. She was also panicking inside, not knowing what to do. When she first installed the bomb, she never thought about the circumstances under which it would be used, and she even thought that it would never be used. Now that it has come to this, her whole body is shaking. Because once the bomb is detonated, not only will Lu Yang die, not only will the material be blown to pieces, but she herself will also be killed. But under the threat of her own, the young man was not at all panicked, but instead showed a panicked expression himself. Bai Yuting was a little confused for a moment, wondering whether she was threatening the other party or whether the other party was threatening her. At this moment, Lu Yang revealed a faint smile. Then he waved his hand. Swish! Everything in this safe haven disappeared, including the detonator in Bai Yuting's hand, which also disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Bai Yuting was dumbfounded. She let out a scream. Ah! You bastard, what did you do? How did you do it? Where did you put all my stuff? Where's my detonator? Everything disappeared, just vanished in front of her eyes. This is simply a supernatural phenomenon. Bai Yuting is a 25-year-old who has received a doctorate today and has achieved excellent grades since childhood. She has always believed in science, but now she is faced with a supernatural phenomenon. Matter can disappear into thin air, which is completely inconsistent with the law of conservation of mass. At this moment, it seemed as if physics no longer existed. Could it be that this young man is not human at all, but a god? Looking at the CEO's face, which was as if she had seen a ghost, Lu Yang's smile grew even wider, and he said to the other person, "I still like you better when you were a little more unruly. Go ahead and threaten me. I love being threatened. How did you do it?" At this moment, Bai Yuting was really dumbfounded. Because she had witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. Either she was dreaming, or the man in front of her was not a human being, but a godlike being. Seeing that even her last threat had been lost, Bai Yuding was now truly desperate. She had originally wanted to threaten the other party with a bomb to let her go, but now the detonator had also disappeared into thin air. And it had disappeared into thin air in her own hands. It was precisely because it disappeared in her hand that she was able to feel the fear most vividly. Because there was no warning, no build-up. The detonator in her hand suddenly turned into air. It was even more terrifying than seeing a ghost in the daytime. At this moment, Lu Yan walked towards the other party step by step. She suddenly leaned against the cold CEO. Then she said slowly, "Now I'll give you another chance. Submit to me and be my obedient woman. I can protect your safety and provide you with material things. Then I'll rape you first and then throw you out to feed the zombies. You choose." At this moment, the cold and aloof President Bai Yuding was really panicked. Even if she doesn't agree to the other party will force her to do it, and she will be thrown out to feed the zombies. It is better to comply obediently, and you can still get the other person's protection and food. But just thinking about the fact that she was originally the CEO of a $100 billion listed company, with unimaginable connections and resources, as well as money and wealth. Even if the end of the world comes and all of one's connections, resources, and money become worthless, one has the foresight to create this food, an abundant and safe refuge. It is still much better than others. But originally, she was doing well in this refuge, drinking milk tea and singing songs every day, watching others outside in fear, full of superiority. But because of this young man who suddenly barged in, she was reduced to being his maid. This kind of gap made Bai Yuding's heart suddenly turn cold and her eyes red. Lu Yang said coldly, "Do you feel aggrieved? Do you agree? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." "I agree, I didn't say I didn't agree," Bai Yuding hurriedly said. "I'm just a little sad." As she said this, big teardrops flowed directly from her eyes. "Ha, I heard that you are already 30 years old, and I am a 18-year-old strong guy. It seems like you are still at a disadvantage? Don't worry, you will have a good time later." Chapter 134, Completely Captivated. "Okay, I know." Bai Yuding nodded, gritted her teeth, and finally mustered up the courage. Looking at the other person's plump and elegant figure, the temperament that is too familiar, and the trace of arrogance on her face, which could not be concealed, now succumbed to her own threats. The feeling of daring to hate but not daring to speak, looking at Lu Yang, was very exciting. As a female CEO, she owns a listed company with a market value of 100 billion. In peacetime, Lu Yang would never have any interaction with such an outstanding woman. Unfortunately, now that the end of the world has arrived, this woman can only submit to me and obey my every command. It's really refreshing, just thinking about it makes you feel refreshed. Lu Yang then took off her clothes, revealing her strong upper body. Seeing Lu Yang, with his muscular body and beautiful lines, she was like a statue of a Greek muscle man. Bai Yuding suddenly gasped. She thought to herself, "Wow! These muscles are so big and strong, they look so hard and powerful. These 8 abdominal muscles are like chocolate. I can't help but want to touch them." Bai Yuding had never experienced a man before, but now, after seeing Lu Yang's muscles, she couldn't help but swallow. The flesh of a mature man. It has to be said that it is indeed full of a sense of power. Just looking at it makes you want to touch it and get close to it. Seeing the other person's surprised eyes and eager expression, Lu Yang couldn't help but smile. The saying on the internet is really true. Women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Now this Bai Yuding is 30 years old and is already too mature. How could he resist seeing his own 18-year-old body? He smiled and said, "Didn't you feel wrong just now? How come you're drooling now? You have a great body. Were you a bodybuilding coach before?" Bai Yuding said honestly. At this point, she had already made up her mind. The young man was right. She was 30 years old, he was 18, she was older than him, by a full 12 years, so it was no loss at all to be considered a cougar. Besides, he is not only good-looking, but also handsome. If you order a handsome guy with such a good body, it will cost at least 10,000 yuan. So think about it. It seems like I'm making a little bit of money. Therefore, Bai Yuding was not as nervous as she had been at first. Lu Yang smiled and said, What kind of trash is a fitness trainer compared to me, Lu Yang? By the way, what's your name? I'm Bai Yuding. The beautiful president said truthfully. Lu Yang nodded and then said, Okay, Bai Yuding, I'm asking you now, are you willing to submit to me? At this point, Bai Yuding had already figured it out. After seeing Lu Yang's figure and his appearance, she felt that she had nothing to lose. It was already very good to be able to find such a good man in the end times. So she nodded and said, I am willing to submit to you. At this time, Lu Yang also received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have detected that the other party has voluntarily submitted to you. You have successfully saved the beauty. You have received a system reward, and all attributes have been increased by 50 points. After receiving this prompt, Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. He had also doubled his normal attributes. Next, let's use the enhanced self to have a good chat with this female CEO Bai Yuding. Let's discuss some business knowledge that I don't know. After a few hours, Lu Yang was ready to leave the villa and head to the next one. At this time, the female president, Bai Yuding, looked at Lu Yang with admiration in her eyes. What a wonderful man! At first, I didn't want to repeat myself, and I felt like I was losing out. But now, after in-depth communication with the other party and understanding the other party, I understand the other party. In the end times, being able to hold the thigh of a superpower is like being blessed by God. Especially after Lu Yang told Bai Yuding that he was the number 1 S-class, the world's number 1 psychic. She was even more in awe of Lu Yang. As a strong woman, she knows best how difficult it is to reach the top level in the world. A publicly listed company with hundreds of billions of assets is only ranked in the lower 300 or 400 of the world's top 500 companies. The world's top company has a market value of trillions of dollars. It is many times larger than her own company. In this light, the first place in the S-class is probably many times stronger than the 500th place in the S-class. So she understands even more how powerful Lu Yang is. Now she is completely convinced by Lu Yang's strength. Seeing Lu Yang preparing to leave the villa, Bai Yuding asked with some confusion. Where are you going? The facilities in this refuge are very complete, there is no need to take any more risks outside, you and I can stay here all the time. Wouldn't it be beautiful to be a pair of lovers? Lu Yang laughed. After tasting the forbidden fruit, it seems that this inexperienced female CEO has already become addicted to it. She can't stop herself from lingering. Do you want to stay in this refuge and have sex with her every day? Am I Lu Yang, the kind of person with a short-sighted view? How can I hang myself on one tree and give up the whole forest? Although this 30-year-old woman is indeed very moist. But the 18-year-old sister is also not bad. Lu Yang said, I didn't just come to your villa area to find you. Maybe there are other beauties in the villa waiting for me to save, and I want to empty this entire villa area and turn it into a safe area. Instead of living in a small refuge. Avoiding the zombies? That's not my style. It's the zombies who should be avoiding me, Lu Yang. You just wait here for me, and wait until I've killed all the zombies in the villa area before you go out. Lu Yang left the house directly after saying that. Looking at Lu Yang's confident, straight back. Bai Yuding's face was full of admiration and love. He is worthy of being my man, with his confidence and temperament. He is simply the best in the world. And a man who is not content with the status quo and pursues his ideals is the most charming. She was completely captivated. Bai Yuding touched her flushed face. She knew that her face must have turned red like an apple by now. But as soon as she thought of Lu Yang, a strong and confident man, she couldn't help but tremble with excitement. After Lu Yang left Bai Yuding's villa, he continued to clear the zombies and search for other survivors in the villa area. Chapter 135, Stealing My Girlfriend? Stretching his back, Lu Yang walked briskly through the villa. The bodies of the 3 security guards were left outside by Lu Yang, and the smell of blood attracted many zombies. At this moment, the 3 bodies were surrounded by dozens of zombies and had been gnawed to the bone. Seeing Lu Yang appear, the dozens of zombies instantly became as energetic as if they had just taken a shot of adrenaline. They rushed directly at Lu Yang. Elegantly waved his hand. Bang bang bang. The sound of headshots kept ringing, and dozens of zombies were instantly pierced by steel needles and skewered. The system's prompt was received again in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed 35 zombies and earned 3.5 points of enhancement. After hearing this prompt, Lu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Although chatting with Bai Yuting earned him 50 attribute points, that means he has a total of 200 attribute points. But the attribute points gained from killing zombies are also a lot. After killing these dozens of zombies, Lu Yang continued to the depths of the villa area. He began searching villa by villa. The first few villas didn't show any abnormalities, and all the 2 or 3 zombies inside were killed by Lu Yang. But when he got to the 5th villa, something happened again. Lu Yang found that the door of this villa was closed. It was very different from the other doors. When an accident occurred in other villas, the owner had no time to close the door before someone had already turned into a zombie. Therefore, the doors are usually wide open. The locked door of this villa was very similar to the one in the Bai Yuting villa. So Lu Yang went up and put his hand on the door of the villa. Pop! Under Lu Yang's mental control, the door opened in an instant. He walked in step by step. When he entered the villa, he found it very quiet. It didn't look like anyone was there, or maybe someone had found out that he had come in and was hiding. So Lu Yang began to search room by room and floor by floor. He quickly searched the first floor, but didn't find anyone. So Lu Yang continued to go upstairs, and there was no one on the second or third floor. Eventually, he found something unusual on the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, there was a room that was closed. Lu Yang pushed the door with his right hand and found that it was locked. He knocked on the door and said to the room, "I know you're in there. Open the door quickly, or I won't be polite." Then there was no response. Lu Yang's face showed a hint of a smile. These people, they never believe what they say. Telling them to open the door obediently never stops, because they think that this thin layer of door can stop them. It's ridiculous. So Lu Yang looked at the door lock with a glance, and the door handle began to turn involuntarily. Then, with a pop, the door was opened by Lu Yang. Ah! A scream came from inside. It was a woman's voice. Lu Yang suddenly perked up. A woman's voice. A woman's voice. Lu Yang had heard the security guards at the villa complex say that the people living in this villa were either rich or powerful, or they were the mistress of a big boss, or they were a female anchor, or they were a female celebrity, and they were all very beautiful. Now that he heard the woman's voice again, it seemed that he would get his reward. Lu Yang walked in. Sure enough, a beautiful girl with a terrified look in her eyes appeared before Lu Yang. The girl was startled when she saw Lu Yang enter. She was holding a fruit knife and pointing it at Lu Yang. She stammered and said to Lu Yang, "Who are you? How did you get in here? This is my villa. Please leave immediately, or I will be very unfriendly to you." It was clear that the other party was very scared, and the hand holding the fruit knife was shaking. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person, and I don't want to hurt you. As long as you submit to me, I will protect your safety. Why should I believe you if you leave? Why should I surrender to you? I am living well in this villa, and suddenly you barged in and said such things. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. When my boyfriend comes back, I will teach you a lesson." The woman yelled at him. She was a rich girl who lived here before the outbreak. That day, she was having dinner with her boyfriend, and he was driving her home. Who knew that something would happen, and most of the people in the villa area had become zombies? Fortunately, she and her boyfriend were fine. Lu Yang said with a smile, "If your boyfriend really can come back, do you need to be so panicked? Besides, even if your boyfriend comes back, what then? You don't think your boyfriend can be my opponent, do you?" At this moment, the gate to the villa area opened again. Lu Yang heard someone walking in and frowned. Could it be that the woman's boyfriend had really returned? Soon, Lu Yang heard someone coming upstairs, and then a young man appeared in front of him. The other person was startled when he saw Lu Yang. He quickly grabbed the baseball bat in his hand and yelled at Lu Yang, "Who are you? How did you get in here? What do you want? Stay away from my girlfriend." The woman, seeing that her boyfriend had returned, also showed a happy expression on her face and said to her boyfriend, "Yuxuan, this guy suddenly barged into our villa without any warning and said that he wanted me to submit to him. He doesn't seem like a good person. Let's get rid of him together." The two united as one. They surrounded Lu Yang from the front and back. One had a fruit knife, the other had a baseball bat. You want my girlfriend? You're asking for it. The man raised the baseball bat and stepped forward, directly shouting at Lu Yang. Kid, I think you've picked the wrong guy. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life, and leave all your belongings behind. Maybe I'll let you live. Ha ha. Lu Yang smiled and said, I'll give you a chance to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. If your girlfriend stays with me, I'll let you live. You're looking for death. Just today, when I went to collect supplies, I found that the small supermarket in the villa had been cleared out. It's not going to be easy to survive without food. But after I kill you, there will be food. Tonight I'll have a human flesh feast to make up for it. The man roared and then rushed directly at Lu Yang. In this man's opinion, he and his girlfriend both had weapons, had surrounded the other party, and the other party had nothing in their hands, no weapons at all. Obviously, they had the advantage. Plus, when I went to the small supermarket to collect supplies today, I found that the small supermarket had been cleared out by someone. In the future, there will be no source of food in the villa area. This man is over 1.8 meters tall and probably weighs more than 150 kilograms. 150 kilograms of meat is a rare resource. Chapter 136. You can play however you want. Seeing the other person rushing towards him, Lu Yang's face did not show the slightest hint of panic, but instead revealed a composed smile. Then he glanced over. Boom! The baseball bat that was about to hit Lu Yang's head suddenly stopped in midair. The man tried to move it, but found that he could not move the baseball bat an inch. It was as if the bat had solidified in the air. What are you doing? Hurry up and hit him. The woman was so anxious that she suddenly yelled at her boyfriend. The man's face, however, showed a look of constipation. It's not that I don't want to hit him, it's the baseball bat. I don't know what's wrong with it, it's not responding. It's a supernatural event. The woman sighed and scolded, You good for nothing. If you don't kill him today, he might kill us. She then picked up a fruit knife and rushed towards Lu Yang. But the next second. Boom! The fruit knife also became uncontrollable in an instant, slowly moving from her hand to her neck. The woman was suddenly scared silly, holding the knife handle with both hands, trying to forcefully open the fruit knife. The fruit knife, however, seemed to have infinite power, constantly moving closer to her neck. She was also scared. She said in a quivering voice, Yushuan, help me, this knife is out of control, it's going to cut my neck. However, her boyfriend didn't have time to help her. His own baseball bat was out of control. He watched helplessly as the shape of his baseball bat began to change, slowly turning into a long, sharp knife, which was then placed directly on his neck. What the hell? The weapon seemed to have a life of its own and began to act out of control, which shocked them. Looking at Lu Yang again, the other party's face was still composed and complacent. They instantly realized that Lu Yang had done all of this. Now, the man and woman were really scared. The man knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Lu Yang, begging for mercy. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. You want my girlfriend, take her. Use her as you like. I have no objection. If you spare my life, I will leave immediately and never appear in your sight again. After hearing what her boyfriend said, the woman's face suddenly showed an angry expression, and she scolded him, You good for nothing, what are you talking about? You actually let him use me as he pleases? I'm your girlfriend, is this how you protect your girlfriend? This woman is not unaware of the kind of torture she will experience at the hands of Lu Yang. In the end times, there are no laws or morals to restrain her. A woman as delicate and beautiful as herself, in the hands of a burly man, probably won't be able to sleep for a whole night. In less than a week, she would be dead. And her boyfriend is useless to the other party, and he might really be let go by the other party, and only she will be brutally ravaged. When she thought about this, she felt very unbalanced. This weak turtle man actually sold himself out at a critical moment, not daring to resist at all. Fortunately, I realized that he was a soft-boiled egg before, and after dating for a few months, I didn't let him climb into my bed. It seems that I really made the right choice. After listening to his girlfriend's scolding, the man showed an angry expression and shouted back. Shut up, you stupid woman. In the past, you looked down on me because you had money. You were always the stronger one and I was the weaker one. After the apocalypse, most of the supplies I collected were eaten by you, but in return, what did you give me? Up to now, you haven't really opened up to me. I know you look down on me from the bottom of your heart. You think I'm too good for a girlfriend like you. The reason I chose you is because I thought you were easier to control. Now that the end of the world is upon us, we're all flying off on our own. You don't really think I have any feelings for you, do you? If it weren't for your father's position, which helped me in my work, could I have put up with you for so long? Now that the end of the world has broken out, there is no news from your father's side. Who knows if he is dead or alive, or if he has become a zombie? If I had the information that your father was dead, I would definitely rape you right away. You bitch. The woman's face immediately showed a look of extreme anger after listening to the man's words. She ignored the knife on her neck and rushed towards the other party. She cursed. So that's what you really think? I finally know what you really think. I always thought you were an ungrateful person, and that you only pretended to like me. Now it turns out that I was right. You still want to force yourself on me? You're not even worthy of me. I'll rip your mouth off. I'll rip your mouth off. Then the man and the woman actually started fighting in front of Liu Yang. Liu Yang was speechless as he watched the man and woman fight. Goodness, it turns out that these two were just pretending to be in love. I was just a threat, and they turned against each other. And this woman doesn't look like she's very popular. I guess she comes from a powerful family, so she's had a strong personality since she was a child. But being strong-willed is useless. The overall structure of the male and female bodies is too different, and soon the woman was pinned to the ground by the man. She couldn't move. She was left with nothing but her mouth, and she kept yelling, "Damn it, let me go. Hurry up and let me go. If you dare bully me, do you believe I will let my father peel your skin off?" A cold look appeared on his face, and he said, "How dare you threaten me? Your father's life or death is still unknown, and you still dare to bully people. Stupid women like you are only worthy of becoming men's sexual tools in the end times." He then squeezed the woman's neck hard, making her neck red. The woman was having difficulty breathing and her face was turning purple. She was about to faint from lack of oxygen. At this moment, a burly figure rushed towards the two of them, and then kicked the man in the body. Boom! With a loud noise, the man was kicked 10 meters away in an instant. Pooh! The man screamed. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the person who kicked him, he saw that Liu Yang's eyes were full of fear. He quickly knelt on the ground and bowed to Liu Yang, saying, "Sir, it was this woman who hit me first. Please spare my life. I will leave immediately. This woman is yours. You can do whatever you want with her." Chapter 137, A Chat with Lin Wanbai. Lin Wanbai reference figure. The woman touched her red neck and said to Liu Yang, "Kill him for me, kill him. I am willing to submit to you and be your woman. I will agree to whatever you ask me to do. I can serve you every night." Faced with this woman's words, the man was even more furious. "Good guy, you even used your body to pay the price and wanted to kill me. She really is a cheap woman." He shouted at the woman, "You slut, you're going to die a horrible death. I've been with you for months, and you've never even let me hold your hand. Now you're telling a man that you'll serve him every night. If you're not a slut, what are you? Anyway, the slut is not flirting with you. You're going to die here, you piece of trash," the woman retorted. At this point, Liu Yang showed an interested expression. He said to the woman, "Do I need your permission to get you? Are you bargaining with me?" After saying this, Liu Yang slapped the woman directly in the face. Pop! The woman's face instantly swelled up. She instantly covered her face with her hand. Her expression on her face also instantly changed from anger to fear. This man is different from her boyfriend. He was definitely not the kind of guy who could be easily manipulated. If he got upset, he might really kill her. Seeing that the other person was scared by her, Liu Yang said again, "Now I ask you again, are you willing to submit to me and follow my orders?" The woman nodded and quickly said, "Yes, I do. Don't hit me anymore." At this moment, Liu Yang also received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully saved the girl. Storage space skill level up by 1. Upon receiving this prompt, Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Very good, very good. Then he looked at the man. The man saw Liu Yang beat up his girlfriend, and was instantly convinced by the man's prowess. He felt a sense of relief in his heart. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very powerful? Don't you have a princess complex? Don't you stand in your own home with money and power, and like to bully others from a high position? Why are you wilting now? You're covering your face like a little girl who's been bullied. At this point, the man felt like laughing. The wicked must be tempered by the wicked. It really is necessary to be simple and rough when dealing with this little fairy. He knelt on the ground with a smile on his face, and said to Liu Yang, "Big brother is awesome, you've subdued this little fairy in no time." However, his flattery fell on the wrong horse's leg, because Liu Yang had already given him a cold glance. Seeing Liu Yang's cold eyes, the man trembled all over. He began to bow his head to Liu Yang again and again. Bang bang bang. After he finished, he quickly begged Liu Yang for mercy. "If you spare my life, I will never go west when you tell me to go east. From now on, you will be my big brother, and I will be your little brother. I will be your most loyal follower for the rest of your life." The woman saw the man's behavior and showed a hint of contempt on her face. "You're a loser, a waste of space, a disgrace, and a shameless wretch." He was wagging his tail like a dog on the ground. "I really don't know how I could have chosen such a loser as a boyfriend in the past. But then again, wasn't it because I liked him that I chose him?" At this moment, Liu Yang's cold voice rang out. He said to the man, "I told you from the beginning, kneel down and give me 3 loud kowtows, and I will spare your life. I gave you one last chance to live. But instead of kowtowing, you took a baseball bat and tried to attack me. The moment you attacked me, you were already dead." Hearing this, the man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad feeling swept over him. Then he watched helplessly as the baseball bat in midair turned into a long knife and was slashed at his neck in an instant. He didn't have time to dodge. Swish! His head was cut off in an instant. A clean cut appeared on his neck, and blood gushed out, splashing directly onto the ceiling. The woman let out a deafening scream. She never imagined that the man would behead his boyfriend right in front of her. This feeling was too scary. It took nearly a minute for the blood to stop gushing from the man's neck. At this moment, the room had turned into a pool of blood, and the strong smell of blood made the woman feel nauseous. She was stunned. He was so decisive and ruthless, it was as if he had no mercy. In the man's opinion, people are no different from ordinary chickens, ducks, and fish. He kills them at will, and it's just a matter of words. This kind of killing makes people feel scared, but also somewhat admired. He is much stronger than that cowardly man. At this time, Liu Yang coldly said to the woman, "Let's go. Don't stand here. There's blood everywhere." Okay. The woman stood up in a trembling manner and followed Liu Yang out of the room. When they got downstairs, Liu Yang said to the woman, "Go take a shower. Fulfill your promise. This is what you said, right? If I kill your boyfriend, you can serve me every day, and you have to make me feel comfortable. You're not lying to me, are you?" No, how dare I lie to you? I'm going to take a shower right now." After saying this, the woman quickly walked into a master bedroom bathroom on the first floor. Liu Yan lay on the bed. Through the translucent frosted glass, he scanned the woman in the bathroom. The information about the other person appeared in his mind instantly. Name, Lin Wanbai. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance score, 95 points. Body score, 96 points. Goodness. I didn't expect that I would save a beauty at random, and that she would have a score of 90 or more for both appearance and body, reaching the level of a school flower. Looks like I didn't lose out after all. Chapter 138, The Girl with a Gun. When her boyfriend was killed just now. Mingming's body was splattered with a lot of blood, and now that she's taken a bath, she feels much more refreshed. No one had the disgusting feeling at first. She came out of the bathroom wearing a towel and immediately blushed when she saw Liu Yang. Since she had accepted her fate in her heart, she now looked at Lu Yang with a different feeling. She was no longer afraid of him, and instead began to think that he was somewhat handsome, and that he had a unique temperament. Putting aside what the other person has done, this man's appearance and temperament are still worthy of her. At least he is many times better than that cowardly guy, Yu Xian. At this moment, Lu Yang also saw the other person's face, which was shy and a little nervous. He smiled and said to Lin Wanbai, "Don't be shy. And you and your boyfriend have been together for so long, haven't you had sex yet?" Lin Wanbai nodded and said, "That loser is not worthy of intimate contact with me. It's just that my father thinks he's easy to control, so he's made him a son-in-law. At most, after getting married, he'll just lend a seed, and then there won't be any intersection." After the apocalypse, his eyes did change a little when he looked at me, but he didn't dare to do anything to me because he was afraid of my father's influence. Lu Yang was a little surprised to hear Lin Wanbai's words. Good guy, this time the loser group really scored big. You didn't dare to touch each other in peacetime, so you can let it go. But after the outbreak, you were trapped in a villa and still didn't dare to do anything. No one would believe it if you told them. This is the ultimate in cowardice. Even if the boiling sheep comes, he has to hand him a cigarette. This also shows that Lu Yang's long-standing saying is indeed true. Women are for playing with, not for licking. Licking a dog will leave you with nothing in the end. Therefore, in order to prevent the situation from happening, Lu Yang decided. On the first day of getting a beautiful woman, he decided to play with her, so that nothing like licking for half a year without even holding hands would happen. So Lu Yang said to Lin Wanbai, "Come sit next to me. Let's have a good chat. Don't worry, don't be nervous. I won't do anything, just a simple chat." Yes, Your Highness Lu Yang. I understand. When a man says chat, he means just chat. Lin Wanbai nodded shyly and then sat down next to Lu Yang. The two of them started chatting. After a few hours, Lu Yang and Lin Wanbai had completed this exchange, and the two had learned a lot about each other. At this point, Lin Wanbai, since communicating with Lu Yang, has a great admiration for Lu Yang. Her eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Yang. In her opinion, only someone like Lu Yang is a real man. Her boyfriend is not even a clown. Then Lu Yang stretched his back and said to Lin Wanbai, "Okay, you stay here and clean up the rest of the area in the villa area. I'll come find you when I'm done cleaning up the whole villa." Lin Wanbai respectfully nodded and said, "Okay, I understand, Your Excellency Lu Yang." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't call me Your Highness. You're not my servant. I've already said it. As long as you obey me, you'll be my woman. So just call me husband." After hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Wanbai's face showed a surprised expression. I never thought that he would forgive me for scolding him so much. He still considers me his woman, not his servant. This is really too generous. It was really touching. She blushed and called out to Lu Yang, "Good husband." Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction and then went straight out the door. He began searching the villa area for zombies and survivors. He searched a few more villas, but found nothing unusual. Most people have already turned into zombies. Even if there is a family in the villa, as long as one of them turns into a zombie, the others will basically be unable to escape the poison. After all, when the apocalypse broke out, they didn't know that they could be infected by being bitten even a little. When they encounter a family member who has gone crazy, they don't immediately react that it's a zombie, but instead think about subduing or sending them to the hospital. In this case, it is easy to get bitten. Therefore, villas with a large number of people have basically fallen, unless they are the type of person who lives alone and happens to not become a zombie, then they may survive. Soon, more than 100 villas in the villa area were taken away by Lu Yang, and the zombies were also cleaned up by Lu Yang. Finally, Lu Yang found something unusual in the last villa. The gate of this villa area was also locked, which caught Lu Yang's attention. "I'm afraid there are survivors inside, so it's like this." So Lu Yang knocked on the door tentatively. "Knock, knock, knock. Is there anyone in there? Open the door. I'm here to save you." Lu Yang's magnetic voice rang out, but there was no response from inside. Ha ha. A sneer appeared on his face. These people like to be forced to do things, and they have to force their way in to threaten them. They might be willing to comply, but once they get into bed, they're all more promiscuous than anyone else. This is called a dead duck's mouth being hard. Liu Yang waved his hand. The huge iron gate in front of him was instantly opened. He slowly walked in. However, as soon as he stepped into the villa's gate, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. This woman was very beautiful, with snow-white skin, delicate and smooth, and very delicate and three-dimensional facial features, giving her a very high-class look. At the same time, she had a tall and plump figure, with a proud and upright chest, which was very eye-catching. And the small waist, which is not even a handful, coupled with the perky buttocks, has an extremely unnatural waist-to-hip ratio. It is very enjoyable to look at. What surprised Liu Yang the most was that the other person was holding a black pistol in her delicate hands. This is banned in the Dragon Kingdom. Why would a woman have a gun? Unless this woman's family is rich and powerful, like the Four Great Families or the Hidden Family. Or maybe after the apocalypse, she met a policeman by chance. She just happened to pick up a gun. But none of this is important. The woman pointed the gun at Liu Yang and said, "Who are you? Why did you break into my villa? Get out of here. I'm not going to be nice to you." The other party's tone was very firm, but Liu Yang still heard a hint of panic hidden in the firm tone. At the same time, he saw that the other person's hand holding the gun was trembling. If Liu Yang didn't have the skill of metal control, even if the bullet was fired at the moment, he could control the bullet to stop in mid-air. He was really afraid that the other party would accidentally discharge the gun. Chapter 139, The Most Extravagant Thing a Female Celebrity Does. Facing the threat of the gun, Liu Yang smiled and said to the other person, "You say you're a beautiful woman playing with guns all day? This kind of pistol is very dangerous. Why don't I change one for you to play with that's a little safer?" Looking at Liu Yang's mocking expression, the woman of course knew what Liu Yang's gun was referring to. What a frivolous man. She despised him in her heart, and then she moved her handgun. She pointed at Liu Yang and said, "I'm not joking with you. If you don't go out, I'll really shoot you." Liu Yang's expression remained very relaxed. He said, "Shoot me. I don't believe you really have the guts to shoot me, and I bet there are no bullets in your gun." "Damn it." The woman's face showed an expression of anger. Of course he knew if there were bullets in the gun, but she had never actually shot anyone. Anyone who has never killed anyone will be caught in a state of tension and conflict when they kill for the first time. Will she feel guilty after killing someone and follow her for the rest of her life? What should you do with the body after killing someone? Did she really need to kill someone? These questions kept popping up in the woman's mind. Finally, she shook her head to calm her nerves, and then threatened Liu Yang, "I'll give you one last chance. After I count to 3, I'll shoot. 1, 2. However, when it came to the third count, the woman was too afraid to continue. "Aren't you leaving? Do you really want to eat my bullets?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "Come on, if you really dare to shoot, then shoot." The woman's face showed a look of struggle. After a few seconds, as if she had made up her mind, she finally said with clenched teeth, 3. She closed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The woman also seemed to deflate, and she was instantly scared to squat on the ground. She didn't dare to look up for a long time. After a few seconds, she looked up and opened her eyes to take a look at Liu Yang, and then she found that Liu Yang was not as she had imagined, with his head blown off, but instead he was still standing there looking at her with a half smile. And in the other hand, between the index and middle fingers, there was a bullet. Ah! The woman let out a scream and then said, "How is this possible? How could you catch a bullet? Are you human?" Liu Yang's face showed a look of profound mystery, and then he smiled and said, "All martial arts are invincible, but only speed can break them. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Don't come any closer, this is my villa. Get out." The woman was really panicking at this point. This pistol was her last resort, but she never imagined that it would have no effect on the other person. Even the bullet was caught by the other person. It was really shocking. Then she thought about herself as a female celebrity. Her figure and appearance were perfect. I guess no man can resist her temptation. Now that the end of the world has broken out, there are no longer any legal or moral constraints. The other party has broken into her villa, but her pistol cannot cause any harm to the other party. Once she falls into the other party's hands, she doesn't know what kind of torture she will suffer. At this thought, the actress Gu Yunhan's eyes turned red. Lu Yang sneered and said, "Go out? You just forced me with a pistol, and I didn't go out. Do you think I'll go out now that I've touched your bullet? There's an old saying in our country, the Dragon Kingdom. You return a favor when you receive one. Since you shot me with a gun once, I will naturally return the favor. But I won't be as cruel as you and shoot you directly with a pistol," he said as he walked towards the beautiful woman step by step. The actress Gu Yunhan heard Lu Yang's words and showed a look of fear on her face. This guy really is greedy for his own body. She sat on the ground and kept backing up. Eventually, her back was pressed against the wall and she could not retreat any further. "Ah!" She shook her head and begged Lu Yang for mercy. "Please let me go this time. Please, let me go this time. I can give you money. I'm the daughter of the Zhou family. Our family is very rich. Oh, I'm also a movie star. Do you want to enter the entertainment industry? My family invests in movies. I can make you the leading man. You're so handsome and have such good looks. You'll definitely be a hit. Even more popular than Eddie Pang or Daniel Wu. You'll become a national idol." Facing each other, Lu Yang's face did reveal a slight sneer, and then he said, "Actress is good, it gives me a buff, and I will take better care of you. I also want to experience what it's like to be a big director. But the conditions you mentioned are nothing more than a joke in my opinion. The end of the world has already begun. What use is money? There's no point in making movies anymore. The directors are all dead. You're just walking around outside right now, and you're already a zombie movie. But I have nothing except for my family. How can you let me go?" Actress Gu Yunhan cried out. Lu Yang calmly said, "How can you say you have nothing? Isn't your good skin the most precious thing you have? It's very simple. Surrender to me and be my woman, and I can protect you and give you food. Otherwise, the bullet in my hand will definitely be shot into your head." After Lu Yang said this, the bullet that he had caught between his index and middle fingers floated in the air, ready to be fired at any moment. Seeing this, Gu Yunhan was really scared. Is this guy a magician? Why can his bullets float in the air? But the thought of being ravaged by Lu Yang made the actress cry. Although she is also a female celebrity, she has never been infected by the big dye vat of the entertainment industry. Because her family is very wealthy, the movies she has made are mostly financed by her family. She brings her own capital to the group. Even the director had to kowtow to her. Other people are directors who scold actors, but she is an actor who scolds directors when she goes to make movies. Who knew that she would now be threatened by a young man who looked no older than 20, but it still made her feel sad. The more she thought about it, the more sad she became, and tears kept falling down her face. Seeing the other person's appearance, Lu Yang said coldly, "Why are you crying? It's like you're suffering because you've surrendered to me. If it weren't for me, you'd have been eaten by the zombies as soon as you left the villa. You think you're strong? How long do you think you can survive? I'll tell you, you're lucky that I, Lu Yang, found you. Besides, you're a movie star, so you should be used to the unspoken rules of the industry. What's there to be sad about? Aren't you in the entertainment industry, where people are always playing games?" Chapter 140, Back to the School Area. Gu Yunhan reference image. Gu Yunhan cried out loudly. "No way. I'm the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, and our company is worth hundreds of billions. Our family is powerful and influential. Who would dare to violate the rules of the game with me? I usually go to film shoots with 5 bodyguards. Originally, there were also 5 bodyguards in the villa next door to protect me in secret, but who knew that after the outbreak of the apocalypse, they also became zombies? If it weren't for them becoming zombies, do you think you could get into this villa? Dream on. As a female celebrity, no one dares to secretly seduce you? So this is your first time?" Lu Yang's face suddenly showed an even more excited expression. "Ha ha ha, I've buffed myself again. Wait and see how I play with this female celebrity." Lu Yang quickly scanned the other person with the system. Name, Gu Yunhan. Age, 20. Height, 1.72 meters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance score, 96 points. Body score, 98 points. Looking at the system scan, Lu Yang's face showed an expression of excitement. Goodness, her appearance and figure both scored over 95 points. She is definitely the best of the best, worthy of being a superstar-level super beauty. And as a super rich lady, she has a cold temperament, coupled with the unique elegance of a star. Just one look and you want to conquer her. And the other person's figure is perfect, with an upright and proud posture that is estimated to be over a pair of DS. Plus, the other party has not been involved in any under-the-table deals and has not experienced any sexual adventures so far. Lu Yang is happy to be the first man of this female star. Let her experience the power of a black-skinned, 8-pack abs athlete. Lu Yang walked towards the other party step by step, put his hand on the other party's head, grabbed the other party's hair and said, "Don't lie on the ground. You are a woman, not a dog. Why do you always like to lie down? Get up and talk to me." Gu Yunhan stood up straight when Lu Yang grabbed her hair, and then sat down on the sofa with Lu Yang. Lu Yang asked the other party, "Now I'm going to ask you one last time. I'll give you two choices, either you submit to me and do as I say, or, take this pill." You fired a bullet at me. You choose. Gu Yunhan burst into tears, and the big teardrops kept falling down, smudging her eyeshadow and darkening her eye bags. But in the end, she nodded and said, "Okay, I'm willing to surrender to you. I want to live, I don't want to die." Yes, in the face of death, what is the point of dignity and innocence? She is just an ordinary girl. She doesn't want to die. What is her fault? After hearing the other party's willingness to repeat, Lu Yang also received a reminder from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for saving the beautiful girl. The system has successfully detected that the other party has voluntarily submitted to you and you have received a system reward. All attributes have been strengthened by 50 points. Once again, all attributes were enhanced by 50 points, and Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Very good, this actress's reward for herself is also very good. He said to the actress, "Very well, since you have already submitted to me, then let me see your sincerity." The two then opened up and talked. After a few hours, Lu Yang and the female celebrity had a full understanding of each other. The actress also realized that Lu Yang was originally a superclass number 1 superhuman. He could control his own bullets and would not be hit. At this point, his eyes began to fill with admiration for Lu Yang. Such a powerful man is definitely a big leg in the end times. As long as you hold on to this leg, your life will be fine in the future, and you will never have to be afraid again. Lu Yang's appearance, looks and figure are all very good, and his strength is also so strong. It seems that it is not a loss to be the other person's woman. Therefore, now he no longer feels the rejection and the sense of being forced that he felt at first. Instead, he has come to accept Lu Yang from the bottom of his heart, and even feels that meeting Lu Yang is really his own good fortune. Then Lu Yang stretched and got ready to go out. The actress Gu Yunhan said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, where are you going? Let's stay in this villa and chat some more." Lu Yang smiled, "What? Still want it? Today I'm going to empty this villa area and turn it into my safe zone." After saying that, Lu Yang went straight out the door. He continued to clean up the villa. After 2 hours, Lu Yang finally cleaned up all the zombies in the entire villa, killed them all, and wrapped the bodies in steel and transported them out of the villa, then burned them with gasoline in his own space. The entire villa area was cleaned up by Lu Yang, and there was no danger. At this time, Lu Yang once again found Bai Yuding, Lin Wanbai, and Yun Er. After taking them out of the villa, the three of them looked at each other in surprise when they met. They used to live in this villa, and they were the most beautiful people in this villa. In the past, they had all met. Now seeing each other as the women of Lu Yang, they were all very surprised and felt that they were very fated. Bai Yuding said first, "Good sisters, you have also become the women of Lu Yang's husband." Lin Wanbai and Gu Yunhan nodded shyly. "Yes, sister, you are also Lu Yang's wife?" "Yes." Bai Yuding blushed and said, "Sisters, then the three of us should get along well in the future. In the future, the three of us will be by Lu Yang's husband's side, and we must take good care of him." Lin Wanner and Gu Yunhan said, "Lu Yang's husband is so strong, the three of us really can't hold up." As he listened to the three of them talking, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have more than just the three of you by my side. You have many more sisters." "Ah, The three of them were taken aback and said, "There are more sisters?" Lu Yang smiled and then flew straight up. The women were shocked to see Lu Yang fly into the sky, and they all opened their mouths wide, their faces full of shock. "Oh my God! My husband can fly! He is truly our husband! He is too strong! My husband said he was the world's #1 superhuman, and I was skeptical, but now it seems that it is true." In the eyes of the people's surprise, Lu Yang had a thought. Steel began to fly out of the storage space, continuously raising the entire wall of the villa area. After rising to a height of 50 meters, a mesh of steel began to appear in the sky, covering the entire villa. Then the ground was covered with a layer of steel tiles. The entire villa area became impregnable, and no intruder could enter. Those who saw this were even more surprised. It was unbelievable that so much steel could be conjured out of thin air, and that the entire villa area could be walled up to such a height, and even the floors could be covered with steel floors. At this point, Bai Yuding was even more convinced that physics definitely did not exist in Lu Yang's body. The shock of conjuring up so much steel was even greater than the shock of Lu Yang taking all her supplies away from her shelter. Who can do this except a god? At this time, Lu Yang said to the three women in the sky, "Wait for me here for a moment, I will be back soon. I will bring your other sisters over to meet you." After saying this, Lu Yang flew directly to the school district at supersonic speed. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky as the sound barrier was broken. Bai Yuding was dumbfounded, and said in a daze, "This is breaking the sound barrier." For a normal human being to break the sound barrier with his own body is something that is unimaginable. Gu Yunhan said, "My husband is really too strong. It seems that when he was with me just now, he was still tender and caring, otherwise I might have died in the room." Lin Wanbai also said, "Of course, the bodies of ordinary people like us. How could they withstand supersonic speed?" After a dozen seconds, Lu Yang finally returned to his school area. Chapter 141, Taking Everyone to a New Safe Zone. Lu Yang soon returned to his villa area. The women were all surprised to see Lu Yang suddenly appear from the sky. It had been a whole day since Lu Yang had left in the morning. It was almost dark. This time, Lu Yang came back without bringing back any women. Chen Ting and the other women couldn't believe it. After all, Lu Yang never went out without bringing back a dozen or even dozens of women. This time, he didn't bring back any women at all, which really doesn't seem like his style. Li Mange was the first to ask Lu Yang. "Oh, Lu Yang, is the sun rising in the west this time? How is it not in your style that you didn't bring a woman back?" Li Mengyao also said, "Yes, Lu Yang, you went out for a whole day today, longer than usual, and you didn't even bring back a woman. We can't believe it." Chen Ting also said, "Could it be that my husband has changed his personality and doesn't like women anymore? Does he just like collecting supplies?" Chen Lixia said, "I don't believe it. Lu Yang, ever since the end of the world, has been looking for women every day. How could he suddenly change his personality? No one would believe it if he said it." Shen Zi also said, "Is it that there were too many women that my husband was looking for this time, and even if he brought them back, there wouldn't be enough room to put them all in, so he simply didn't bring them back and opened up a new base for women?" After listening to the women, Lu Yang looked at them with a smile and said, well, I didn't think you guys knew me so well. You really are the little worms in my stomach. You're right, you've guessed it right. I have indeed found a new safe base, and I'm back to take you there. It's much more fun than this school. It's a very high-end villa area with more than 100 villas. Each villa is very luxurious and fully equipped. After you go to that villa, you can choose any villa to live in. Not only are there many villas, but the public facilities are also very good, with a large swimming pool, a super large golf course, basketball courts, football fields, badminton courts, and even an amusement park. After you get there, you won't be stuck in the security zone like you are now, living a boring life every day, and only being able to play cards. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the girls all showed a surprised expression on their faces. Li Mengyao, the school beauty with a baby face, said to Lu Yang, "Really? Honey, you're amazing. You've already found us a new safe zone so quickly, and it's a luxurious villa area. This is too good. I've never lived in a villa in my life." Although Li Mengyao is a young and beautiful schoolgirl, one of the four most beautiful schoolgirls, with a height of 1.5 meters and a peerless appearance, her family conditions are actually just ordinary and well off. The house she lives in is just an ordinary suite, and a villa is simply an unattainable dream. It is precisely because of this that the young-looking schoolgirl is the most rare, because under the fierce pursuit of so many second-generation rich, she, with average family conditions, has not been chased by the second-generation rich. It can be said that she is a very shrewd school beauty. Chen Ting also said, "It's true, we've never lived in a villa before, and we never thought we'd be able to live in one after the apocalypse. It's all thanks to Lu Yang's husband's help and care that we have this opportunity. We have to thank our husbands more." Wang Nuling, the most mysterious and richest of the four school beauties, said, "The villa is just like that. I used to live in a villa in peacetime. But in the end, Lu Yang's husband was able to get us a villa, which is really very rare. You are so handsome, husband." Wang Nuling is after all the daughter of the school principal. Her family was very well off in the past. Naturally, she didn't think much of living in a villa, but even she thought that Lu Yang was really something to be able to get a villa in the end times. Everyone else also expressed their gratitude to Lu Yang. They all looked at Lu Yang, their eyes almost shining with stars. At this time, Lu Yang smiled proudly at them and said, "Let's go and find a new safe zone together. If you have any luggage you need to take, hurry up and get it." 10 minutes later, we gathered outside the teacher's dormitory building and began to head to the villa area. "Okay, honey, wait for us. I'll be right there," everyone said respectfully, and then hurriedly began to walk into their dormitories to collect their clothes and their belongings. After 5 minutes, everyone had gathered at the dormitory entrance. Lu Yang looked at her watch and said, "You guys are fast. It's only been 5 minutes." The girls said. Although Lu Yang's husband said 10 minutes, we dare not really delay for 10 minutes. Lu Yang nodded in agreement when she heard what the girls said. Very well. The main thing is that the children can be taught. Under her own tutelage, these women are really becoming more and more sensible. He took another look at the huge white tiger. Even the big white tiger had her favorite toy in its mouth. It was a toy doll that Lu Yang had brought back from the supermarket. A huge unicorn. It was now in the mouth of the white tiger, hanging its limbs, looking very pitiful. Lu Yang touched the white tiger's head and said, "This toy is so worn out, why are you still hanging on to it? I don't play with you much, and you like this one?" The white tiger growled at Lu Yang. "Ow. Yes, I like this one." Lu Yang shook his head helplessly. He said, "Okay, since everyone is ready, let's head to the new safe villa area." Then Lu Yang gave a look, and in an instant, everyone was wrapped in steel armor. Ka. Under the armor, everyone was covered in silver, looking very handsome and powerful. Everyone's avatar became Iron Man. Lu Yang then looked up at the sky. Swish! Everyone followed him into the sky, and then the school's security area and all the steel walls, steel mesh and steel floors began to slowly flow, becoming liquid and disappearing into Lu Yang's space. Since he had already decided to leave, this school district had become a useless base. The steel was valuable raw material that would not be wasted here, so it was all taken away by Lu Yang. Everyone was flying in the sky at supersonic speed, and after a dozen seconds, they had already landed in the villa area. Chapter 142, Playing with You. There was a loud bang. Lu Yang, along with his beauties and a white tiger, made a stunning entrance. Bai Yuding, Zhou Yuner and Lin Wanbai all saw Lu Yang and his women appear, and each of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Lu Yang's husband had only been gone for less than 10 minutes, and he had returned with so many beautiful women. Just a quick count, and it feels like there are almost 200 of them. How did Lu Yang's husband collect so many women in less than 2 months after the apocalypse? Did he just collect women every day without doing anything else? It seems that Lu Yang's husband is indeed fast, and he is really fast at everything. Li Mange, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and others also showed some surprised expressions when they saw Lin Wanbai and the others, and asked Lu Yang, "Are these our sisters that you just found today?" Lu Yang nodded with a smile. He said, "Yes, they are all the original inhabitants of this villa area. I found them when I cleared the villa area. Now they have surrendered to me and become my women. Everyone should get along well in the future." Shen Zi and the others listened to Lu Yang's words, and all of them revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Then they looked at Lin Wanbai and the others with a smile on their faces and said to them, "Hello, sisters. Hello, sisters. It is fate that we all get to know each other. From now on, we should get along well, help each other, and take care of our husbands' lives and living together. Bai Yuding and the others nodded and said, yes, yes. What you sisters are saying is that we must learn from you. Seeing everyone getting along so well, Lu Yang's face also showed a relieved expression. Then he said to everyone, okay, everyone can choose a villa to live in. I have already observed these villas. Each villa can accommodate up to 15 people. So I have chosen Villa 1 as my villa. And 14 people can go with me. Who will you choose? The moment they heard this, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mange, Li Mengyao, Chen Lixia, Wang Mulin and others immediately raised their hands to sign up. Me. They are all old hands. How could they not understand that it is a rare opportunity to live next to Lu Yang? When they were in the teacher's dormitory, they fought tooth and nail to live next to Lu Yang's dormitory. Now, when they heard Lu Yang say that they could live in the same villa, it was a rare opportunity. They raised their hands to sign up at the first opportunity. Looking at these women who signed up, Lu Yang said, very well, then it is decided. Chen Zi, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Li Mange, Wang Muling, Gu Yunhan, Yi Qingru, Yu Azuilan, Bai Qingqing, Gu Yunhan, Feng Qingjue, Sigrid, Aoki, Zheng Wenwen, you 14 people live in the same villa with me. As for the others, find a new villa to live in. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the 14 people selected by Lu Yang all showed happy expressions, and they were all so excited that they were about to jump up. But the others who were not selected were only disappointed. Lin Momo whispered. Alas, when we first chatted in the interrogation room, it was so much fun, but now we can't even live in the same villa as my husband. It makes me feel bad just thinking about it. Chen Lixia said. When the apocalypse did not occur, my husband was my suitor. I blame myself for being short-sighted and hurting my husband's heart. I never thought that now that the apocalypse has occurred, my husband has become so popular. It's all my own doing. The others had to choose villas near Lu Yang to live in. Even Bai Yuding and the other two girls were unable to live in Lu Yang's villa. When Lu Yang asked them, they actually wanted to live in the same villa as Lu Yang, but they felt that they were newcomers and should be more modest. They even thought that the older women would be more modest. Who would have thought that everyone was actually fighting tooth and nail to move into their husband's villa? If I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have given way. As the saying goes, those with thick skin can eat as much as they want, but those with thin skin can't. You're being modest and reserved, so you'll be the first to be taken advantage of. With excitement, the women moved into Lu Yang's villa number 1 with their bags, while the others moved into villas number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. Even Bai Yuding gave up her original villa and moved into Villa 6. Just to be closer to Lu Yang's villa. Soon everyone was settled in, and Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mange, Li Mengyao and others began to play around in the villa area out of curiosity. After all, Lu Yang had already told them that the entire villa area was now a safe area, so they could play around as they pleased. So they tried out the various facilities in the villa area. Some people went to the basketball court to play basketball, some went to the volleyball court to play volleyball, and some played badminton. Some people went to the amusement park and rode the roller coaster. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles, and it was clear that they had been penned up at school for a long time. Although other schools also have gymnasiums where they can play ball games, they are still inferior to the high-end facilities in this villa area. And there is also a very high-end gym in the villa area. After playing basketball, many women rushed into the gym to get fit. And everyone chose to practice their legs and buttocks. After all, Lu Yang is a powerful guy. If you don't practice, it's hard to stand up to him. After exercising, every woman was sweating profusely, and then went back to the villa to take a shower. Lu Yang sat in the lobby of the villa and watched everyone come out of the bathroom one by one. Every woman has her own beauty. And every one of them has a body that is almost model level. Now that they were all wearing their own pajamas, Lu Yang found them very attractive. It was a truly beautiful sight to behold. Then Chen Zi and the others began to make dinner. After dinner, they asked Lu Yang to go to Chongping for dinner. After a delicious meal, Lu Yang returned to her room to rest. She had done enough for the day. It took a lot of effort to empty the entire villa, and of course, the most energy-consuming part was saving the three beauties, Bai Yuding. After all, they didn't accept Lu Yang at first, and they all treated Lu Yang as an enemy. Lu Yang had to expend a lot of effort to make them submit. As for what to do tomorrow, Lu Yang hasn't thought of anything yet. If it really doesn't work out, he'll take a day off. It would be nice to have some fun with his women in the villa. So Lu Yang fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 143, Send Me a Beauty. When Lu Yang woke up, it was already the next day. He looked at his watch and found that it was just after 8 a.m. The morning sun shone into Lu Yang's room from outside the window. It was really nice to wake up naturally. And the bed in the villa was really soft. After sleeping all night, Lu Yang felt very comfortable and his energy was completely restored. In peacetime, this villa would be worth at least tens of millions of yuan. Lu Yang never dreamed that he could live in such a luxurious villa. But now the end of the world has broken out. He can lie down freely in this luxurious bed. He could lie in any position he wanted. It's so comfortable. Not to mention that there are more than 100 beautiful women living in this villa. They are all beautiful and have their own beauty. It's like being in paradise. Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. He stretched his back and got up to wash up before going downstairs. At this time, Chen Zi and others had already prepared breakfast. As soon as they saw that Lu Yang had woken up and had come downstairs, they smiled at him and said, "Lu Yang, you're finally awake. Hurry up and come down for breakfast." Lu Yang nodded. Okay. Then he sat down at the table and had breakfast with the girls. The girl asked Lu Yang, "Where are you going to take risks today? What are your plans?" Lu Yang said, "Well, I don't have any plans yet. Let's eat breakfast first. After all, we now have a new villa safe zone. The quality of life has greatly improved. I've almost finished collecting supplies nearby. I feel like I can lie down for a while." The girl said to Lu Yang, "That's great. You can play with us in the villa area. We are also very happy, otherwise you are very busy every day. I don't see you a few times a day." Many of the sisters in the safe zone have a lot of opinions, although they don't say it out loud. There are also many sisters who haven't talked to you, you should know that. Lu Yang nodded. I didn't care much when you didn't say anything, but it seems that these little bitches are itching to get into trouble. Then I'll spend some time with them in the villa area today and clean them up. The girl nodded repeatedly. Then we'll see how you do. However, just after finishing breakfast, Lu Yang was about to have some fun with the women when the satellite phone in his pocket rang. Lu Yang frowned and thought to himself, is it Chen Kalian, that old guy, calling at this time? He answered the satellite phone. Sure enough, Chen Kalian's old voice came through. Lu Yang was very embarrassed to call you so early in the morning. But recently, there has been a sudden situation in the bureau that requires your help. Lu Yang's face showed some displeasure, and he said, Director Chen, I told you before, I'm only the honorary captain of your management bureau. You're giving me tasks every other day, which makes it difficult for me. After all, a strong person like me is usually very busy. Director Chen on the other end of the line said with a smile. I know that you are busy, but this is the last resort. Otherwise, how could I have the face to come to you? It has only been a few days since you helped me get rid of the Japanese invasion team. I haven't even had time to thank you properly for the last time, and now I have to trouble you again. I'm embarrassed myself. But now it's really come to a point where I have no choice, otherwise I wouldn't be looking for you. Okay, what's the matter? Hurry up and tell me, my time is precious. Lu Yang impatiently said. Good. I'm relieved to hear you say that, Lu Yang. Director Chen Kalian chuckled and quickly said, Lu Yang, recently, there is a very dangerous fugitive in our Department of Doomsday Biology, an S-class fugitive. He escaped from the jurisdiction of the department and has fled to the city where you are. This person is a super dangerous fugitive, ranked 33rd in the S-class. In peacetime, she was a very dangerous person, but now that the end of the world has broken out, her strength has been greatly enhanced. The two tracking teams we sent out have both lost her, and one of them even suffered heavy losses, with the S-class team leader beaten half to death. So there was no other way but to ask Lu Yang to help us capture her. But Lu Yang, you must remember that she is a very dangerous woman. Although she is beautiful, don't be fooled by her appearance. Once you encounter her, you must immediately subdue her, otherwise even you may be in danger. Hearing what Commander Chen said, Lu Yang's face showed a surprised expression. Goodness, this fugitive is an S-class criminal, and she's a woman, and she's very beautiful? As for whether she is dangerous or not, that is not something Lu Yang needs to worry about. No matter how dangerous someone is, in the face of her own great muscles, they will still have to surrender obediently. As long as she is a woman, she won't escape from my grasp. Lu Yang said into the phone, Commander Chen, don't say so much, just say a few special military merits. This S-class fugitive is worth 3 special military merits. Commander Chen immediately said. Lu Yang nodded and said, okay, no problem, deal, but I have one more request. When I catch this female fugitive, I want to personally educate her. Commander, do you have any objections? How else should I find her? Although she came to the same city as me, this city is so big, you have to give me a clue. Commander Chen replied. As long as you can catch this female prisoner, you can do whatever you want with her. As long as you don't let her go out and harm people again. As for how to find her, I will immediately send a detective with special abilities to you. At that time, you two will cooperate with each other and quickly find clues. No, this detective is also a woman, 18 years old and very beautiful. After this mission is over, let her stay in your team to cooperate with you. There may be other missions that will trouble you in the future. Hearing Commander Chen say this, Lu Yang's face lit up with a happy expression and he immediately replied. Good, 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 Commander Chen is indeed thoughtful. I have already changed my base camp, I will give you the address directly. Then I will wait for this beautiful scout to arrive. Okay. Commander Chen nodded and then hung up the phone. Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Commander Chen, you're giving me a beautiful woman and military merit. It's not bad to help him out. Chapter 144, Pursuing the Fugitive. So Lu Yang waited in the villa area for about half an hour. A helicopter finally flew over the villa area where Lu Yang was. Lu Yang thought that the protective net above the villa area had opened a gap. Then a chain was lowered from the helicopter. A beautiful figure slid down the chain. After she landed, Lu Yang walked over and asked her. Are you the psychic that Director Chen sent to help me find the fugitive? The beautiful woman's face showed a somewhat nervous and somewhat shy expression. This was the first time she had met Lu Yang, and she had heard about him before in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. The current head of the department has been replaced by a young and handsome man. Now that I have seen him, I find that Lu Yang is indeed young and handsome. I'm afraid that any woman would feel shy if she met such a handsome captain. So she lowered her head and said to Lu Yang. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. My name is Li Qingmei. I am a S-class psychic in the Doomsday Biological Administration. My psychic ability is in the mental realm and can be used to sense the location of the enemy. After listening to the other person's words, Lu Yang nodded and looked at the other person, discovering that the other person was a beautiful girl around 20 years old. Not only was she very pretty, but her facial features were very three-dimensional and delicate. Even her skin was as white as snow and could be broken with a blow. And her figure was also very perfect, with a protruding front and a round back, and she had all the curves she needed. Looking at her graceful appearance, Lu Yang couldn't help but touch his chin. He thought to himself. Chen Keliang, the old director, seems to be a decent person after all, and he actually gave himself such a beautiful woman. And he also said that after this mission is completed, this beauty does not need to return to the bureau, which means that she will always be by his side. Isn't this the same as giving himself a wife? Good, good. Since he gave me such a beautiful wife with such a good figure, I will do more when I catch the fugitive. So Lu Yang said directly to the psychic. Li Qingmei, right? Very well, then let's go now. You have the ability to sense the location of the other party, so I will fly with you in the sky, and we will find the other party very quickly. Flying in the sky? Li Qingmei was stunned. Then she pointed to the helicopter in the sky and said, Don't we take a helicopter to find the fugitive? Lu Yang shook his head and said, No, helicopters are too slow. Ah. She had never shown such a surprised expression before. In the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, although she had heard people say that Lu Yang was very handsome, had a great body, and was very young, she had never heard of Lu Yang's abilities. Perhaps because Director Chen Keliang had issued a gag order, no one in the bureau had ever mentioned Lu Yang. What kind of superpower did he have? So Li Qingmei didn't know that Lu Yang could fly. Now, hearing Lu Yang say that a helicopter was unnecessary, she was completely stunned. After all, helicopters are the best means of transportation in the apocalypse. Because the roads are full of abandoned vehicles, it is too difficult to drive. Only a helicopter can ignore the obstacles on the road and reach its destination as quickly as possible. But Lu Yang didn't use a helicopter. This made Li Qingmei very confused. Seeing the other person's expression of surprise, Lu Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile, and he said to her, "Don't be so surprised. When you get to know me, you'll find out. I can not only let you take off in the sky, but also let you take off in other places. Let the helicopter go directly, don't wait there." Although Li Qingmei was skeptical about Lu Yang's words, Lu Yan was the head of the team after all. Therefore, what Lu Yan said was an order, so Li Qingmei said directly into the walkie-talkie, "You can go back to the station first." A reply came from the helicopter saying Roger that. Then the helicopter hovering over Lu Yang's villa area began to fly towards the place of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Lu Yang also looked at Li Qingmei with a glance. The metal armor quickly wrapped around the other party. Li Qingmei's face showed a shocked expression, and she asked the captain in a flustered voice, "Commander, what is this?" Lu Yang said with a smile, "Don't worry, it's fine. This is what I made. The steel shield can be used to protect you, and you won't be harmed when you take off at high speed." Li Qingmei was stunned. Rapid takeoff? However, Lu Yang did not answer him, just smiled, and then, swish! The two of them suddenly soared into the air. After flying in the air, Lu Yang took Li Qingmei with him. They instantly accelerated. Boom! A loud noise echoed through the sky, and the two people broke the speed of sound at the same time. Li Qingmei's heartbeat instantly reached its limit. He never imagined that the commander's ability was to fly with others, and that he could fly so fast that he could break the speed of sound and fly again. As an S-class psychic, she was also scared and trembling all over. Lu Yang took his hand and said to him, "Don't panic, you'll be fine with the protection of the metal armor. Now you can use your sensing ability to sense the location of the other party." After listening to Lu Yang's words, Li Qingmei also quickly reacted. This was not the time to be afraid or sigh. They had important business to attend to. So this S-level female psychic began to calm her nerves. With her eyes closed, she carefully felt the location of the fugitive in her mind. After about 10 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were already full of confidence. He said to Lu Yang, "Captain, I have found the location of the other party. It is about 15 kilometers east." Hearing this, Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay. Get ready, I'm going to start accelerating." "Yes, I'm ready." Li Qingmei took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then Lu Yang accelerated. The speed increased from 1 time the speed of sound to nearly 10 times. In a few seconds, they had already arrived at the location that Li Qingmei had sensed. It was a 5-star hotel building. The two landed on the ground. Lu Yang asked Li Qingmei, "Are you sure the other person is inside?" "Yes, Captain." Li Qingmei nodded firmly. Lu Yang said, "Okay, then we'll just go in and drag him out. You go behind me, and be careful. With the protection of the metal armor, ordinary damage is unlikely to affect you. But I'm afraid the other side has traps or something. So you have to be careful." "Okay, Lord Lu Yang." Faced with Lu Yang's concern, Li Qingmei replied with some emotion. Chapter 145, Caught. However, there was no response from anyone in the room. Suddenly, a gust of wind sounded. Swish! Arrow transformed into a shadow. It shot straight at her at a tremendous speed. Li Qingmei screamed, "Master Lu Yang, be careful." However, Lu Yang still had a confident smile on his face. He didn't even move, but the arrow suddenly stopped in midair half a meter from his forehead. The arrow seemed to be held by an invisible hand and could not move an inch. Seeing this, Li Qingmei let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, Lu Yang's people are strong. It seems that my worries were unnecessary. At this point, Lu Yang finally saw the figure of the fugitive. It was a young woman about 20 years old, with a very good figure. There was a hint of evil in her demeanor. She looked like a beautiful but crazy woman. Even when she saw Liu Yang's attack on her, which was stopped in midair, she didn't show much surprise or fear. Instead, she said to Liu Yang with interest, "Can you stop the arrow in midair? Does that mean you have the ability to control objects?" Liu Yang did not answer the other party's question, but said directly, "Obey me and I will let you eat less, otherwise, I will not be nice to you." Ha ha. I've encountered people with the ability to control objects before. The thing you people with the ability to control objects lack the most is mental strength. And your physical strength is too weak. You're not good enough to be on the same level as me, so don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me. Although you can control an arrow now, how many times can you use your ability? After the woman finished speaking, she smiled smugly and pulled out 2 guns from somewhere, firing at Liu Yang. Bang 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 bang. However, each of these bullets hovered in the air half a meter away from Liu Yang and were all controlled by Liu Yang. The woman didn't show any shocked expression, but instead said while shooting, "Each bullet must have cost you a lot of spiritual power, but for me it's just a trigger pull." Use psychics. This is the worst part, because in the face of indiscriminate attacks, you can only use your psychic power to resist. No matter whether the attack is fatal or not, or whether it is powerful or not. This indiscriminate waste of spiritual power will not last long. When my guns have sucked all your spiritual energy, it's time for you to die. This female psychic was going to use her guns to drain Liu Yang's psychic power first, and then launch her own deadly attack. Unfortunately, he underestimated Liu Yang's abilities. Ordinary object control users can only control objects at the lowest level. They cannot make objects move quickly. She can control the bullets from shooting at her, but she cannot control the bullets from shooting out at the same speed as they were shot at her. Liu Yang is different. His control ability can not only control the bullet from shooting at him, but also shoot the bullet out at a faster speed. Liu Yang's mouth curved up, and then he looked at the female psychic. Swish! The dozens of bullets hovering in front of Liu Yang quickly shot towards the other party at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. Seeing this, the female psychic was shocked. But she didn't panic. The next second. Swish! The female psychic disappeared instantly from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already behind Liu Yang. Even Liu Yang was a little surprised and said, "Teleportation? No wonder you were able to escape from the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. It seems that your value is worthy of those 3 special military merits. You know too late. Die," the woman said with clenched teeth. The sharp dagger in her hand flashed with a cold light. She slashed directly at Liu Yang's neck. A look of satisfaction appeared on her face, as if she could already see Liu Yang's artery being cut and blood gushing out. After all, she had the ability to teleport. She could suddenly appear behind someone, and even if they were a telekinetic, they might not be able to turn around at such close range. Not to mention that she had used the bullets to consume a lot of the opponent's mental energy, and the opponent had used mental energy to fire the bullets, which also consumed a lot of mental energy. In this situation, most psychics would be slow to react. Sure enough, Liu Yang faced the opponent's dagger attack, and not only did he not encounter any resistance, he didn't even feel any resistance. The next second, the knife had already made contact with Liu Yang's neck. Ding! At the moment the dagger cut Liu Yang's neck, a piercing metallic sound rang out. The female psychic was momentarily stunned. The next second, the dagger in his hand had melted into a pool of molten iron, which then slithered up her arm like a snake, wrapping itself around her body. A light sound. The female psychic disappeared and appeared more than 10 meters away. But she was still tied up by the iron ropes. Brush! Another clear sound, and you instantly disappeared in the room, apparently teleporting to the hotel corridor. Seeing the other person disappear, Li Qingmei called out anxiously. "Lord Liu Yang, she's running away. She's rushing towards the corridor window, as if she wants to jump out the window." Through the induction in her mind, she could feel that the fugitive was moving at high speed. Ha ha! How could she escape from my grasp? Liu Yang said with a smile, "The other party has teleported 3 times. The places she can teleport to should be places she has been to or can see. Otherwise, she might get stuck. Otherwise, she could have teleported directly to the floor below without having to spend twice the time to teleport to the hallway outside the hotel room." Li Qingmei said with some confusion. The rooms in this hotel should be corresponding to each other, and the room downstairs should also be a guest room. Why didn't she dare to teleport down? Liu Yang said with a smile, the rooms are corresponding, but the furniture inside may not be, and the lamps and lanterns may not be either. If she teleports to a bad location, she may even teleport into the table, and the table will pass through her body, killing her. The fact that she didn't teleport directly outside the hotel building shows that her teleportation distance is limited, probably only a dozen or 20 meters. At first glance, her teleportation skill seems very powerful, but in fact, her limitations are too great. Yes. Liu Yang, you are really amazing. You were able to analyze the opponent's abilities and completely grasp their weaknesses just by looking at their account. You are worthy of being the captain. Li Qingmei looked at Liu Yang with admiration. At this time, Liu Yang waved his hand. Swish. The female psychic who had already escaped to the window was instantly pulled back by Liu Yang's metal control skills. Chapter 146, Not Planning to Let Her Go. The female fugitive's face showed a shocked expression. She never thought that she had teleported out and was actually caught back. Who is this guy and how strong is he? Seeing that the woman was caught back by him effortlessly, Liu Yang's face revealed a trace of a smile. He said, "Do you still want to run away from me? No one has ever escaped from me, Liu Yang. Let me go. What do you want? Who are you? Why are you here?" The fugitive shouted at Liu Yang with a look of anger on her face. Liu Yang said with a sneer, "I am the head of the official Paranormal Creature Management Bureau. Although I am only the honorary head, I have to take action when necessary. You are a S-class fugitive, which is worth 3 special forces. Can I not catch you? And Director Chen Keliang told me that I could do whatever I wanted with you after I caught you because you have killed so many people. You even dared to kill someone from the official authority. Now that I have caught you, you should be able to imagine what will happen to you. So, what do you want?" The female fugitive asked Liu Yang. "It's simple. If you don't want to die, then surrender to me, serve me well, and be my servant. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." With that, Liu Yang looked up and down at the female fugitive. In terms of appearance, this female fugitive can be considered a top-notch model, with a top-notch figure and appearance. Plus, the other party is very strong, an S-class superhuman, so it should be very fun to play with. Liu Yang simply looked at the other party. He scanned the other person with the system, and sure enough, the other person's information appeared in his mind. Name, Wan Shuan. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 96 points. After seeing this information, Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Very good, very good. I didn't expect that the appearance and figure of a random female fugitive would score over 90 points. She could be described as a peerless beauty. She fits Liu Yang's requirements perfectly. There was a hint of evil in Liu Yang's eyes. Wan Shuan understood what Liu Yang was thinking at that moment. She knew that Liu Yang must be thinking something very evil at this moment. So she smiled seductively and said to Liu Yang, "Why don't you let me go first? As long as you let me go, I can be your woman." Hearing this, Liu Yang's face showed a smile that was half smiling. He knew that this was a lie, because he had not thought of it in his mind. He received a reward prompt from the system. If the other party is not truly submissive to you, there will be no reward. The system's judgment is absolutely correct, so at this moment this little woman is deceiving herself. Liu Yang smiled and said, "I won't do that kind of stupid thing with you. Once I let you go, I'm afraid you'll run away in an instant. It seems that you are not a woman who will surrender to others at will, otherwise you wouldn't have killed so many official supernormal people. So what do you want? Either you kill me, or you let me go. Let me surrender to you? Dream on. Not only will I not surrender to you, I will also regard you as my enemy. If you are not careful, you will die at my hands." Facing the threat, Liu Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile. "Threatening me, huh?" Li Qingmei, who was standing next to Liu Yang, said to him, "Liu Yang, I can feel the murderous intent and determination to kill you emanating from the other party. She is definitely not joking. So in this situation, I suggest that you kill her directly, Your Excellency." This woman is a pervert. She has already killed many official supernormal people. After being detained by the authorities for so long, she has not shown the slightest remorse, and she will not be tamed by anyone. Therefore, it is not a good choice for Lord Liu Yang to try to civilize her. After listening to Li Qingmei's words, Liu Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, she's just a crazy woman. How can she not be tamed? Next, I'll show you how your captain tamed her." Liu Yang's face showed a confident expression. Normally, Li Qingmei would never believe that anyone could tame this crazy woman. But when Liu Yang said that, she felt that Liu Yang was so convincing and confident. It seemed that as long as Liu Yang said it, he could really do it. So Li Qingmei chose to sit back and watch the situation unfold. Liu Yang, on the other hand, began to use his soul control ability. After a minute, he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully used soul control. The other person has become your most loyal servant and will never betray you. Enjoy! After receiving this message, Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression, and at this time, Wan Shuan had also revealed a face of worship and submission. And directly said to Liu Yang, "Your Excellency Liu Yang, Wan Shuan will always be your servant. I am at your disposal. I will absolutely obey whatever you want to do to me." After hearing this, Li Qingmei, who was standing next to him, was shocked. What is going on? He originally thought that Commander Liu Yang would use some strong tactics to force the other party, but instead, he just looked into the other party's eyes, and after a minute, the other party's attitude changed dramatically. This is simply something that makes no sense. She didn't do anything, so how could this female devil be so obedient? She said to Liu Yang with some concern, "Commander Liu Yang, I suspect that this guy is deliberately letting you relax your guard. She is a female devil. She has killed many people and will definitely not be subdued so easily." Liu Yang smiled confidently, "Don't worry. Others may not be able to subdue her, but I definitely can. Now Li Qingmei, you go outside and wait for a while. I want to have a good chat with this female devil. I want to have an in-depth exchange with her to see why she is so evil. Why does she hurt so many people, and at the same time use my 8-level Great Windstorm? I want to reform her." Ah! Li Qingmei opened her mouth. "I've heard that Lord Liu Yang is incredibly powerful, and as soon as he sees a beautiful woman, he'll take her to bed. It seems that this rumor is true, and he won't even let this female demon go." Chapter 147, Do Whatever You Want. Although she was surprised and couldn't believe it. But Li Qingmei was still very obedient, and left the room directly, standing outside the room. She was curious to see what Liu Yang would do to this female fugitive. I wonder what Lord Liu Yang will do to this female fugitive next. It's really exciting to think about it. Although Li Qingmei is also an important member of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, her own strength is very strong. But so far, Li Qingmei has never had a boyfriend. She doesn't understand how men and women really are. The Doomsday Creature Management Bureau is all about the legend of Commander Liu Yang. It is said that Commander Liu Yang is the most powerful man in the world, and every woman who falls into his hands cannot escape his clutches. He will make them feel like they are in heaven, and they will die of pleasure. When Li Qingmei and the other girls heard this, of course they didn't believe it. Who would believe it? Is there really a man who is that powerful? Although he has never experienced the joys of love, he has heard of it. There is no land that cannot be cultivated, only cows that can be exhausted. Does this mean that Captain Liu Yang is a cow that never gets tired, and that even the toughest land will be plowed to ruin in his hands? Li Qingmei didn't believe it before, but now she was ready to use her own ears to verify it for herself, to hear how the commander-in-chief played with the female fugitive. In the room, at this moment, the female Wan Shuan looked at Liu Yang with great anticipation. After all, he has been controlled by Liu Yang's soul lock, and he will never betray Liu Yang in this life. All he has left for Liu Yang is worship and submission. No matter what Liu Yang wants to do to her, she will not refuse. Now that she sees Liu Yang wanting to get close to her, Wan Shuan is of course excited and looking forward to it. She has no resistance at all. But before getting down to business, Liu Yang decided to ask the female fugitive why she had become a fugitive. Why do people regard her as a female devil? So he asked, Wan Shuan, I ask you, why did you become a murderous female demon? Wan Shuan's face showed a respectful expression, and she answered truthfully. Lord Liu Yang, before the apocalypse, I had already become a psychic. Before I became a psychic, I was often bullied at school. Do you know that it is said online that women are naturally compassionate and have a heart for others? But 80% of the victims of bullying in school are female. People who are weak-willed are bullied, those with good grades are bullied, those who don't fit in are bullied, those who don't conform are bullied, those who are too good-looking are bullied, those with good figures are bullied. The reason I was bullied was probably because I was not only good-looking and had a good figure, but also good grades. Those bullies would bully me every day, forcing me to give them trash, forcing me to give them hot water, robbing me of my weekly allowance, and making me go hungry for 4 days a week. They forced me to do anything I didn't want to do, and it got worse and worse. They even used me as an ashtray, using my body to put out the cigarette butts they hadn't finished smoking. In the end, they even took off my clothes and took my naked pictures, which they threatened to post online. That was when I started to fight back. I suddenly realized that the dozen bullies were no match for me. I could knock them out with a single punch and throw them several meters away. I could throw the bullies down the stairs with a single throw. I felt like I was dreaming. I couldn't tell the difference between reality and dreams anymore. I started to vent all the pent-up anger I had been feeling for a long time, and I let out all my hatred for them. That day, all 11 bullies died at my hands. I was also arrested by the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. At that time, the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau was still called the Paranormal Management Bureau. But I don't think I did anything wrong. Do I deserve to be bullied? When I have the power, why can't I take revenge? They died because they bullied me first and because they were too weak. Is it my fault? The weak deserve to be bullied. This is the survival rule I learned in school. When I was weak, I was bullied, but no one stood up for me, no one came to defend me and do justice. Now that I am strong, someone is trying to restrain me. The world is inherently unfair. So I began to rebel against the authorities, against everything, against the world. So I became a ruthless female devil who kills without hesitation. After listening to Wan Shuwen's words, Liu Yang's face showed a look of understanding. She is just a poor person. A victim of bullying. She took revenge on those who bullied her, stopped them from bullying her, and killed them. She was then arrested by the authorities. I'm afraid Wan Shuwen herself couldn't figure out why no one helped her when she was bullied, but she was caught in an instant when she rebelled against the bullies. She then developed a personality that was antisocial and full of hatred for everyone. This is a very normal thing. Liu Yang felt that he could understand her. So he nodded and said to Wan Shuwen, I think what you did was right, there is nothing wrong with it. Although I am the head of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau and represent the official organization, personally, if I were in your position, I would probably make the same decision as you. If you don't punish those who bully you, then what kind of world is this? What kind of justice is this? Don't worry, you won't be bullied again with me by your side. You can kill anyone who bullies you. You can be yourself and express your emotions. The end is near. If you can't do whatever you want, what's the point of living? Listening to Liu Yang's words, Wan Shuwen's face showed a look of emotion. Everyone says they did something wrong, everyone says they are murderers, everyone thinks they shouldn't have done it. Today, she finally met someone who understood her, and that person was her idol, Liu Yang. At this moment, Wan Shuwen even felt that Liu Yang was a guardian angel sent by heaven to protect her. Because only he can understand me and empathize with me. Wan Shuwen's face showed a look of emotion, and she said to Liu Yang, Thank you, Lord Liu Yang. Only you can understand me. You are the man I admire most. Chapter 148, Parking Lot Monster. Liu Yang nodded and smiled as he listened to Wan Shuwen's words. Very well, your story is now over, so let's get down to business. Hearing this, Wan Shuwen naturally understood what Liu Yang meant, and suddenly the female devil's face turned red, revealing a shy expression. She nodded her head and said to Liu Yang in a barely audible voice. Okay, Lord Liu Yang, but I haven't had a boyfriend before and I don't have any experience. If there's anything I do wrong, please be understanding. Liu Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, it's fine. I haven't had a boyfriend before, so I don't have any experience. But I'll be gentle and let you experience the pleasure you've never had before. Liu Yang said, and then he put his hand on Wan Shuwen's waist, which was no more than a handful. Ah! Wan Shuwen suddenly let out a shy moan. Her whole body trembled slightly with excitement. This is Master Lu Yang, the one she most admires and likes. The thought of being able to communicate intimately with Master Lu Yan was so exciting that it was hard to contain. Soon, the two of them started chatting in the room. Li Qingmei, who was outside the door, heard the sound coming from the room and immediately widened her eyes, showing a shocked expression on her face. She thought to herself, this is no wonder, this is Master Lu Yang. This strength is too fierce. He was able to make this murderous fugitive make such a sound. That's a female devil who didn't even flinch in the face of torture. But she was easily subdued by Lord Lu Yang. The strength of Lord Lu Yang is indeed the same as the rumors of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. No woman can withstand the power of Lu Yang. Li Qingmei's face showed a strange expression, and her whole body was full of anticipation. She straightened her seductive red lips and whispered. The director of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, Director Chen Keliang, told me to cooperate with Captain Lu Yang, and even said that after I completed this mission, I could stay by Captain Lu Yang's side and not have to return to the Bureau. So, is it possible that I will experience this situation in the future? According to rumors in the authority, Lord Lu Yang will not let go of any beautiful girl. Am I not a beautiful girl, Li Qingmei? Then it is very likely that it will be my turn next time. It's really exciting to think about it. Li Qingmei's face showed a look of great anticipation. Being able to stay by Lu Yang's side already made her very happy, and the thought that she might be able to win Lu Yang's favor in the future made her even more excited. After all, who doesn't want a super powerful captain to be their man? The more she thought about it, the more she looked forward to it, and the more her expression became shy and seductive. After a few hours, the chatter in the room died down. It was clear that Lu Yang had finished talking with the female devil Wan Shuan. These few hours were a real torture for Li Qingmei. You two were chatting at a leisurely pace, not in a hurry, and I was listening at the door and getting anxious. Now that it's finally over, Li Qingmei feels relieved. Creak. The door opened and Lu Yang and Wan Shuan walked out. When he saw that Li Qingmei was still waiting at the door, Lu Yang's face did not show any embarrassment. After all, he had experienced many times being eavesdropped. As long as I'm not embarrassed, then it's someone else who was embarrassed. Sure enough, when Li Qingmei saw Lu Yang come out, she was embarrassed. Lu Yang said to Li Qingmei, "It's okay, I finished educating Wan Shuan, and he won't do anything bad from now on. We should go back. I believe Director Chen Keliang has already told you, after completing this task, you don't have to go back to the Doomsday Biological Administration, but to stay by my side, Lu Yang. Do you have any objections?" After hearing Lu Yang's words, Li Qingmei nodded with a blush on her face. I have no objection to Lord Lu Yang. How could I have an objection? It is an honor for me, Li Qingmei, to be able to work with such a powerful person as Commander-in-Chief Lu Yang. Lu Yang nodded. He was also very satisfied with this Li Qingmei. He had just scanned the system, and the other person's appearance and figure were also above 90 points. Moreover, he had just conquered Wan Shuan here, and his metal control skills had been upgraded by 1 level. When he talked to this Li Qingmei, he would probably also receive a good reward. This Director Chen Keliang asked me to do things for him, which was to send me beautiful women, and he also gave me 3 special military merits. It was simply happy to think about it. So Lu Yang directly took Wan Shuan and Li Qingmei to prepare to leave this 5-star hotel and return to his villa area. The group walked in the hallway. Then they were about to take the elevator down. But this time, when their elevator was halfway down, suddenly there was a loud noise from below. Boom! The loud noise made everyone's eardrums hurt, and everyone was shocked. It was clear that the elevator had been attacked from below, and even the steel car began to deform. Li Qingmei quickly sensed it. Then she nervously said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, we are under attack, not by zombies, but by powerful mutant creatures of the end of days. The opponent is very large. It seems to have a long-range attack, because its body is in the underground garage. And our elevator has only dropped to the 12th floor. After hearing this, even Lu Yang showed a surprised expression. Goodness, the underground garage can directly attack the elevator on the 12th floor, indicating that the opponent's attack range has reached dozens of meters? At this moment, everyone was shocked. The elevator car was like being tied up by a huge python, then rapidly shrinking. Ka. The steel elevator car was twisted and deformed. It was clear that the opponent was very powerful. The other party kept squeezing the elevator car, as if they wanted to twist the entire elevator car into a twist. Seeing this, Wan Shuan and Li Qingmei both showed a solemn expression, and there was even some fear in their eyes. However, Lu Yang didn't take it seriously at all. The elevator car is made of steel, and as long as it is steel, it is under my control, Lu Yang said confidently. Since the other party is in the underground garage, then we will go to the garage to find him. Get ready, we are going down. After that, he directly wrapped a layer of metal shield on the other two women, and then controlled the elevator car to fall at a very fast speed towards the underground parking lot. Chapter 149, Discovering the Monster. Boom! A loud noise came from the elevator, which landed instantly. However, under Lu Yang's control, the entire elevator car had become a protective shield. When it landed, it did not cause any impact or injury to anyone. But at this time, Li Qingmei said, Master Lu Yang, under the destruction of the other party, the entire elevator has completely deformed, and I'm afraid this door can't be opened. Ha ha! Lu Yang smiled lightly, waved his hand elegantly, and the elevator door instantly melted like ice, creating a huge hole through which everyone could walk out. Seeing this, Li Qingmei finally understood the ability of Lord Lu Yang, which should be the ability to control metal. The elevator car and the steel shield on his body are all the result of his metal control ability. Lu Yang said with a smile, Don't be so surprised, this is nothing to me. Okay, let's go find the guy who attacked us and see what it is that dared to attack me. Li Qingmei finally reacted. Although her face still showed surprise, she quickly nodded and said, Okay, Lord Lu Yang. That guy is about 100 meters away on your right. Let's go find him. Lu Yang nodded and said, Well, you two be careful, although you are protected by the iron shield, but the abilities of the mutant creatures of the end of the world are strange and varied, and I can't guarantee that you are completely safe, so you should also pay attention to yourselves. In the face of Lu Yang's concern, Li Qingmei and Wan Shuan both nodded obediently. Of course, they also understood. The enemy they are facing this time is probably not to be underestimated. But they are also very strong, both S-level supernormal individuals. If they just want to stay alive, it shouldn't be too difficult. So the three of them headed in the direction Li Qingmei had pointed out. However, after they had walked for a short distance, a sudden gust of wind arose in the darkness. A black shadow flashed, followed by a huge tentacle that swept directly at the three of them. The speed of this tentacle was extremely fast. If an ordinary person were to be hit, they would probably be cut in half. However, in the face of this sudden attack, Lu Yang did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he waved his hand. A huge metal blade appeared in front of him. Swish! The huge metal blade flashed with a cold light and quickly cut toward the tentacle. Pop! The huge tentacle was instantly cut in half, and blue blood gushed out from the cut. The tentacle then retracted at a tremendous speed, and a huge roar seemed to come from the darkness. The severed tentacle kept jumping on the ground. It was like a cut-in-half earthworm, except that the diameter of this earthworm reached 20 centimeters. It was like a huge black python. Lu Yang walked over to take a look at the severed tentacle. It looked a bit like an octopus tentacle, but it was rougher than an octopus tentacle. And octopuses live in the sea, so how could it be hiding in the underground parking lot of a hotel? Looking at the tentacle, Li Qingmei said to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, that guy seems to be enraged. I can feel his anger. But there is also some fear in the anger, so far he has not launched a second attack. Lu Yang smiled and said, Fear is the right choice. In front of me, Lu Yang, all enemies should run for their lives. Since he is afraid, then we must continue to attack and go on to find him. So Lu Yang took the two beauties and continued deeper into the underground parking lot. As he descended deeper into the darkness, the roars from the depths became more frequent, as if to intimidate Lu Yang. Unfortunately, this had no effect on Lu Yang. The more he threatened, the more panicked the other party became. The three of them continued to go deeper, and suddenly a gust of wind came from the darkness. Three tentacles connected to each other attacked the three people from different directions. This time, Lu Yang did not show a nervous expression, but instead, he smiled lightly, then waved his hand, and three metal blades appeared out of thin air. Swish! This time, all three tentacles were cut off at once. Lu Yang's face showed a hint of a smile. He muttered, in the face of absolute strength, what use is quantity? Not to mention 3 tentacles, even 300 would be ineffective against me. Roar! A monster roared from the depths of darkness. Lu Yang not only did not flinch, but also quickened his pace. The three of them walked for another few dozen meters, and finally, they saw a huge black shadow in the depths of the underground parking lot. From a distance, it looked like a huge mass, like a small mountain, in the underground parking lot. Since the underground parking lot is not very high, the monster has dug a huge pit underground to accommodate his body. The only thing that is exposed above ground is a huge head. The head was black and ugly, covered in mucus and smelling foul. Next to the skull were a number of pale skeletons. After the apocalypse, there are very few humans left. In an underground parking lot like this, there are definitely not many humans. I'm afraid that most of these skeletons are zombies. In other words, this monster probably doesn't even spare the zombies, and eats them directly. A dozen tentacles sprouted from the pit. These tentacles are long, black, and flexible. It is probably able to cover the entire hotel. As long as any living thing that enters the hotel is able to move, it will be caught and eaten by him. What surprised Lu Yang the most was that in front of this monster, there was a figure tied up by tentacles in the sky. That figure in the dark basement seemed to be radiating a holy light. This made Lu Yang feel very surprised. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the other party was a woman. In the underground parking lot. In the dark basement, there was a huge monster with tentacles. In front of this monster, there was a beautiful girl with glowing hair tied up in midair. This scene was too shocking. It was as if the scene had appeared in a dream. Even Lu Yan showed a very interested expression. Li Qingmei and Wan Shuan were also very surprised. They said to Lu Yang, "This monster has actually captured a human, and it seems that the person is still alive? Should we go and save her?" Lu Yang nodded and said with a smile, "Of course we should save her. This monster is surrounded by skeletons, which means he eats people, but the woman was not eaten. Are you not curious? Next, let me see what kind of monster this monster is and how powerful he is." After saying that, Lu Yang moved his body and flew directly towards the monster. Chapter 150, Discovering the Fairy Princess. Seeing Lu Yang flying towards the monster, he let out a roar of anger once again. "I'm afraid it's this guy who cut off his own tentacles." Roar! With the monster's roar, a dozen tentacles flew toward Lu Yang at the same time. This time, Lu Yang did not create any metal blades. Under the metal armor, he was flying at supersonic speed, and he was sharper than any blade. The energy his body now contained was no less than that of a missile. Therefore, when the tentacles attacked, Lu Yang did not dodge or avoid them, but instead charged straight at them. Sure enough, when it came into contact with the tentacles, there was a loud explosion. Boom! Immediately after that, all the tentacles exploded into pieces, and Lu Yang had already broken through to the monster's face. The monster's huge head revealed an angry expression. Roar! With the monster's roar, a stream of foul-smelling liquid spewed from its mouth and directly attacked Lu Yang. Lu Yang waved his hand and a huge metal shield appeared in front of him, and all the liquid splashed onto the shield. Zzzz. The liquid, which was probably highly acidic, splashed onto the metal shield and began to make a squeaking sound. It seems that even the metal shield is about to be corroded. Seeing this, Lu Yang showed a surprised expression. It seems that this monster is quite powerful. Not only does it attack with tentacles, it even spits acid. And metal is most afraid of strong acid. But fortunately, my metal shield is thick enough. Even strong acid cannot melt it in a short time. At this time, the beautiful girl trapped in the air also spoke to Lu Yang. "Be careful. The strength of the dark demon is very strong. Especially in the dark, his strength will increase. Not only does he have tentacle attacks, but his saliva is also extremely corrosive. Once it sticks to your body, you will instantly turn into a skeleton." Hearing this beautiful voice, Lu Yang couldn't help but turn around and look at the beautiful girl trapped in the air. This look immediately took Lu Yang by surprise. It turned out that the person trapped was not a human at all, which was why it emitted a dazzling light in the dark, making people unable to take their eyes off it. The trapped girl was very beautiful, with delicate features, like a fairy from heaven, as if she shouldn't exist in this world. And her ears were pointed and long, plus her outfit and the dazzling light emanating from her body. Lu Yang immediately realized that if this beautiful girl wasn't cosplaying, then she must be a legendary elf. When he first encountered the dwarves, Lu Yang had thought that since there were dwarves invading the world, there should also be elves. Now, it turns out that this is the case, and the elves have appeared. And this elf is exactly as I imagined, very beautiful, not only perfect in appearance, but also has a great figure. According to the legendary setting, the elves have an extremely long lifespan. It can even be said that they are ageless. I don't know if it's true, but I really want to have a good in-depth conversation with this elf. Lu Yang's face showed a confident expression as he said to the elf. Don't worry, a mere monster can't do any harm to me. Wait in the air for a moment, I'll come to save you right away. Yes. Thank you, kind human. The elven girl's beautiful face showed a very touched expression. Being trapped in this basement with no light or day, and being attacked by this dark demon every day, she was almost desperate. Now that a powerful human has finally come to save her, she is naturally very moved and happy. The dark demon saw that its tentacles and saliva attacks could not cause any harm to Lu Yang. He let out a furious roar, and the tentacles that had been smashed by Lu Yang's rampage grew back again. It was clear that the other party had extremely strong regenerative abilities. But when my damage is stronger than your regeneration ability, your ability is useless. Lu Yang waved his hand, and a large sword over 40 meters long appeared in the air. You have a big dark membrane, right? Then I'll make a bigger knife than yours and cut you in half with it. I'll see how you regenerate. When the large sword appeared, the originally angry face of the dark demon instantly froze. The entire ugly face revealed a look of surprise and complete confusion. No, brother, you can't do this. A 40-meter long sword? Seeing this, the dark demon actually reacted in an instant and decided to run away. His huge head began to shrink downwards, as if he wanted to shrink into the huge pit in the ground. But Lu Yang would not let this happen. He controlled the 40-meter long sword and swung it forward. Swish! The huge head of the dark demon was cut off. Blue blood gushed out, splashing on the ground, making a sizzling sound as it corroded the entire parking lot. Even the fairy princess in midair fell to the ground in an instant. He was originally hanging by the tentacles of the Dark Lord, but now that the Dark Lord's head had been cut off, the tentacles instantly softened. The blue blood that fell on the fairy princess on the ground was also sprinkled on her, but Lu Yang was surprised to find that the blue blood disappeared without a trace the moment it touched the Jinling princess. This discovery made him feel incredibly strange. Because his own metal shield could be corroded, why was the fairy princess fine? The elf princess, who had just gotten up from the ground, had a look of relief on her face and looked at Lu Yang with gratitude. She said to him, "Thank you, kind human. Thank you for saving me." Lu Yang walked up to the fairy princess, and only after he came to her side did he realize that the fairy princess was really beautiful, too high class, and too elegant. The other party was tall and plump, wearing a tight-fitting elven armor. The proud and magnificent chest is very eye-catching, and the long, white, straight legs are even more irresistible, making people want to take a few more looks. At the same time, the other person's facial features can no longer be described as delicate, it's simply unimaginable. It is completely a work of art created by heaven. It's so perfect that you can't look at it. Lu Yang was overwhelmed just by looking at her. She is so beautiful. Lu Yang has had countless women by his side, but this fairy princess is definitely the most beautiful of all the women he has ever met. Chapter 151: The Most Powerful Human. Looking at this beautiful elf girl, Lu Yang's eyes revealed a happy expression. Elf girls are good, elf girls are wonderful. It's exciting and stimulating to play with an elf girl. The moment he saw the beautiful face and perfect body of this elf girl, Lu Yang seemed to have already thought of a name for their child. Li Qingmei, who was standing next to him, was also instantly amazed by the appearance of the fairy maiden. She came over and looked at the fairy girl together, and then asked the fairy girl, "You are so beautiful, and you have a perfect figure. And your ears are long and pointed, which is not human at all. You should not be human, right? How do you look exactly like the legendary fairy?" The fairy girl's face showed a somewhat shy expression. Although she was being praised by a woman, she was embarrassed to be praised like this. She nodded shyly and said, "Well, I'm the princess of the elves, my name is Leah, I'm not human, I don't know how I appeared on Earth, and after I appeared on Earth, I was captured by this hateful, dark demon." After hearing his words, Li Qingmei and Lu Yang both showed a surprised expression on their faces. The dark demon? What is that? They had never heard of this name before, nor had they seen such a disgusting, huge, and terrifying monster. If they had not met Lu Yang, they would have definitely not been able to defeat this monster if they had met someone else from the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. Princess Leia said. The dark demons are extremely disgusting monsters in our world. They are obscene, evil, and perverted. The dark demons have no females, only males, and males can have children with any species. They can do it regardless of race or size, and this kind of creature is very lustful and has a unique sense of possession of beautiful creatures. To be honest, even in our world, this creature is the most despised. Can have children with any species. No matter the race, no matter the size? Lu Yang's face showed a complex expression when she heard this. Goodness, it's even more powerful than me. At least Lu Yang's ability to spread his branches and leaves has one prerequisite: the right partner. This dark demon is good, he doesn't even need a suitable partner, right? You're awesome. At this time, Lu Yang asked again, since this creature is so lustful and lecherous, shouldn't he have taken you in a short time, since you were so beautiful? After all, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. The fairy princess heard Lu Yang's words and instantly showed a shy expression, nodding. Of course, this is why he has held me captive for so long and hasn't killed me yet. He wants to possess my body, but my elven armor has the ability to protect me. The power of the elves is resisting the elves of the Dark Empire, preventing him from causing harm to my body. The elven princess said with a somewhat proud expression on her face. She also pointed at the elven armor on her body. Looking at the other person's actions, Lu Yang also focused his gaze on the other person's armor, and found that this set of armor was indeed very exquisite, beautiful, and high quality at a glance. It's not ordinary, and in the game world, it's at least a gold level or higher treasure. Lu Yang said in surprise, then your armor is awesome. Even if the exposed parts are exposed, he can't cause any damage? After all, this set of armor is very aesthetically pleasing. For example, the magnificent cleavage is exposed. The small waist is also exposed, and the belly with the six-pack is white and attractive. The long legs are even more so, with only a pair of combat boots on the feet and the armor only reaching the short skirt. Overall, although this elf princess is wearing armor, this armor is very beautiful and delicate, a bit like the one worn by Wonder Woman. Not to mention the exposed legs and tummy and your cleavage, can't the opponent cause any harm? This made Lu Yang feel very surprised. The cloth elf Princess Leia nodded and said, yes, the other party cannot cause me any harm. The elven armor of our elves is not just physical defense, but a protective force field. It's like a thin barrier on the surface of the body, and the other party cannot harm me before the energy of the elven armor is used up. But it's also thanks to you, a kind human, that you saved me. Otherwise, my fairy armor energy would have run out sooner or later. At the current rate of consumption, it would only last another week at most. Lu Yang's face showed shock as he listened to the fairy princess. In that case, the fairy armor is really awesome. It is even better than the steel shield that he made himself. After all, the steel shield is only raised on a physical level, and it even has a tendency to be corroded under the corrosive saliva of the dark demon. But the fairy princess's fairy armor can completely block physical damage, as if it were wrapped in a thin layer of enchantment, completely blocking the outside world. This is awesome. Just as Lu Yang's face was still showing a shocked expression, the fairy princess said to Lu Yang again. Thank you very much for saving me, but during the time I was captured, in the dark, I captured many humans and other species and other creatures. They are all in his cave. Maybe we can go in and see if there are any survivors who can be saved. It was clear that the fairy princess did not want to leave immediately because of her old age, but was very worried about the other humans and creatures that had been captured by the dark demon. After listening to the fairy princess's words, Lu Yang nodded and said, there are other survivors. Okay, let's go take a look. The elf princess nodded obediently and then followed Lu Yang to play, walking into the cave of the dark demon. At this moment, there was a headless corpse of the dark demon in the cave of the dark demon. It almost occupied the entire cave. Lu Yang waved his hand. The metal began to flow like liquid directly from its space, and then wrapped the entire corpse of the dark demon membrane, and then Lu Yang's hand grabbed the air in front of him. Swish! The corpse of the Dark Lord began to rapidly compress under the metal, being compressed several dozen times in size. The original dark demon, which was tens of meters tall, was now instantly compressed into a huge iron ball with a diameter of about 2 or 3 meters. Lu Yang then waved his hand, and the iron ball was instantly thrown into the distance. Even the fairy princess was surprised to see Lu Yang's actions. This human is so strong. And whether he was fighting or saving survivors, he always had a calm and confident expression on his face. This confident expression was really fascinating. Elves are the most elegant creatures in any world, so they don't look down on other creatures, but they are impressed by Lu Yang, the elf princess. It was surprising to see such a powerful, confident, and elegant human being for the first time. Chapter 152, A Companion with an Elf. After dealing with the corpse of the dark demon, Lu Yang, the elf princess, and Li Qingmei began to walk towards his underground cave. The underground cave was very large, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. As Lu Yang and the others delved deeper, they discovered that the inside of the cave was filled with all kinds of skeletons, not only human zombies, but even other animals. The deep cave also exuded a stench. The rotten smell was overpowering, making people want to vomit. Continuing further, they finally found other living creatures deep in the cave. Lu Yang looked closely. He was stunned. Dozens of female zombies with big bellies were living in this cave. It was clear that these female bosses were pregnant with the children of the dark demon. And there were also several bodies with bright red blood flowing next to them, which were also female. They were being eaten continuously. Apparently, this dark demon does not understand the difference between humans and zombies, so he has locked all the female humans and zombies together, and the end result is that the pregnant human women are eaten by the pregnant zombie women. Of course, the Dark Lord doesn't care about this. He just keeps on capturing more and more prey. As for whether the prey will kill each other, he doesn't have much time to care. Looking at the zombies, their bellies were already very big. You can even see the black and ugly creature inside their stomachs through their bellies. Lu Yang once again showed a somewhat surprised expression. He said, humans need 10 months to conceive, but the apocalypse hasn't been around for many months. Why are these zombies' bellies so big, as if they're about to give birth? The elf princess explained. Because the dark demons are huge and have super reproductive capabilities, the development of the dark demons' embryos is also too fast, and they can basically be born in about 3 months. And the babies born are huge. They can even burst the mother's stomach before birth. In short, if a human is caught by a dark demon and becomes pregnant with a dark demon's child, then they will definitely die. I suggest that we kill all these women, otherwise the children in their wombs will become new dark elves and continue to harm more people. Although the fairy princess is very kind and holy, when faced with such a disgusting dark demon, she decided to have Lu Yang kill the source of the problem. After all, when the children of these dark demons are born, the threat to humanity will not be limited to the dozens of women present. Lu Yang nodded and said, these pregnant mothers are not human at all. They are just zombies that have already mutated. In fact, they have already died. I'm afraid that is precisely why they have been able to survive in this stinking, dirty cave for so long. Lu Yang even thought that the female zombies and the dark demons were a perfect match, otherwise humans would not be able to survive in such a place. The stench alone would make people vomit everything in their stomachs, even the bitter water. And the huge, ugly body of the Dark Lord is even more disgusting. It's hard to imagine a woman being able to withstand the torture of the Dark Lord. With a body that is tens of meters tall, a human being would not even be worth the effort of holding a cup in his hand. Only a female zombie who is not afraid of pain can withstand it. Then Lu Yang had a thought, and a steel needle formed in the air. He looked at the pregnant female bosses with a single glance, and the steel needle shot out in an instant. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the headshot began to ring out continuously in less than 2 seconds, and all of these dozens of female bosses were killed by headshots in the cave. In order to eliminate the problem forever, Lu Yang poured out gasoline from his own space. After leaving the cave, he set the entire cave on fire. Seeing the cave of the dark demon destroyed in an instant, the princess of the elves also showed some relaxed expression on her face. She had been trapped here for 3 whole days. This dark demon is about 40 meters tall. Even among the dark demons, it is a very powerful being. And her own elf armor energy is limited, and it won't last long. If it weren't for the appearance of this human, I would have probably already fallen victim to the Dark Lord. Why do the Dark Elves have a soft spot for the elves? Because in their world, the Dark Elves like to hurt the elves the most. There are two reasons for this. One is that the elves are very beautiful, which is very much in line with the dark elves' sexual orientation of liking beautiful creatures despite their own ugliness. Another reason is that elves also have extremely strong self-healing abilities and extremely long lifespans, which can withstand the torture of the dark demon. Some elves, if caught by the Dark Lord, would even be tortured for hundreds of years. Human women, on the other hand, usually die when the Dark Lord forces them to have children with him. Therefore, the Dark Lord can be said to be the archenemy of the elves. After Lu Yang returned to the surface with her, the elf princess saw the sunlight and breathed in the fresh air, and her whole body revealed an extremely happy expression. He once again sincerely thanked Lu Yang, saying, "Thank you very much, human. I don't know your name, but you are the great benefactor of my elf princess, Leah. We elves are always grateful for favors and pay back our debts. When I was captured, I thought to myself, if anyone could save me, I would even become his partner. Therefore, I will fulfill my vow. I will give myself to you." Lu Yang's face showed shock at hearing this. Goodness, are you elves also bold and straightforward? If that's the case, I'd love to go and visit your elves. In fact, not all elves are so bold. The main reason is that Lu Yang is not only strong, but also saved the life of the elf princess. More importantly, he is very handsome, which is in line with the elf princess's aesthetic. Under the blessing of all kinds of aura, it is not surprising that this person has given his body to her. After all, when Lu Yang bravely entered the dark cave of the demon and showed his strength, he had already captured the heart of the elf princess. If she had met an ugly guy, she probably wouldn't have mentioned her vow. Faced with the princess's offer of her body, Lu Yang was naturally very happy. He had originally been thinking about how he could fuck her mother, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Imagine a princess with a flawless, super beautiful, super good figure, and even a kind of holiness. The princess of the halo, don't you want to play in front of you? Not to mention that the other party took the initiative. Lu Yang said happily. My name is Lu Yang. I am a human with superpowers. I am very happy to meet you, Princess Leia. Are you sure you want to give yourself to me? The fairy princess lowered her head and said shyly. Aha, yes. Lu Yang, are you willing to be the fairy princess Leia's eternal companion? Chapter 153, The Elf Princess is So Fragrant. A beautiful elf princess with a great figure shyly asks if you would like to be her partner? This kind of situation is only encountered in dreams. I'm afraid that any man would say yes without hesitation. So Lu Yang nodded and said, Of course I would. Who wouldn't like an elf as beautiful as Leia? After receiving a positive answer, the elf princess Leia also revealed a happy smile. Although she was very confident in her appearance and looks, who could guarantee that this human would not like elves? Now that she saw that Lu Yang also liked her, she was of course very happy. Li Qingmei, who was standing next to her, cast an envious and admiring glance at Lu Yang. He is truly worthy of being the commander-in-chief. He is really strong. Even an elf, a race that has never existed on Earth before, could not resist the perfection and handsome appearance of Lord Lu Yang, and resolutely took the initiative to confess to Lord Lu Yang and become his woman. Perhaps this is the attraction that an outstanding man has for women, transcending race. Li Qingmei even thought that even if the Dark Elves had a female, the female Dark Elves might also be attracted to Lord Lu Yang. Lu Yang said to the elf princess, Very good. Since you want to be my woman, shouldn't we find a place to have a good in-depth exchange and get to know each other better? To be honest, I'm very curious about the physical structure of your elf race. I can't wait to study it right now. Faced with Lu Yang's somewhat evil words, the elf princess's face became even more embarrassed, turning red like a small apple. However, since the words came from Lu Yang's mouth, the elf princess not only didn't feel disgusted, but also felt very useful. After all, this was a recognition of her own seductive power. But before any in-depth communication, there are some things that must be done first. So the fairy princess said to Lu Yang, you are human, and I am a fairy. The racial gap between us is too great. Even the most ordinary fairy has a lifespan of thousands of years. As the princess of the elves, the royal family of the elves, and a level 5 elf, I have a lifespan of 3,000 years, and as my elven level continues to increase, my lifespan will continue to grow. As for humans, I don't know about humans in your world, but in our world, humans only live for about 100 years. In that case, we can't be lifelong partners. You're just a short-term visitor in my life. Ha! After hearing the words of the elf princess, Lu Yang's mouth opened wide, revealing a somewhat surprised expression. According to the elf princess, does she not want to be with me? Do you think my life is too short? Although you have a lifespan of 3,000 years and I only have 100 years, I am only 1/30th of you, but love is not about permanence, it's about seizing the day. I'm happy to be able to be happy for 100 years. And how could a duck in your grasp fly away like that? The other party has already decided to give herself to you, but in the end, she refuses to take the next step with you because of age, and you can't even get a home run? How can that be? This beautiful fairy princess is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must make her mine today. So Lu Yang said to the fairy princess with a long and earnest speech. Leah, age is not a problem, time is not a distance. As long as we love each other sincerely, our love will always exist in this world. Time will not pass away. After listening to Lu Yang's words, the elf princess Leah's face showed a look of emotion, and she nodded and said, Of course I understand. But even so, who doesn't want their love to be more permanent, and their partner to be able to accompany them for life? Well, it seems that I can't fool this fairy princess. Lu Yang rolled his eyes and prepared to use his soul control. Since you won't climb into my bed willingly, then I can only use my methods to make you climb up obediently. At this moment, when Lu Yang was about to use soul control to forcefully control the fairy princess, Leah began to speak again. So Lu Yang, I am ready to share our lives as fairies and sign a permanent partner contract. After signing this partner contract, our lives will be shared. In other words, you will share half of your life with me, and I will share half of my life with you. Hearing this, Lu Yang was completely stunned. What? A partner contract? Sharing life? I'll share half of my life with you, and you'll share half of yours with me. But my life is only 100 years long, so if I share half of it with you, you'll only get 50 years. But you have 3,000 years to live, so if you share half of your life with me, you'll get 1,500 years. If I do that, then my lifespan will become 1,550 years? Shit, this is against the will of heaven. Lu Yang never thought that this was what the princess was talking about this year. He thought she was going to refuse to be his partner, but he never thought she was going to share her life with him. At this moment, Lu Yang even felt that the fairy princess Leah had a golden aura shining around her. It's so great, so selfless, so respectable. Lu Yang said politely. Yes, this is not good. After all, your life expectancy is much longer than mine. If you sign this contract with me, we will share our lives with each other, and you will lose a lot. In fact, he was overjoyed. He was more than willing to share his life. After all, although he is the most powerful psychic in the world, psychics do not gain longevity, and the system has not given him any task to gain longevity. But the appearance of this fairy princess, who can provide 1,500 years of life with just one contract, is simply amazing. Who doesn't want to live forever? Living for 1,550 years is no different from living forever, and as the lifespan of the elf princess Leah increases, the lifespan she shares will continue to increase. The elves are famous for their longevity. If her lifespan reaches tens of thousands of years, then I will be able to live for 5,000 years as well. You should know that the Dragon Kingdom is an ancient country, but the recorded history is only 5,000 years. Lu Yang was excited at the thought of this. Of course, he still had to be polite, after all, this elf was so noble and so divine. If I show a mean face, it seems that I don't deserve the elf princess Leah. Especially at the beginning. Lu Yang was prepared to control the other party with a soul lock, but he didn't expect the other party to only think of themselves. Damn it! But this fairy princess is really fragrant. Chapter 154, I don't mind if your girlfriend is a bit. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the fairy princess said to Lu Yang. It's okay. Since we've become partners, we should share our lives and be together forever. And my lifespan will continue to increase as my cultivation level improves, so even if I give you half of it, I'll still live a long time. Besides, you've already given me half of your life. This is mutual equality. And if you hadn't appeared, I would have been hurt by the dark demon in a few days, living a life worse than death. You saved me. You gave me my future, so what's the harm in me sharing some of my life with you? After listening to the words of the fairy princess Leah, Lu Yang finally nodded. If he continued to refuse, it would seem a bit strange and unreasonable. But in the face of such a noble and pure fairy princess, Lu Yang still said, actually, Leah, there is one more thing I need to tell you. I already have a girlfriend. And not just one, but hundreds. Does the elf princess have any objections? But the elf princess Leah just smiled and said, It's okay, it's the same in our elf tribe. Powerful people always have 3 or 4 wives, and I'm used to it. My relationship with you has nothing to do with other people, and I can ignore other people. Hearing this, Lu Yang finally smiled with relief. This fairy princess is good, this fairy princess is wonderful, I wonder how many men dream of having her as a partner. She is strong, beautiful, noble, and has great abilities. Last time, she was able to give you more than 1,000 years of life. She doesn't care how many girlfriends you have, she only cares about you. This is simply invincible, isn't it? Lu Yang said happily. Very good, Leia. Then I want to ask you, how do we become true partners and share our lives? Leia, the elf princess, said with a shy expression on her face. It's to have the most intimate contact, and then sign this contract while we're in contact. Then our lives will be shared, and we will become eternal companions. Hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes lit up. This is a good way to sign a contract. This is exactly the way I like to sign a contract. He really wanted to sign this partnership contract with the elf princess right away. Li Qingmei, who was listening to the two of them, only looked at Lu Yang and the fairy princess with an expression of envy. She envied Lord Lu Yang for having gained a lifespan of over 1,000 years, and she also envied the fairy princess. She would soon be favored by Lord Lu Yang. And you, Li Qingmei, you have nothing, and happiness belongs to others. The fugitive Wan Shuan next to her did not show any strange expression. After all, he has already had intimate contact with Lu Yang. What does it matter if the fairy princess is here? She's still going to be behind him in line. What are you so proud of? Lu Yang's face now showed a look of excitement, and he spoke directly to the fairy princess and Li Qingmei. Very well, then this time the underground garage expedition has come to a successful conclusion. The dark demon has been killed by me, his lair has been destroyed by me, and we have also saved the fairy princess Li Yaliang. At the same time, the fugitive Wan Shuan was captured, and this time the plan and action can be said to have ended perfectly. It's time to go back. After saying this, Lu Yang was still very excited, because he thought about being able to have intimate contact with this beautiful, sexy, very beautiful fairy princess, who looked like a fairy from heaven, and also be able to share 1,000 years of life from the other person. This is a night to look forward to. After listening to Lu Yang's words, the others nodded obediently and said, Okay, let's go back now. Lu Yang then began to wrap everyone in a layer of metal shielding and flew out of the elevator entrance in the underground parking lot. After flying into the air, it began to rush towards the villa area at supersonic speed. The fairy princess in the sky was shocked by the speed of the flight and asked Lu Yang, how did you do it? As far as I know, humans can't fly, and even the fairy tribe, which doesn't have the ability to fly, needs to reach level 9 to grow wings. And even if they grow wings, they can't fly so fast. Lu Yang smiled and said, The humans of today are a little different from the humans of your world. We are the new humans, known as superhumans. We have all kinds of superpowers and abilities. The ability to fly is just one of my abilities. Hearing this, the fairy princess nodded, and at the same time looked at Lu Yang with even more admiration. Sure enough, the human she chose was not an ordinary human. The person who was able to save me from the hands of the dark demon is certainly someone with some strength. Soon they landed above the villa area. When Lu Yang returned to the villa with the 3 women, the women in the villa area all came out to greet them. When they saw the fairy princess, they all showed shocked expressions. This is an elf. A creature that only exists in legend, a noble and elegant race. A higher level existence than humans. It is said that the elves and the dwarves are 2 races that cannot coexist. As expected, the dwarf princess Sigrid was shocked when she saw the elf princess Leah. She said in a strange tone, Oh? Elves? I didn't think you would come to this world, and I didn't think that you, who are always so noble, would come back with Lord Lu Yang. You don't look like you're wearing elven armor for protection. You must be a member of a noble family of elves, right? The elf princess was also very surprised to see the dwarf. Leah said, A dwarf? Aren't you and humans also at odds with each other? How could you be here? Sigrid the dwarf said. Lord Liu Yang is not an ordinary human. I have to tell you that if you continue to maintain your elven high and mighty attitude here, our predecessors will not agree. Humph, the elf princess snorted. Her face was full of disdain. She came here only because of Liu Yang, and she didn't care about the others at all. Chapter 155, The Elf Princess Knocks on the Door. The Dwarves and the Elves. In their original world, they were hostile to each other. Now that they have met again in Liu Yang's safe zone, they have naturally become antagonistic. Dwarf Princess Sigrid now completely dislikes Elf Princess Leah. But the Elf Princess Leah also doesn't like the Dwarf Princess Sigrid. She pursed her pretty lips and said, "What do I have to do with you, little dwarf? I only care about Liu Yang here, and I don't care about you, little dwarf." Really, she is the noble princess of the elves, and she is really arrogant, and she has no respect for our predecessors at all. Dwarf Sigrid deliberately stoked the fire. The women around Sigrid heard her words and their faces showed some strange expressions. This elf princess is really not an ordinary person. So arrogant. She really has the air of a princess. But in Liu Yang's safety zone, it doesn't matter if you're a princess or not. Everyone is an equal, and previous identities are all clouds. So they all looked at the fairy princess with a strange expression. At this time, Liu Yang said, Okay, don't argue anymore. No matter what kind of conflicts you had in your original world, now that you have entered my Liu Yang's safe zone, you are all family. I don't want you to continue your old conflicts. So, Dwarf Princess Sigrid and Elf Princess Leah, you should both keep quiet. Also, Leah, after you take a bath, come to my room and we can have a good chat. I haven't really learned much about elves. The two of us can have a good exchange, cultivate our feelings, and understand each other deeply. Upon hearing this, the elf princess immediately blushed, then revealed a happy expression and said to Liu Yang, "No problem, Lord Liu Yang, I'll come find you later." At this moment, the other women also realized that Liu Yang seemed to have a special favor for the elf princess. It seems that the fairy princess is not just beautiful and noble. She even won Liu Yang's affection, so she must have other skills. After all, there are many beautiful people in the villa area. The other women all cast friendly glances at the elf princess. After all, being able to win Liu Yang's affection means that the elf princess has already gained a place in this safe zone. If they continue to be hostile to the elf princess, they will instead leave a bad impression in Liu Yang's eyes. As for the dwarf Sigrid, she couldn't say anything at this point, so she just pouted and stood there with a depressed look on her face. Li Qingmei and the S-class fugitive Wan Xuan were assigned to 2 rooms by Liu Yang. Liu Yang went back to his room, took a shower, and thought about it for a while. Today was a very fruitful day. Not only did she get a Li Qingmei. This Li Qingmei has the ability to sense spirits, which will be very useful for her to search for survivors and beautiful women in the future. She also got an S-class fugitive, Wan Xuan. The other party has the ability to teleport. This ability is very powerful. Although the distance of teleportation is not long, as the opponent's supernatural ability level increases, it will definitely become more and more powerful. As for the benefits that the elf princess Leah gave Liu Yang, they were even more. First of all, the elf princess Leah is very beautiful, and her status is noble. The elf princess can give people unlimited imagination. In the unspeakable comics of the past, elves often appeared, usually paired with elderly, fat human adventurers, or ugly, evil goblins, or powerful, burly orcs. Liu Yang has also read many comics about elves before, and they can be said to be full of fantasy and excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to crush the most noble princess under their feet? Watching him fall little by little, watching her gradually become corrupted from her noble beginnings, becoming submissive. It's a great feeling of accomplishment, and it's so satisfying. Now that the elf princess Leia is in my hands, I of course have to do this operation myself. To completely conquer this elf princess. Let her bow down to her king. What's more important is that the elf princess has given herself a full 1,500 years of life, which makes me feel so good. After all, everyone wants to live longer. Even the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, spent a lot of time searching for the elixir of life. How many emperors have shouted aloud, wanting to borrow another 500 years from the heavens? But Liu Yang got not just 500 years, but 1,500 years, which is why he values the classic princess so highly. What else can the other women in the safe zone offer, apart from providing some physical value and some system rewards? But the fairy princess is different. In terms of physical value, she is beautiful and has a perfect figure. She is the best of the best, and no human can compare with her. Therefore, her physical value already exceeds that of other women. As for the value of the system rewards, she will still receive them after Lu Yang has completely conquered her. So compared to other women, the fairy princess is not inferior. Not to mention the value of her 1,500 years of life. This is something that no other woman can give to Lu Yang, which means that among all the people present, the fairy princess is the one who has helped Lu Yang the most. Therefore, Lu Yang certainly has a special feeling for the fairy princess. After all, who could refuse a beautiful princess with a perfect figure who could also give you 1,500 years of life? Today's harvest was very good, and Lu Yang was very happy. He took out his satellite phone and dialed Director Chen Keliang's number. Soon the director on the other end of the phone spoke. Lu Yang, my friend. I didn't expect Lu Yang, my friend, to call me personally. It was not difficult to hear the surprise in his tone. After all, Lu Yang personally called me, and this kind of thing has never happened before. Usually, I have to find Lu Yang myself, and Lu Yang is still indifferent. I have to lower my face and ask him nicely. Lu Yang said to the phone, Director Chen, I have completed the task you assigned to me perfectly. So Li Qingmei is now with me, and she has returned to my safe zone and become one of my team members. At the same time, the fugitive Wan Shuwan has also been captured by me, and I will deal with her personally. Hearing this, Chen Keliang showed a surprised expression. He quickly said, That's great. I knew that Lu Yang would be able to handle anything. This S-class fugitive has cost many people a lot of time and effort. Lu Yang was able to catch him in less than a day. That's amazing. Don't worry, I promise you that you won't be short of military merit, and in the future, when we have a new female team member in the bureau, I will let you know as soon as possible. Well, I'll come visit your bureau again when I have time. That's it, I'm hanging up. Lu Yang hung up the phone directly after saying that. At this time, his door was also knocked on. Chapter 156, A Chat with the Elf. After hearing the knock on the door, Lu Yang's face showed an excited expression, and he also collected his thoughts. He said directly to the door, Come in. Creak. With a clear sound from the door was opened and a beautiful figure appeared at the door. Lu Yang looked closely and saw that she was indeed a blonde with a perfect figure and snow-white skin, a delicate princess. At this moment, Lu Yang's heart began to stir. This is the fairy princess, and she is the most beautiful fairy princess. Which man wouldn't be overwhelmed by her beauty? Lu Yang quickly said to the fairy princess. Come on, fairy princess Leah. Hurry up and come to my bed, I want to have a good chat with you. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the fairy princess immediately blushed. She immediately blushed. Her beautiful face turned red like a ripe apple. Because before she entered Lu Yang's room, she had already heard other women say, Lu Yang is the strongest man in the world, and every woman who enters his room has to shed a layer of skin. Even powerful superhumans have to kneel down and beg for mercy in his room. Although she was a fairy princess and her basic qualities were much stronger than ordinary people, she didn't dare to say that she could withstand Lu Yang's power. So the fairy princess was still very nervous. With a conflicted and expectant heart, the fairy princess carefully sat down next to Lu Yang. Seeing this beautiful and sexy elf princess sitting next to him, Lu Yang's heart began to burn with desire. The thought of this perfect woman begging for mercy on his bed later made Lu Yang feel very excited. Today, I'll have a good chat with her. Take a good look at the difference between this elf and an ordinary woman. So Lu Yang said to the fairy princess Leah. Don't be so nervous. I'm a gentleman. I'm sure you've heard other women say that, and nothing strange will happen when you enter my room. We're just going to have a nice chat. The elf princess buried her head in her own plump chest, nodded, and said shyly in a barely audible voice. I understand, Lord Lu Yang. I will do my best to keep you company. I will make you feel so good that you will fly straight to heaven. Hearing this, Lu Yang finally got excited and grabbed the elf princess's waist, deciding to have a good chat with her. Outside the door, Li Mengyao, Chen Zi and others had been waiting for a long time. Even the dwarf princess began to tiptoe and pricked up her ears, wanting to hear the sounds coming from the room. After all, there is nothing to do in this safe zone. Everyone lives a boring life. Although they don't have to worry about food and clothing, there are no entertainment activities. Being able to hear Lu Yang chatting with other women was a rare pastime for these senior women. When they heard the voice of the elf princess Leah, they all showed contempt on their faces. Sigrid, the dwarf princess, said first. What? Is this the legendary high and mighty elf princess? It's so funny. I didn't know that the elves were so lustful. Those of us who know her call her the elf princess, but if others don't know her and hear her voice, they might call her the succubus princess. Chen Zi also said, that's right, this elf princess is really something. She must have had a boyfriend before, and not just one. Sigrid replied, who knows? Although this elf princess looks like a human teenager, no one can estimate her real age. After all, some elves can live for thousands of years. Even if they are 500 years old, they look no different from 15 years old. So this elf princess, I guess she is already a 100-year-old old woman. Hearing this, all the women were shocked. They said in disbelief. My goodness, can elves live that long? A lifespan of thousands of years is really enviable. A few hundred years old and looking like a teenager, isn't that almost like being immortal? It's really enviable to think about it. In the future, when we have all become old women, the appearance of this elf princess will still be the same. I don't know if the supernormal can extend life. Lin Momo said. According to our official organization's research on supernormal people cannot extend their lives. Their bodies will still age with time, and they are no different from ordinary people. After hearing this answer, ordinary women like Chen Zi finally showed a relieved expression. I thought that the supernormal could also live for thousands of years like the fairy princess. Wouldn't that make us ordinary people the most pitiful? There's no benefit at all. But the discussion in the room had also reached a fever pitch. The people outside the room listened to the sounds inside and all showed expressions of contempt. This fairy princess is too wild. This voice is calling Lu Yang, her husband. The voice is so sweet and seductive, I can't stand listening to it. Isn't that right? I have to say, this girl is really good at pleasing men. If I were a man, I couldn't help myself. If I had time, I would definitely want to have a good chat with him and ask her for advice on how to please a man. After a few hours, the room finally returned to peace. Lu Yang had finished chatting with the fairy princess and learned a lot about each other. This elf princess is indeed a race that is more powerful than humans. Although she is not a supernatural being, her basic attributes are at least 3 or 4 times those of a human. Even during the conversation with Lu Yang, she was the best performer and didn't collapse at the end. Lu Yang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. At the same time, during the chat, the fairy princess voluntarily submitted to Lu Yang and obeyed his orders, and Lu Yang also received a system reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully conquered the fairy princess. You have received a system reward and your storage space level has been upgraded by 1 level. After receiving this system prompt, Lu Yang's face showed a look of joy. It's really good. This is the fairy princess. Not only is she beautiful and has a good figure, she also provides herself with a storage space level 1 reward. Coupled with her 1,500 years of life, it can be said that this fairy princess is the one who has helped herself the most among all women. It's really great. Chapter 157, Using Him. Early the next morning, Lu Yang woke up feeling refreshed. The fairy princess next to him was still sleeping. The sleeping fairy princess looked exceptionally beautiful, with a peaceful and contented expression on her face. Lu Yang couldn't help but lean over and touch her smooth face. The sleeping fairy princess uttered a dreamlike murmur, "MMM. Lord Lu Yang, let me sleep a little longer. You were so fierce last night that you exhausted me. I haven't recovered my strength yet, and I need to sleep for a few more hours." After hearing her words, Lu Yang's face showed a hint of a smile. Then he said to the fairy princess, "Okay, Leah, then you can sleep a little longer. I'll go have breakfast first, and I'll have them leave you a breakfast later." Yes. Okay, thank you, Lord Lu Yang. Leah was very touched by Lu Yang's thoughtfulness. So Lu Yang stretched his back, got up, dressed, washed up, and then went downstairs to have breakfast. As soon as she got downstairs, the women cast strange looks at Lu Yang, and a hint of a wicked smile appeared on their faces. Li Mengyao asked Lu Yang first. How was it? Did Lu Yang have a good time chatting with the fairy princess last night? What is the difference between a fairy princess and an ordinary woman? Besides being beautiful and having a good figure, there should be a difference in experience, right? Chen Zi also said, "You're right. The fairy princess is really beautiful, even I, a woman, want to get close to her. Can you lend me the fairy princess tonight? I want to sleep with her, I want to hold her in my arms. I also want to study the wonders of the fairy tribe." Li Manga said. "Yes, I've thought about it too. It must be very comfortable to play with the fairy princess and sleep with her. I also want to discuss the secret of immortality with her. It is said that any fairy of the fairy tribe can live for thousands of years. My request is not high, just let me live for a few hundred years." Hearing the women's words, Lu Yan laughed even more at these women. "Where did you hear this news? They even know that the elves can live forever. But you can't just discuss it and get eternal life. After all, the elves' immortality is innate, not something they use as a technique. I was able to gain more than 1,000 years of life only because the elf princess shared it with me. Other people can't copy her method." However, Lu Yang did not want to discourage these women, so he said to his women, "If you really want to live forever, then ask the fairy princess if she can find a way to make you humans live forever." After hearing this, the women suddenly showed happy expressions. They all said to Lu Yang, "That's great. Thank you, Lu Yang. Then I won't be polite. I'm going to sleep with the fairy princess tonight. I want to sleep with the fairy princess too." "That's fine, then let's all sleep with the fairy princess together. It doesn't matter if we're all women. We can even chat while we sleep." The women nodded and decided that they would have to ask the fairy princess a lot of questions that night. Leah, who was still sleeping, probably never imagined that she would be so popular. But it is understandable that the elves, as a noble race, are the center of attention wherever they go. Now that she is in Lu Yang's villa, it is normal for her to gain the support of other women. After breakfast, Lu Yang was ready to continue searching for supplies. "Ooh!" Little White Tiger let out a purring cry at Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the other person's longing eyes and could only nod helplessly and say, "I really can't do anything about you, White Tiger." "Okay, then let's go on a mission together again today." Woof woof. Zaya Behu's face immediately showed a very human and happy expression, and then she jumped to Lu Yang's side. At this moment, Lu Yang realized that the little white tiger had grown a lot during this time, and at this moment, her shoulder height was already more than 2 meters. If she stood on her hind legs, she would probably be over 5 meters tall. Ordinary people seeing a white tiger this big would probably be scared to death, it's so oppressive. Lu Yang continued to take the little white tiger out of the house and then covered her with metal armor again. Then, the tiger and the girl took off into the sky, right before the eyes of the other girls. They began to fly at supersonic speed. Today, Lu Yang is going to another city to search for supplies. Of course, it would be even better if she could find some beautiful women. Soon Lu Yang and Zaya Behu arrived in the neighboring city. The two of them landed from the sky, and Lu Yang sat directly on Zaya Behu's back and began to walk. Some of the scattered zombies in the city saw Lu Yang and Zaya Behu and rushed towards them. Unfortunately, before they could get close, Lu Yang's face already revealed a smile, and then he waved his hand. A steel needle flew out. Pop! A loud noise. The zombie was instantly decapitated. More zombies then came over, hearing the noise. Lu Yang continued to wave his arms, and the needles flew through the heads of the zombies like streaks of light. Bang 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 bang. As the sound of the headshots continued, the zombies fell one by one. Lu Yang also began to receive system prompts in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have killed 10 zombies and gained 1 attribute. Congratulations, you have killed 100 zombies and gained 10 attributes. Congratulations, host, you have killed 200 zombies and gained 20 attributes. Lu Yang's face lit up with a happy smile as he kept receiving system prompts in his mind, and the number of points kept increasing. Killing zombies to increase attributes is still fast. 1 man and 1 tiger, marching forward with awe-inspiring dignity. However, what they were doing was seen by a group of survivors in the dark. The survivors' faces showed expressions of shock. One of the survivors said to the big man next to him, "Big brother, how is that guy on the white tiger so fierce? Everywhere he goes, the zombies all get their heads blown off and fall to the ground. This is a bit too strong. Another survivor said, maybe we can use him. The dark-skinned man also seemed to see a glimmer of light in his eyes. He finally nodded and said, yes, it seems that we must use him. So he waved his hand and the entire squad began to move. Chapter 158, I beg you to help. At this time, Lu Yang rode on the little white tiger and continued to move forward, finally arriving in front of a supermarket. However, there were several rotting zombie corpses at the entrance of the supermarket. The zombies had been dead for several days. Maggots were wriggling on them, and in some places, the bones were exposed. At the same time, it also exuded a very unpleasant stench. Lu Yang couldn't help but cover his nose. Even Xia Beihu showed a frown. As a white tiger, her sense of smell is several times that of humans. Even Lu Yang couldn't stand the stench, and as a white tiger, she of course couldn't stand the stench even more. Lu Yang said to the white tiger, it seems that someone must have entered this supermarket, otherwise there would be no way that the zombies' bodies would be here. There was a battle here, and these zombies may have originally been inside the supermarket, tracking survivors outside the supermarket, and then they were killed by the survivors. Ah! Xia Beihu nodded, thinking that Lu Yang's reasoning was very sound. Let's go in and take a look. I hope there are still some supplies left. Lu Yang continued, then patted the little white tiger on the butt, and the little white tiger continued to move forward. One person and one tiger entered the supermarket. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the supermarket, Lu Yang saw the corpses of zombies all over the floor. There were dozens and hundreds of them. It seems that the other party is very fierce. To be able to kill hundreds of zombies, it must be a team of dozens of survivors. Otherwise, they would never dare to enter a supermarket, a nest of zombies. After all, not everyone is as fierce as Lu Yang, who can instantly kill hundreds of zombies with his own strength. The entire supermarket was filled with a foul stench. Lu Yang continued to move forward and found that most of the items in the supermarket had already been looted. All that was left were some spoiled foods. Even if some of the food had not gone bad, it had been contaminated by the stench and liquid from the corpses of the zombies. Lu Yang shook his head and said to Xia Beihu, forget it, it stinks in here. It's really unlucky. Let's not collect any food and go. Woof woof. Xia Beihu nodded and then flew out of the supermarket at a very fast speed. She couldn't stand the stench any longer. She was just waiting for Lu Yang to give the order. After emerging from the supermarket, Lu Yang took a deep breath. The supermarket was even worse than a cesspool, so bad that he didn't dare to breathe. Now that he was outside the supermarket, he dared to breathe. Just as Lu Yang and Xia Beihu were preparing to collect data on the next supermarket, suddenly, a pair of strong men appeared in front of him. These strong men were all dusty, tall, dark and strong, and full of murderous intent. It is obvious that they are survivors of the apocalypse, and they probably have the lives of many people or zombies on their hands, otherwise they would never have such a powerful aura. To ordinary people, these people are full of murderous intent, and they can be scared by just one look. Of course, for Lu Yang, these vibes are nothing to mention. Because Lu Yang is a man who has killed tens of thousands of zombies. When it comes to murderous intent, who dares to say he is number one when he is number two? Looking at the survivors, Lu Yang's face showed a hint of coldness, and he asked them, what's the matter? Although Lu Yang is not a homicidal maniac, he will not kill anyone he sees. But if these survivors dare to provoke him, or say something disrespectful to him, their heads will explode the next second. After all, he is already so strong, why should he be provoked by others? If you don't provoke me, it's fine, but if you provoke me, you'll die. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the group of men, who were dusty and full of murderous intent, instantly changed their expression and replaced it with a smile of flattery. A wretched man said to Lu Yang, little brother, the supplies in this supermarket are all gone. We went there 2 days ago and found that someone had already taken them. I know a good place to get supplies if you are interested. Not interested, Lu Yang said without hesitation. Ah. The words that the burly man had wanted to say were instantly blocked in his mouth. He never expected that the young man would say he was not interested without hesitation. He had originally wanted to lure the young man into their plan with supplies. After all, in the end times, nothing is more valuable than material goods. No one can be uninterested in material things. If he really wasn't interested in material things, why would he go into the supermarket to look for them? The burly man was still not convinced and continued to say, "Young man, I'm telling you the truth. There are really endless supplies there, and no one has ever gone in. It's even more than the supplies in this supermarket. You can trust me. I'll take you there. We'll split the supplies 90/10. You get 90 and we get 10. Lu Yang." He smiled and shook his head. "I never share with others. And I'm not interested in what you're saying. If there was really such a good place, you would have gone there long ago. There are so many of you, you could even kill hundreds of zombies. But I am very suspicious that the supplies in this supermarket were taken by you, so don't even think about slipping away from me. Leave the supplies and you can live, otherwise you will all die." Hearing this, the strong man was dumbfounded. Because they still wanted to use Lu Yang to achieve their goals, but who would have thought that this guy would directly threaten us to hand over the supplies? Isn't this like stealing a chicken and losing a handful of rice? Moreover, they had already seen Lu Yang's battle in secret. With a casual wave of his hand, hundreds of zombies fell to the ground with a headshot. They couldn't see how he did it at all, and they were afraid that he was a superhuman with the ability to blow people's heads off. Although their boss is also a mutant, his ability is not as amazing as directly exploding people's heads. At this moment, these strong men suddenly showed some panicked expressions. They were afraid that the young man would kill them with a wave of his hand. After all, apart from their boss, who is a psychic, the other people's strength is not much better than that of the zombies. This man can blow the zombies' heads off, and he can also blow their heads off. They have no way to deal with it. The burly man, who was called the boss, gritted his teeth and said to Lu Yang, "Little brother, I beg you. As long as you help me with this, I can give you all my supplies." Chapter 159. I want this. Faced with the other party's request, Lu Yang suddenly smiled. This guy has provoked himself. He still dares to ask me to do something, he really has a lot of guts. Seeing Lu Yang's expression of a smile, the big man suddenly had a bad feeling. So he didn't hesitate and instantly fell to his knees. He kept bowing to Lu Yang. Bang bang bang. Then he said to Lu Yang with a pitiful look on his face, "Big brother, please help me. I really have no other way. If I had any way out, I wouldn't have come to you in such a risky way. I also know that in the end times, everyone is a competitor and an enemy. Asking for your help is a bit of an imposition, but I really have no other way. My sister has been kidnapped. And I'm no match for them. I was already desperate, but your appearance gave me hope. If you can help me, you will be our savior." Hearing this, Lu Yang finally showed some interest. "My sister was kidnapped? Hello, little sister?" he asked the big man. "Is your sister pretty?" The big man was taken aback by this question. What is beautiful or not beautiful? Is this the right question to ask in this situation? But then he thought about it. From ancient times to the present, there has always been the saying that heroes save beautiful women. Why would a hero save a woman just because she is beautiful? How about a hero saving an ugly woman? So whether or not she is beautiful may very well be the key to whether or not my sister is saved. He replied quickly. She is beautiful. My sister is absolutely beautiful. She is more beautiful than those top-notch movie stars. She is also a superhuman, so her body is stronger than that of an ordinary woman, and her body is very graceful. Compared to professional athletes, her figure is full of advantages. Lu Yang nodded and said, "Well, since you've said that, I'll reluctantly help you with this little favor. Go ahead, who took your sister?" Hearing this, the face of the big man suddenly showed signs of excitement. It seemed that his sister was saved. Because this young man was obviously interested in his sister's case, he no longer viewed himself with a hostile attitude as he had at first. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, the big man feels that he should make more efforts. After all, that is his own sister. He was the leader of a survivor base. However, he was very depressed and desperate that he could not even protect his own sister. Now he could finally do something to save his sister. Dahan felt that his hope had been rekindled. So he quickly said to Lu Yang, "The one who took my sister away was not a zombie, nor was it another human being, but a creature I had never seen before. It is very likely that it mutated after the outbreak of the apocalypse. What kind of creature? Lu Yang was suddenly even more interested. He already had a dwarf princess and an elf princess in his safe zone. These two different races from the human race all gave Lu Yang a very good feeling, each with their own way of playing. Especially the elf princess, not only was she beautiful, but she also gave herself a 1,500-year lifespan, which was exciting to think about. If there are new races to discover, will they bring new benefits to me? It doesn't matter if it's an alien, a demon girl, or a succubus. After all, they are much more exciting than humans. Seeing Lu Yang come, perhaps the heart of the great man really seemed to have ignited hope, and he even felt that his sister was already saved. He quickly said to Lu Yang, "If you really have to describe this creature, it feels more like a jelly-like substance. They are soft all over, like they have no bones and can be deformed at will." Hearing this, Lu Yang suddenly perked up. Creatures without bones? Then it's no different from a slime. Damn, if I could get a slime girl, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? Other women can only tolerate me to a small extent, but a slime can tolerate my entire body. A slime girl is the best. Lu Yang asked quickly. Isn't this a slime? Are there many of these creatures? Where are they? Do they have a gender? Are there male and female slimes? Are they pretty? The big man was speechless. You just asked me if my sister was pretty, and now you're asking if slimes are pretty. Brother, you really don't have any preferences? You must be really hungry. No wonder I looked at the white tiger under your crotch and saw that you weren't looking at me properly. You're not having an affair with the white tiger, are you? But although he thought so, but he said it with his mouth. Those jelly-like creatures that look like slime can change their appearance and body shape at will. In other words, they can grow into whatever shape they want, and even become the same as you. Therefore, if you can catch the slime, you can customize their faces and bodies as you like and make them look the way you want. After hearing this, Lu Yang showed an excited expression. Great! If that's the case, can I make a woman with snow-white skin and big breasts? Other women only have one pair, but slimes can have 2, 3, 4, 5, or even more pairs. And if you're really into it, you can also give her 2 heads, 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads. And each head can have a different appearance. For example, one head looks like Louis Fei, another looks like Yang Mi, another looks like Zhao Liang, and another looks like Doraba Dilmarat, and another looks like Gulinaza. These heads are really going to make you kiss. Holy cow, it's an unimaginable pleasure. There are even more strange ideas. For example, if you give this slime a lot of reproductive systems, wouldn't it be possible to carry multiple fetuses at the same time? It would be twice as efficient to use it to have children. I want this, this is good. Lu Yang showed her impatience. He said to the big man, hurry up and tell me, where was your sister taken? Where is the base camp of these slimes? Take me there quickly, or your sister may be in danger. Hearing this, the big man showed a surprised expression and immediately said to Lu Yang, okay, sir, follow me. I'll take you there. Chapter 160, The Slimes Have Appeared. So under the leadership of the big man, Lu Yang and Xiaobehu followed them to the slimes' base camp. The slimes' base camp was in an underground supermarket. The entrance to the supermarket was covered in a sticky substance, obviously created by the slime. This substance is full of stickiness, and it even looks as if it is wriggling slightly, as if it were alive. The big man said to Lu Yang, be careful, sir. These substances are covered with slime nerves. As soon as you walk on them, you will be discovered by the slimes. I also tried to rescue my sister, but I was discovered several times before I even entered the supermarket. I almost got caught, too. Those guys are very strong, and they have bodies like water. Normal attacks are completely ineffective against them. I even suspect that they can't be physically attacked. After hearing the words of the big man, Lu Yang said with a relaxed expression, it's okay. The reason you think he can ignore physical attacks is only because your physical attacks don't hurt enough. In the face of absolute damage, everything is a cloud. After saying that, Lu Yang walked over to it without hesitation and stepped on it. It was like stepping on a jelly carpet. The jelly carpet trembled for a moment. Then a roar was heard in the supermarket. It was obvious that the slime inside had discovered Lu Yang. The big man instantly showed a panicked expression. He had a deep understanding of the power of the slime. When he was trying to save his sister, he almost got caught by the slime himself. Now that he heard the roar of the slime, he was naturally scared. If he could choose, he really wouldn't want to face this kind of weak and bony, but powerful monster. Unfortunately, the person who was caught was his own sister, so he had to come. Be careful, sir. These slimes will come out in droves. Lu Yang reached out and waved at him, saying, "It's okay. Watch my performance next." The moment his voice had finished, whoosh! Dozens of black shadows rushed out of the supermarket in an instant. When Lu Yang saw the appearance of those shadows, he suddenly showed a somewhat excited expression. It really is the legendary slime, it looks so soft all over. Even when they walked, it felt like their legs were glued to the ground. They were made up of a translucent pink jelly-like substance. Each slime was over 2 meters tall and could be seen as humanoid, but there were no human details. Their hands and feet had no fingers or toes, and there were no facial features. It felt like they had deliberately transformed into human form at will, just to better fight with humans. It really is amazing. Lu Yang thought of a single idea, and a steel needle appeared in front of him. Then he waved his hand. Swish! The needle had already drawn a stream of light, which flew out and instantly hit one of the slimes. The head of that slime was instantly pierced, forming a huge hole. The man next to him was shocked to see this. So this is how this young man makes zombies explode? It's too powerful. Just a steel needle is more powerful than a bullet. But what happened next was even more unexpected. The slime whose head had been pierced had obviously had a huge hole in its head, but the next second, in front of everyone's eyes, it healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Lu Yang was also a little surprised. These guys are really hard to kill. None of their body parts are important, they don't have brains in their heads, and their bodies are completely transparent. It's not easy to kill them. This was the first time that Lu Yang's flying needles had failed on an enemy. In the past, no matter how powerful the enemy was, he was instantly decapitated, but this time it was on the slime. It seemed that physical attacks no longer had any effect. The muscular man next to him looked even more desperate. He didn't expect that such a powerful young man would be helpless against these slimes. It seems that his sister's rescue is even more difficult, and there is basically no hope. Does he really want to give up? But he is unwilling to do so. After all, she was his beloved younger sister. But just when he felt hopeless, Lu Yang had already made his next move. Lu Yang released more steel from his storage space with a thought. Then he waved his hand and the steel flew towards a slime, wrapping it up in a second and encasing it in steel. Lu Yang then waved his hand and the steel slime quickly changed shape into a ball. The slime was trapped in the iron ball, which was airtight. Even if the slime could change its shape, it could never escape. Lu Yang reached out again and pinched it. The round iron ball quickly became smaller, constantly squeezing the slime inside toward the center, and instantly emitting a miserable cry. It seems that although you can change your shape, you still obey the laws of physics. Conservation of mass. No matter how you change your volume, you can only compress it to a certain extent. You can't compress it infinitely forever. So as long as I make the iron ball small enough, I can crush the slime to death. Seeing this, the big man directly revealed a surprised expression, his whole body was excited, and he couldn't help but shout out next to him. "Sir! You're so strong! We're saved, my sister is saved." The companion who came with the big man also showed an excited expression after seeing Lu Yang's operation. "I never thought that these slimes, which are like cockroaches that can't be killed, would be so easily defeated in front of this great man, who can manipulate them at will. This is absolute power. In the face of a true master, no matter what kind of creature it is not worth mentioning." The other slimes, seeing their companion trapped in the iron ball, quickly rushed towards the ball and then condensed a fist larger than a casserole, knocking it towards the ball, but unfortunately the ball did not budge. The steel controlled by Lu Yang is the hardest steel in the world. So far, nothing has been able to destroy it. How could these slimes possibly do it?